Chapter 653. Hearing this, Zhu Chen chuckled and said, "My clan doesn't want to be enemies with the myriad races. It's just that I don't like your demon clan. Thunder Saint, do you want to help me?" Facing such mockery, Thunder Saint's eyes instantly darkened. As for the other cultivators of the myriad races, they did not speak. Zhu Chen was inviting the demon clan to battle. What did it have to do with them? Although they were considered an unconventional ally now, it was only when it came to dealing with the humans. Although the nine-headed dog clan came to help the humans. But if they were all restrained by the demon clan cultivators, that was also a good thing. This way, the humans' help would be much less. Thunder Saint also understood that the other clans would not speak at this time. Facing Zhu Chen's invitation, if they retreated, it would be inevitable that the other clans would look down on the demon clan. Since that was the case, Thunder Saint could only accept the challenge. "Alright, when this saint kills you, my clan's army will definitely come to the city and wipe out your nine-headed dog clan." "Thunder Saint, let's talk about it after we get through this." Zhu Chen chuckled. In the next instant, a huge seven-headed hound appeared in the sky and bit at the Thunder Saint. Thunder Saint took a step into the air. The lightning lake under his feet was born, and endless lightning power overflowed from it. Boom, the two instantly exchanged blows and collided fiercely. The remaining mighty figures of the nine-headed hound clan were also engaged in a fierce battle with the demon race. Black Emperor looked at the people in front of him and gestured with his chin. He said indifferently, "Sky Marshal, Yuan Feng, play with Ben Huang." Among the cultivators of the myriad races, many cultivators had grave expressions on their faces. Sky Marshal, Blood Eldar's Great Elder, an expert at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Yuan Feng, God Clan's High Priest, an expert at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Black Emperor, as a Nirvana Realm expert, directly challenged two experts at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. His aura did not decrease in the slightest. "Then I'll play with Black Emperor." Sky Marshal walked out and looked coldly at Black Emperor. He knew that the other party was a Nirvana Realm expert, but he was not too afraid. Although there was a gap between the 10th level of the Heaven Realm and the Nirvana Realm, it was not too big. Now that the High Priest of the Gods race had joined forces, unless the opponent was a top elite like the Demon King, they would still be able to deal with an ordinary Nirvana stage cultivator. As the Emperor saw it, the Black Emperor was very ordinary in the Nirvana realm. On the other side, the High Priest of the Protoss also stepped forward. Instantly, the human race had lost a Black Emperor, and the myriad races had lost two 10th level Heaven Human Realm experts. Soon after, the Blackstone Condor race's Almighties traded for a few other Almighties. But even so, there were still close to 200 Almighties among the 10,000 races. There were still 4 10th level Celestial being mighty figures left. Such strength was enough to easily destroy an entire race. Qin Huang, the human race should have no more reinforcements now, right? What else can you use to stop them? A cultivator who seemed to be nurtured within the resplendent starlight spoke with a calm voice. The voice was neither masculine nor feminine. Xing Yu was a 10th level sky human expert from the star race. The star race was a big race that was weaker than the other top races. Qin Shujian recognized her after seeing her appearance. There was no other way. The star race was too easy to recognize. No matter where they went, they would be accompanied by dense starlight. It was easy to not recognize them. However, in the face of Xing Yu's words, Qin Shujian's expression remained calm. He said indifferently, "The human race doesn't need any more reinforcements. Since you've rushed here today, Ben Huang will fulfill your wish. Let your flesh and blood nourish the human territory." Arrogant. Xing Yu laughed angrily and instantly attacked. Tens of thousands of feet of starlight shattered the world and directly swallowed Qin Shujian and the entire human territory. "Let me see how strong the legendary Qin Shi Huang is." "As you wish." Qin Shujian punched out, and the fist energy directly extinguished the tens of thousands of feet of starlight. The terrifying force heavily bombarded Xing Yu's body. Instantly, the starlight shattered, revealing a woman with a curvaceous figure and an alluring face. However, she looked a little miserable. Under Qin Shujian's attack, her body directly collapsed, and her face was covered with cracks. When blood seeped out, she looked like a ceramic doll that was about to break. Then, Qin Shujian took another step forward. As the void under his feet collapsed, he also bombarded with a finger. "Help me." Sensing the fatal threat of the finger energy, Xingyu's pupils rapidly contracted. She no longer cared about anything else and asked for help with a frightened expression. From Xingyu's attack until Xingyu was defeated, the whole process seemed to have happened in an instant. When Xingyu's cry for help, the other experts of the 10,000 clans came back to their senses. They had no time to be shocked. Immediately, many experts took action. Terrifying power erupted and forcibly blocked Qin Shujian's attack. There was no other way. Xingyu couldn't die. At least, she couldn't die at the beginning of the battle. Or else. That would be too demoralizing. However, what really shocked them was still Qin Shujian's strength. Many people didn't know how strong a half-immortal was. But in the eyes of the experts of the 10,000 clans, a half-immortal was at most a little stronger than a top Nirvana realm expert. However, these people never thought that a half-immortal could be so strong. In just the blink of an eye, he was able to severely injure a pinnacle powerhouse of the celestial being realm. The battle. It had completely erupted with Xingyu's injury. Just as the experts of the human clan were about to take action, Qin Shujian's terrifying aura spread out, covering 100,000 miles of heaven and earth. The heaven list appeared out of nowhere, shattering the sky for thousands of miles. That terrifying aura. It directly shattered all the forces that were bombarding over. All humans, activate the array formation and protect the human territory. Leave the rest to Ben Huang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian looked at the experts of the 10,000 clans in front of him with a cold smile on his face. Today, Ben Huang will fight 200 people. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the void shattered. Qin Shujian had already disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, the suppression of the heaven list descended. The experts of the 10,000 clans erupted with powerful attacks and bombarded the heaven list. At the same time, Qin Shujian had already appeared in front of a mighty figure of the 10,000 clans. Then, under the other party's shocked gaze, he pointed out a finger, and all the rules and Daoist runes were destroyed. The body of the mighty figure of the 10,000 clans instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. This did not stop. The body exploded, and the spirit deity appeared. In the end, before the spirit deity could react to what was going on, it was obliterated by a terrifying force. The entire process. It was so fast that all the experts did not have time to react. By the time they reacted, a mighty figure had already fallen. From the beginning of the war until now, the first mighty figure had already fallen. Such strength had already caused the expressions of all the mighty figures of the 10,000 clans to change. Surround and kill Emperor Qin with all your might. Kill. Killing intent appeared on the faces of the remaining experts of the 10,000 clans. Emperor Qin must die. To destroy the human clan, they had to kill Emperor Qin. Or else, with the other party's strength, if he escaped from this war, then even if he destroyed the human clan, the various clans would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. At that time, an expert with terrifying strength and no restrictions would be the nightmare of most clans. This was also why there were very few extermination wars in history. Once an extermination war broke out, it was equivalent to saying that they had to have the confidence to kill the emperor of the clan. Or else, if the emperor fled, he would turn into an expert in the dark to hunt for revenge. No one could bear such a consequence. This was the case for ordinary emperors. If this Emperor Qin escaped, then all the clans would not be able to sleep. Emperor Qin wanted to kill. He had to be killed. If they could not kill Emperor Qin, then in the long run, the human clan might not be worth destroying now. In the human clan's territory, the formation was protecting. All the human cultivators were in the position of the formation. They used their own strength to channel into the formation, making it as airtight as an iron bucket. In the East City, Dan Hao's gaze was solemn. Looking at the battle outside the human clan's territory, there was a worried look on his face. Is Emperor Qin really going to fight against the experts of the 10,000 clans by himself? Since Emperor Qin has done so, he should be confident. The East City Lord took a deep breath. He was not sure. At this moment, he also deeply felt his powerlessness. 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm. In the end, the difference was too great. Even if he had the East City Lord and could reach the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, so what? There were no less than 200 mighty figures outside. The weakest of them was at the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. It could be said that, when he did not use the East City Lord, any one of the mighty figures of the 10,000 clans could kill him. Even if he used the East City Lord, the East City Lord was only confident in fighting against 2 mighty figures. However, once the East City Lord appeared, it was equivalent to the formation of the human clan's territory being broken. Then, the protective power would no longer exist. When that time came, just the aftermath of the battle would be able to destroy this place. Therefore, the East City Lord could not act rashly, nor could the other city lords. Because this was the foundation of the human clan to the other 3 continents. If it was destroyed because of this, the human clan would have to retreat to the East continent. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they still could not do so. Therefore, right now, the human clan could only place their hopes on Qin Shujian, hoping that he was really confident in fighting against the experts of the 10,000 clans. Although the confidence was not great. However, before the other party was truly defeated, there was still a glimmer of hope. The 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm is still too weak. Dan Hao sighed. This General Ming Yuan. He felt how weak he was. Ever since the human clan left the East continent, the enemies they faced had become stronger and stronger. The powerhouses who could hold down the fort in the East continent in the past could not play much of a role now. Dan Hao had a premonition. He was only a step away from the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. However, it was very difficult to take this step. At this moment, in the human clan's territory, most of the cultivators' gazes fell on the battlefield between Qin Shujian and the powerhouses of the 10,000 clans. However, there were still some cultivators. Their gazes fell on the long river of laws. Emperor Zhao had attained the Tao and opened up the battlefield of laws. The 12 perfected immortals had broken through the seal and entered the battlefield of laws. The 12 perfected immortals really think highly of Ben Huang. Emperor Zhao looked at the 12 perfected immortals in front of him with a gloomy expression. 12 perfected immortals. He had underestimated the determination of the 10,000 clans to destroy him. From ancient times until now, there were definitely not many perfected immortals left by the 10,000 clans. The 12 perfected immortals in front of him had probably used up more than half of their foundation. One had to know. He had yet to successfully attain the Tao. He had only opened up a battlefield of laws, and 12 perfected immortals had already appeared. From this, it could be seen how eager the 10,000 clans were to suppress the human clan. The perfected immortal of the monster clan looked at Emperor Zhao with an indifferent expression. The human clan should not have any more perfected immortals, and the human clan should not exist. Today is the day you fail to attain the Tao, and the day the human clan is destroyed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The thunder tribulation has already descended. Let's end this quickly, the perfected immortal of the God clan said coldly. Since they had broken out of the seal, there was no turning back. Their only goal now was to kill Emperor Zhao. Now that the thunder tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, if they could not kill Emperor Zhao, they would be killed by the thunder tribulation first. That would be a huge loss. Indeed, we have to end this quickly. Emperor Zhao sneered. In the next moment, the mother stream of laws shook, and another long river of laws was opened up. It was a sudden change. The powerhouses of the various clans and the perfected immortals' attention involuntarily fell on the law that had appeared. Attaining the Tao. Another powerhouse had attained the Tao. A vast law was opened up from the mother stream, and a person wearing a black and gold robe slowly walked out of it. When they saw the person's appearance, All the powerhouses' expressions changed. Impossible. The monster emperor's face was filled with shock. His eyes were fixed on the person who walked out of the mother stream of laws, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao again. How could there be a second Emperor Zhao? Not only was the monster emperor shocked, but even the emperors of the other clans looked as if they had eaten feces. Suddenly, they thought of something, and their gazes instantly fell on the battlefield of laws. There was only one explanation. The first Emperor Zhao to attain the Tao was a fake. A second Emperor Zhao? Impossible. The perfected immortal of the monster clan had an ugly expression, and even a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The other perfected immortals. His expression also changed drastically. Are you a fake? Impossible. This is the law of the human emperor. Other than the human emperor, who else can walk the law of the human emperor? The perfected immortal of the monster clan's eyes were cold, and he wanted to get an answer from the Emperor Zhao in front of him. He was sure that the law of the human emperor was the one who opened up the battlefield of laws. The emperors of the various clans. They all walked the path of the emperor. There was only one law. Emperor Zhao was the first human emperor of the human clan in 10,000 years. The other party must have walked the law of the human emperor. Except for the other party. It was impossible for a second person to walk the law of the human emperor. However, if the Emperor Zhao in front of them was real, then who was the second Emperor Zhao that walked out of the mother stream of laws? Thousands of clans were in chaos. The 12 perfected immortals were also in a mess. Not only that, many powerhouses of the human clan were also in a mess when they saw this scene. A second Emperor Zhao. Why would a second Emperor Zhao appear? Dan Hao felt his heart beating violently. He had a feeling. The appearance of a second Emperor Zhao would definitely bring about unpredictable changes. In the battlefield of laws, Emperor Zhao's face shattered like porcelain. Pieces of skin fell from his face, and finally, a refined face was revealed. Marquis Baiyun of the human clan greets the perfected immortals. Marquis Baiyun smiled slightly, and his face was full of joy. Marquis Baiyun. Seeing that Emperor Zhao in the battlefield of laws had turned into Marquis Baiyun, the expressions of Dan Hao and the others changed drastically. That's right. From the beginning of the battle until now, Marquis Baiyun had never appeared. But the situation was critical. No one thought too much about it. Until now. When they saw Marquis Baiyun appear, they finally understood where Marquis Baiyun was. However, no one had expected that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would attain the Tao. The first to reach the Tao is Marquis Baiyun, and the second to reach the Tao is Emperor Zhao. In the 9-headed mystic realm, the Dog Emperor took a deep breath, and then a carefree smile appeared on his face. Haha, Demon Emperor, you also have a day like this. 12 perfected immortals took action, but in the end, they only stopped Marquis Baiyun. Ha ha ha, how many perfected immortals do you have? Can you still stop Emperor Zhao from reaching the Tao? This wave of operations. The Dog Emperor really didn't expect. The first to reach the Tao was Marquis Baiyun, not Emperor Zhao. The appearance of the other party. It directly attracted the 12 perfected immortals of the myriad races. To be able to achieve such an effect, it was all because Marquis Baiyun walked the Tao of the human emperor. Therefore, no one doubted whether Marquis Baiyun was real or not. And in the eyes of the myriad races. From the beginning to the end, the human clan hadn't produced a third powerhouse who was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm or above. Therefore, either the Qin Emperor or the Zhao Emperor had attained the Tao. Besides that, it was impossible for a third powerhouse to reach the Tao. The appearance of Marquis Baiyun was completely beyond their expectations. Marquis Baiyun reached the Tao at this time to use himself to exchange for Emperor Zhao's chance to reach the Tao. Ben Huang really admires such decisiveness, but unfortunately, Marquis Baiyun is going to die in the end. It's a pity that I can't meet such a powerhouse. The Dog Emperor shook his head. In his opinion, Marquis Baiyun was dead for sure. The 12 perfected immortals would definitely not give him a chance to live. But this way. On the side of the human clan, Emperor Zhao's chances of success would greatly increase. Kill him. The perfected immortals of the God clan were gloomy. They had suffered a huge loss this time. The 12 perfected immortals entered the battlefield of rules, but they intercepted the wrong person. What they could do now was to kill Marquis Bayun as soon as possible, and then use the remaining strength to break into Emperor Zhao's battlefield of rules and kill him too. However, everyone could understand that the possibility of this was very slim. Because the longer they delayed, the more powerful the Thunder Tribulation was. As long as Emperor Zhao deliberately walked slowly and delayed the opening of the battlefield of rules, these perfected immortals would be killed by the Thunder Tribulation. For this, the 12 perfected immortals were really furious. Haha, you don't have the qualifications to kill me. Just as the 12 perfected immortals were about to make a move, Marquis Bayun's aura surged, and his cold gaze fell on them. The next moment, the long river of rules surged. A terrifying force filled the entire battlefield of rules. Then, boom, the long river of laws shattered with a loud bang, exploding all of a sudden like an explosive. In an instant, the mother river of rules shook. Heaven and earth shook. The terrifying force instantly swallowed the battlefield of rules, and then a terrifying aftershock spread out in all directions with this as the center. In front of this force, all the perfected immortals had no time to react. At this moment, blood rained down in the 3 major continents. Sorrowful thoughts emerged in the hearts of more than a dozen races. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. No one expected that Marquis Bayun would be so decisive, directly blowing up the entire human emperor's rules and destroying all the 12 perfected immortals. No one expected this. Marquis Bayun had the ability to blow up the human emperor's rules. All the unpredictability added together caused the fall of the 12 perfected immortals. Blood rained down. It also caused the hearts of the powerhouses of the myriad races to be in a mess. For this, Qin Shujian had long expected this. Boom, with a single punch, the physical body of a 9th-level celestial being was shattered and he died. Then, the heaven list smashed down. A god clan's mighty figure was torn apart, and his body was directly swallowed. Until now, more than a dozen mighty figures had fallen. But Qin Shujian's body was not injured at all. No matter how many powerhouses attacked, it did not have any effect. How can Qin Shi Huang be so strong? Half immortal, he can't be a half immortal. Some of the powerhouses of the myriad races were about to go crazy. Nearly 200 mighty figures besieged Qin Shi Huang of the human race. In the end, not only did they not hurt him at all, but they also killed many of their allies. If he was a half immortal, no one could believe it. Because no half immortal could be so strong. In the past 200,000 years, there had been half-immortal powerhouses in the 4 major continents. But the strongest one was a half-immortal. It was also under the joint efforts of 4 Nirvana realm powerhouses and the assistance of more than a dozen mighty figures that they killed him on the spot. After all, a half-immortal was not a real immortal. He was still in the category of celestial beings. As long as he did not transcend this category, it was impossible to truly see celestial beings as ants. However, in front of Qin Shujian, the powerhouses of the myriad races felt as if they were mere ants. You dare to invade the human race, die. Qin Shujian's palm fell, hitting a celestial being level 10 powerhouse until he spat out blood and his body shattered. 120,000 combat power. It gave him the ability to look down on all the heroes. Not to mention the mighty figure in front of him, even if a true immortal came, Qin Shujian was confident to fight against him. The myriad races of the 4 major continents. They all thought that he was in the half-immortal realm, so the sovereigns of the various races did not make a move and only let the mighty figures attack. To this, Qin Shujian was happy to see it happen. As long as he killed all the mighty figures in front of him, the power of the human race's enemy forces would definitely be reduced by half. In the long run, this was a great benefit to the human race. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also began to use his true strength. Divine martial arts, celestial being. Boom. A 30,000-foot tall giant rose from the ground, and an ancient aura swept through the world like a wave. That abyss-like aura directly shattered the void, and the sky within 100,000 miles fell into endless darkness. Xing Yu's face was filled with fear, and she let out an ear-piercing scream. He's not a half-immortal, he's definitely not a half-immortal. Qin Huang has proven his Tao, he's a true immortal. A true immortal. This aura was definitely something that only a true immortal could possess. When the airwave swept over, Xing Yu felt that she was not a celestial being level 10 powerhouse, but just an ant that had just stepped into cultivation. Instantly, a great terror surged in her heart. Without thinking, Xing Yu turned around and wanted to escape. That was not a half-immortal. It was a true immortal. In front of a true immortal, no matter how many celestials there were, it was useless. They were just ants that could be easily slaughtered. If one did not become an immortal, they were still ants. This was not an empty sentence. Xing Yu had spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate to celestial being level 10. She was unwilling to die at the hands of Qin Shujian just like that. At this moment, whether it was the Alliance army or the destruction of the human race, in Xing Yu's opinion, it was completely unimportant. So, she simply ran away. It was just that Xing Yu wanted to escape, but Qin Shujian was not prepared to let her leave. A simple punch was thrown out. The space in front of him shattered like a mirror. Immediately after, the shattered space seemed to have been condensed, maintaining the collapsed state in front of him without any change. At the same time, Xing Yu felt that the surrounding void was frozen. An endless pressure came from afar, causing her heart to beat wildly, and the threat of death immediately surged in her heart. Xing Yu turned her head with difficulty and happened to see a fist occupying her line of sight. In front of that fist, space collapsed. Time also seemed to have stopped. Everything around her was flowing slowly. Bang! The starlight shattered and overflowed. Xing Yu did not even resist and was blasted into a bloody mist by this punch. The spirit god had not yet escaped from her body and was also forcibly obliterated by this force. A celestial being level 10 powerhouse was killed like an ant by the other party. The remaining powerhouses of the myriad races looked at Qin Shujian as if they had seen a terrifying existence. He has not achieved the Tao. No matter how strong he is only a half-immortal. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Today, Emperor Zhao must die, and so must Emperor Qin. The destruction of the human race is right in front of us. Kill. The fall of Xing Yu shocked some of the powerhouses, but it also aroused the ferocity in some of them. Boom! A powerhouse exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying force turned the void into turbulence and directly fell on Qin Shujian's body. The self-explosion of a mighty powerhouse. The power was comparable to the full-strength attack of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. However, this kind of power only made Qin Shujian's body tremble slightly. Then, Daoist rhymes circulated around his body, dispersing all the power of the self-explosion. Not bad power. Let's see if more can blow Benhuang to death. Qin Shujian sneered. Then, the heaven list became infinitely large and suppressed the powerhouses of the myriad races. Bang! The power of the 8-seal Dao artifact was completely stimulated. Together with Qin Shujian's current terrifying strength, more than a dozen Devas were completely suppressed and killed without being able to put up any resistance. Such a change. The expressions of the powerhouses who were watching this battle changed drastically. The ancient Buddha secret realm. The ancient Buddha emperor's face was gloomy. How can this be? Why is Emperor Qin so strong? A half-immortal. This is definitely not the strength of a half-immortal. One change after another. Even the emperor of the ancient Buddha clan could not remain calm. First, Marquis Baiyun achieved the Tao. He used the human emperor's law to deceive the 12 true immortals of the various races into coming out. Then, he detonated the law, and all the true immortals died together. Now, it was Qin Shujian again. With his own strength, he killed nearly 200 mighty powerhouses. For a moment, anger rose in the ancient Buddha emperor's heart, but soon, a sense of powerlessness came, making him look helpless. Then, he looked at the deep valley of the ancient Buddha secret realm. There were 2 stone men there. Originally, there were 3 stone men, But when Marquis Bayun attained the Tao, a true immortal had already walked out. The remaining 2 stone men were the last trump card of the ancient Buddha clan. Emperor Qin should not have attained the Tao yet, but with such strength, he has reached the level of a heavenly being killing immortals. Like me, he walks the path of power. If I attain the Tao, he will definitely take action to stop me. The ancient Buddha emperor was hesitant. He had to admit that his strength was not as good as Qin Shujian's. If he encountered Qin Shujian's obstruction when he attained the Tao, without external help, he would fail to attain the Tao. The 2 true immortals of the ancient Buddha clan. This was the ancient Buddha emperor's confidence. Qin Shujian must be killed, but not all of them will be killed by the ancient Buddha clan. Thinking of this, with a thought, the ancient Buddha emperor's divine consciousness turned into a stream of light and fled. In the territory of the human clan, the array covered the area, isolating all the aftershocks outside. Outside the array, Qin Shujian relied on his own strength to fight against the experts of tens of thousands of races, and then fought and killed more than 30 almighties, including a 10th stage heavenly being expert. His momentum was unparalleled. In the sky, the real Emperor Zhao attained the Tao and officially opened the battlefield of laws. At this moment, no true immortals immediately stopped him. However, the peace did not last long. 10 terrifying forces rose from the 4 continents. The blood-red thunder tribulation descended again. 10 rivers of laws forcibly broke into the battlefield of laws and blocked Emperor Zhao's path. At this moment, Qin Shujian killed an almighty with a punch, and then shouted angrily, "Please fulfill your promise." After that, in the Western Prefecture, a true immortal of the 9-headed dog clan walked out and laughed loudly. "Emperor Qin, don't worry. Since our clan has already agreed, we will not go back on our words. After 270,000 years, we finally have a chance to come out." The rivers of laws extended from under their feet to the sky, and then broke into the battlefield of laws. At the same time, another 4 true immortals walked out from the 4 continents and entered the battlefield of laws. They were the reinforcements that Qin Shujian had found. The Earthen Dragons. Emperor Earth looked at the scene in front of him and did not hesitate for too long. Soon, a true immortal of the Earthen Dragons also walked out and entered the battlefield of laws. Soon, a great battle broke out in the battlefield of laws. The time for a true immortal to come out was limited. No one dared to delay anything. Now, 6 true immortals came out from the human clan, and 10 true immortals came out from the myriad clans. The battle had just begun. The human clan was at a disadvantage. I've long heard that those below the true immortal realm are like ants. Today, Ben Huang will witness it. Emperor Zhao held a jade seal in his hand and suppressed one of the true immortals. The rivers of laws shook violently. That true immortal did not retreat and punched at the jade seal. A terrifying force erupted. The jade seal trembled slightly, but the true immortal's fist faintly cracked, and his body was also pushed back by the force. But soon, the wound on his fist healed. The true immortal took a step forward and charged at Emperor Zhao again. At the same time, another 2 true immortals joined forces to attack Emperor Zhao. 3 true immortals. At their peak, they were powerhouses in the lower 3 tiers. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, their strength could no longer be maintained at the level of a true immortal. Even so, they were still stronger than ordinary half-immortals. That was also true. The 3 true immortals were equivalent to 3 half-immortals joining forces. The power they unleashed was enough to make one's expression change. Emperor Zhao's expression was also solemn. One of them held the jade seal in his hand, and the human clan's providence shook as he forcefully suppressed a true immortal. Then, he punched forward. A terrifying fist energy enveloped the void, trying to devour the remaining 2 true immortals. Good timing. One of the true immortals shouted angrily and also punched out. The 2 fists collided, and endless aftershocks spread out. Immediately, stormy waves rose in the rivers of laws as if they were going to drown all the living beings who disturbed the peace of the rivers of laws. The forces destroyed each other. The remaining true immortal pierced the void with his finger, and the energy finger directly bombarded Emperor Zhao's body. Boom! An energy shield rose, but it immediately shattered. The Zhao Emperor groaned and took a step back. His body also started to crack. In the next instant, his body recovered. Emperor Zhao waved his hand, and a myriad of energy shattered the void. A great battle broke out in the rivers of laws. The nine-headed dog clan's true immortal was very strong. He blocked 2 true immortals on his own. The remaining true immortals who attacked each of the 10,000 true immortals each blocked one of the 10,000 true immortals. As for the others, Emperor Zhao took all of them on his own. So powerful. The Dog Emperor was constantly paying attention to the changes in the battle. The nine-headed dog clan had invested a lot in this battle. Almost all of their mighty figures had been mobilized. Even the only true immortal in their clan had joined the battle. If the human clan lost, the nine-headed dog clan would lose everything. However, since the start of the battle, the human clan had been constantly changing. Now, Emperor Zhao's strength was even more shocking. A half-immortal. He blocked 3 ancient true immortals. With such strength, even if he had not reached the level of a true immortal, he was not far from it. In the Dog Emperor's opinion, the human clan had Emperor Zhao and Qin Shujian. Even if they did not have a true immortal, it was still better than having one. In the human clan's territory, Qin Shujian suppressed the 10,000 true immortals. At this moment, more than half of them had fallen. After using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his combat power soared to 240,000. A punch and a finger. It could shatter the galaxy and space-time. Any mighty cultivator in front of such power was as weak as an ant. After all, a Nirvana realm powerhouse's normal combat power was only around 30,000. A 10th tier heaven realm powerhouse's combat power was only around 20,000. Such a difference, a total of 24 times. A 1-fold difference in combat power was already terrifying. A 24-fold difference in combat power was even more impossible to make up for. Even if a mighty figure called upon the power of the laws to amplify it, there was no way to close the distance at all. Therefore, from the start of the battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Retreat. When the 10,000 true immortals saw Qin Shujian shatter another mighty figure's body, they finally could not maintain their calm. A look of horror appeared on their faces, and they fled without thinking. There was a first to escape. Then there was a second. At this point in the battle, every powerhouse who was still holding on had their essence, energy, and spirit reached a limit. More than half of the powerhouses on their side had fallen. But the enemy was not injured at all. In this way, it was impossible for their mentality not to collapse. So, the 10,000 true immortals fled. At the same time, the void collapsed, and Shi Yang fell from it. His body was shattered, and blood flowed non-stop. The heavenly saint walked out and was about to kill Shi Yang. In the end, instead, he saw a huge fist coming towards him. There was no reaction. The heavenly saint exploded in front of the fist, and the spirit god's flesh and blood were instantly obliterated by the terrifying power. Shi Yang's face was blank. He looked at the heavenly saint, who was only left with a bloody mist, and then looked at the surrounding scene. He had yet to react to what had happened. He thought that he was going to die. In the end, he did not die, but the heavenly saint fell. Shi Yang fell into a state of daze. Swallow him. A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and then he saw a stream of light flying towards him. Shi Yang instinctively reached out to grab it. The stream of light dissipated, and in its place was a pill that swallowed spiritual energy. Seeing the back of Qin Shujian chasing after the powerhouses, he did not hesitate and swallowed the pill. Suddenly, a powerful energy emerged from his body. His cracked body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took 2 or 3 breaths of time. Shi Yang had completely recovered. Feeling that he had completely recovered his strength, his face was both blank and shocked. What kind of pill is this? How can the effect be so strong? He did not understand. But Shi Yang was not shocked for long. It was a good thing that his physical body had recovered. Now that the battle had not stopped, and his strength had recovered, it meant that he could exert more power. Shi Yang took a step forward, and the ancient bronze sword slashed down, directly intercepting a powerhouse in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. Since you're already here, why are you leaving? There was a faint smile on his face, but it was full of killing intent. Boom, with his own strength, the Black Emperor completely suppressed the Sky Martial Emperor and the God Clan High Priest. No matter what. He was also the Emperor of the Black Rock Condor race, the strongest powerhouse in the Western State, second only to the Demon Emperor. Although the Sky Martial Emperor and the God Clan High Priest were powerhouses in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. But in terms of true strength, they were still 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Black Emperor. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could not completely make up for this gap. However, the location of the two of them was not in the human territory, but in the Western State. At this moment, the void suddenly shattered. Qin Shujian walked out from it and slashed down at one of them. It was originally a normal palm, but when it slashed down, it seemed to condense all the light in the world, turning into a shocking unsheathed divine weapon. The God Clan High Priest's mind shook wildly. He looked up and saw the blade light that occupied the world. Without any hesitation, he directly left the Black Emperor and fled into the distance. However, the God Clan High Priest fled quickly, but the blade light came even faster. Boom, the blade light flashed past, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The God Clan High Priest's body was directly cut in half by the blade light and fell from the sky. What? The Emperor was shocked. Seeing that the God Clan High Priest was killed on the spot without any ability to fight back, he no longer cared about fighting the Black Emperor and fled frantically toward the northern state. But just as he fled 1,000 miles, he saw a heaven list descend. His body exploded. The spiritual deity was annihilated. The power of the heaven list swept across and absorbed all the flesh and blood. In the next moment, it appeared in Qin Shujian's hands. Qin, Emperor Qin. The Black Emperor stuttered when he spoke. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, he felt his little heart trembling violently. Strong without any reason. When the Emperor and Yuan Feng joined forces, their strength was not much weaker than his. Although he could suppress the other party now, the Black Emperor did not have any confidence in killing him. But in front of Qin Shujian, the two of them were like ants, easily killed on the spot. This kind of strength. The Black Emperor felt that he was still too insignificant. Even though he already knew that Qin Shujian was very strong, he never thought that it would be to this extent. Qin Shujian said in a low voice, "Black Rock Condor Clan, attack the Yarrow Clan with all your strength. Attack the Yarrow Clan." The Black Emperor was stunned. He never thought that Qin Shujian would give such an order. Although many of the Yarrow Clan's powerful cultivators had died, there were still powerful cultivators like the Yarrow Emperor. There might be other true immortals left. Attacking the Yarrow Clan now. The Black Emperor almost thought that this Emperor Qin wanted him to die. Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang will let the 9-headed Hound Clan attack together." Now that 2 true immortals have appeared, even if there are true immortals left, there won't be many left. Plus, more than half of the Yarrow Clan's powerful cultivators have died. The 2 remaining great saints have also fallen. With the strength of the 2 clans, there might be a chance of winning against the Yarrow Clan. At this point, Qin Shujian paused, then continued, "And Ben Huang will let other powerful cultivators of the human clan help." Now that the Yarrow Clan's strength has been greatly reduced, the destruction of the Yarrow Clan is at this moment. The Black Emperor and the Yarrow Clan have been fighting for so many years, it's already an old war. You won't let go of such an opportunity, right? Hearing this, the Black Emperor wanted to say that he could let go of this hatred. But when he met Qin Shujian's indifferent eyes, he immediately swallowed his words. In front of this Emperor Qin, the Black Emperor still didn't dare to say anything against him. Ben Huang obeys. But is Emperor Qin not going to make a move? He keenly captured the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said with a cold smile, "Ben Huang naturally has his own plans." In the next moment, he had already turned around and returned to the human clan's territory. At this moment, the formation still existed, but the powerful cultivators of the 10,000 clans had already scattered and fled after leaving hundreds of corpses behind. Boom! A huge demon fell from the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Shi Yang walked down from the void and bowed to Qin Shujian. Emperor Qin, at this moment. Facing Qin Shujian, he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Millimeter. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then raised his head to look at the sky. The battlefield of rules still existed there, and the true immortals were fighting fiercely. Emperor Zhao was fighting 1 against 3, and he was also heavily injured. From the looks of the situation, the human clan had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, it was unlikely that the outcome would be decided in a short period of time. All celestial being cultivators, except for the city lords of the 4 cities, immediately head to the western state to attack the Yarrow clan. Qin Shujian's voice covered the entire human clan's territory. Immediately, many celestial being cultivators rose into the air. We obey the emperor's orders. Fire Saint, Jiju, Potion. Qin Shujian said 3 more names. Flowing light burst forth. The 3 of them had already appeared in front of Qin Shujian. The 3 of you are the same. Follow the army to eliminate the Yarrow clan. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. Then, he looked at Fire Saint and said, if the Vermilion Bird clan wants to submit, this is your last chance. I understand. Fire Saint's heart trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head to accept the order. In this battle, 2 great sages of the demon race had died, as well as a large number of powerful experts. It could be said that now, the Yarrow clan's strength had been greatly reduced. At this time, perhaps it was really a matter of life and death for the Yarrow clan. If the Vermilion Bird clan could not submit to the human clan, with this Emperor Qin's ruthlessness, there would be no trace of the Vermilion Bird clan in the world. Shi Yang. Please give your orders, Emperor Qin. Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and said, you take Bunhuang's heaven list and lead the human clan to the Yarrow clan. If a true immortal attacks, you can use the heaven list to suppress the enemy. Hearing this, Shi Yang respectfully took the heaven list with both hands. I obey the emperor's orders. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand. Suddenly, all the human clan experts walked out of the territory and headed for the western state. At the same time, the Blackstone Condor clan, the 9-headed dog clan, they were also leading experts to the Yarrow clan's territory. This time, the emperors of the 2 clans also personally took action. The earthly dragons. When the 2 clans took action, the Emperor of Earth also immediately received the news. His face was gloomy and uncertain. My Emperor, the human clan sent a message, should we take action? Below, the elder of the earthly dragons cupped his hands and said. Hearing this, the Emperor of Earth did not reply. Should he take action? This was a difficult choice. If it was in the past, when a clan attacked the Yarrow clan, and there was a certain chance of winning, the Emperor of Earth would never hesitate to take action. But now the Emperor of Earth hesitated and also hesitated. There was only one reason. The human clan was too strong. No. It should be said that Emperor Qin was too strong. He was so strong that he could reverse the entire situation by himself. With such a strong expert in the human clan, it was inevitable that they would rise in the future. And from the Emperor of Earth's point of view, Qin Shujian was overbearing and his methods were extremely tough. If there was a chance, he would definitely not guard the hundreds of thousands of miles of the human clan's territory. Instead, he would reach out to other continents. For the Emperor of Earth, any powerful force that might have a hand in the Western state was not what he wanted. Previously, he let the true immortal take action. He was just fulfilling his original promise. After all, this was something that had already been made. The Emperor of Earth had no possibility of going back on his word. However, from the perspective of the earthly dragons, the Emperor of Earth did not want the Yarrow clan to be destroyed because of this. Because once the Yarrow clan was destroyed, the Blackrock Condor clan and the 9-headed dog clan would stand on the side of the human clan. What force in the Western state could fight against the human clan? When that time came, the 9-headed dog clan would probably have to bow their heads. However, if he did not take action, he would definitely offend the human clan this time. Judging from the current situation, The success rate of Emperor Zhao's Dao validation was not low, and the human clan had this Emperor Qin. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was great. Immediately, the Emperor of Earth fell into an incomparable dilemma. But soon, he came back to his senses, took a deep breath, looked at the other elders in the main hall, and issued his order. Pass down Banhuang's order, the entire clan will immediately attack the Yarrow clan. Yes. All the earthly dragon's elders bowed and accepted the order. The Emperor of Earth looked at the leaving crowd and sighed deeply. He never thought the situation would develop to this point. Under the rolling momentum, even if the earthly dragons wanted to struggle out, there was no possibility. In that case, they could only fight. The Emperor of Earth's mind gradually turned cold, and then disappeared from the main hall. On this day, the human clan experts all left the human clan's territory, formed an alliance with the three major clans of the western state, and attacked the Yarrow clan. The situation changed rapidly. It developed into a situation that no one had expected. At this moment, Qin Shujian stepped on the long river of rules, and had already arrived in front of the divine clan's territory. P.S. This chapter has 12,000 words, which is to make up for the lack of words in the previous chapter. Please vote. Chapter 654. The Allied Forces of All Clans. More than 200 powerful figures attacked the human clan. In the end, most of the powerful figures were defeated by Emperor Qin of the human clan. Now, the human clan joined forces with the other clans to counterattack. The battle that had just calmed down started again. Such a turn of events. It was beyond the expectations of the other clans. At the beginning of the battle, the other clans thought that the human clan was doomed this time. However, the strength that Qin Shujian displayed made their jaws drop. Half immortal. No, his strength was comparable to that of a true immortal. At this moment, the human clan was attacking the demon clan. Most of the clans in the Western Prefecture were hesitant. Help or not? This was a problem. Although the demon clan used to be the overlord of the Western Prefecture, they were not strong enough to suppress the entire Western Prefecture. Some clans that were unwilling to rely on the demon clan. They could still survive in the Western Prefecture without worrying about being persecuted. Looking at the human clan, they were too strong. If the human clan destroyed the demon clan, no other clan in the Western Prefecture could compete with the human clan. However, if they helped the demon clan, it was equivalent to becoming the enemy of the human clan. Emperor Qin. No other clan had the confidence to compete with him. Therefore, the clans in the Western Prefecture were in a wait-and-see attitude. North Continent, Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Xueling Huang was watching the battle in the battlefield of rules. From the beginning of the battle until now, the Thunder Tribulation had become very strong. Those true immortals who participated in the battle had almost reached the limit. Emperor Zhao's attainment of the Dao can't be stopped. Xueling Huang murmured to himself. Judging from the current situation, he was not sure if he could stop Emperor Zhao's attainment of the Dao. However, Xuereldar could not bring out more resources now. From the beginning until now, Xuereldar sent out two true immortals. The first true immortal was killed by Marquis Baiyun. The second true immortal was now fighting in the battlefield of rules. After a while, Xueling Huang turned his head and looked in the direction of the human clan's territory. His expression became serious. Celestial beings slaying immortals. There shouldn't be many cultivators who could do this in ancient times. The Qin Emperor alone was able to beat back the mighty cultivators of the various clans. His strength is not much weaker than a true immortal of the lower three levels. The human race has already stepped out of the Eastern continent. Now, Nirvana realm cultivators are no longer qualified to become supreme experts. In the future, it will be the world of true immortals. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing but an ant. Bloody Ling Huang sighed. Subsequently, he took a step forward, and the long river of laws trembled. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the mother stream of rules flowed. A long river of laws was opened up from the mother stream, and Xueling Huang steadily walked out from it. He had already entered the stage of Dao attainment. This was the second reason why the emperors of the various clans stayed behind in the secret realm. If they failed to destroy the human race and there was no way to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Great Path, the other emperors would also take advantage of this opportunity to achieve the Great Path. At Xueling Huang's level of cultivation, he actually had a chance to attain the Dao long ago. However, Bloodling Huang had been suppressing his own realm all this time. He didn't want to be the one to stand out. Because he was very clear. The first cultivator to attain the Dao could not be a blood eldar, nor could it be from any other race. The first to attain the Dao. It had to be the human race. This way, the various clans could work together to deal with the human race without having to worry about being stabbed in the back by other races. Therefore, not only was Xueling Huang suppressing his own realm, the other powerhouses of the various clans were also suppressing their own realms. Until this moment, seeing that they were about to fail in stopping Emperor Zhao from attaining the Dao, they truly took this step forward. Rumble, as Xueling Huang walked out of the mother stream of rules, he saw the sky trembling violently again. One long river of laws after another opened up from the mother stream of rules. Attainment, another powerhouse has attained the Dao. Hiss, that's Xueling Huang, that's the ancient Buddha Emperor, and that's the Minute Mountain Emperor. The powerhouses who walked out of the mother stream of rules were all recognized by the various clans. At this moment, all the emperors attained the Dao. In the battlefield of rules, the lightning tribulation of rules had reached a terrifying level. Finally, some true immortals of the myriad clans could not withstand the pressure, but when their bodies were worn down by the lightning tribulation of rules, they exploded with a bang. True immortals self-destructed. The power could be said to be devastating. The long river of rules shook, the river water rose tens of thousands of feet high, and then smashed down heavily, engulfing several true immortals. However, when the river water came into contact with Emperor Zhao, it did not cause any harm. Because this was his rule. No matter how turbulent the river water was, it would not hurt the controller of the rules. Although Emperor Zhao had not completely left his imprint on the rule monument, but opening up the battlefield of rules was already a candidate for controller in the eyes of the rules, similar to the sacred ground saint. Under such circumstances, there was not much difference. The self-destruction of the true immortals of the myriad clans directly dragged Dragon Jinxian, who was fighting with him, into the water. Instantly, 2 true immortals died. Emperor Earth's heart palpitated, looking at the blood rain floating down from the sky. He also understood what was going on. With the first true immortal self-destructing, there would be a second one. The myriad clan's goal. The main purpose was to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Dao. Now that the normal way could not be done, they would use the most extreme way to solve the problem. No matter what, they had to die. Since that was the case, it was better to self-destruct and drag Emperor Zhao down with him. At the very least, shattering the long river of rules could also greatly reduce the other party's strength after achieving the Dao. Boom, another true immortal self-destructed. The destiny of the human race on the Imperial Jade Seal surged, turning into a solid barrier to protect Emperor Zhao. However, the barrier only lasted for a few breaths of time before it shattered with a bang. Then, Emperor Zhao took out a few more Dao artifacts and threw them out. In front of this power, the Dao artifacts were directly destroyed. In the end, the power hit his body, causing his sturdy body to crack. He was forced to retreat. The first true immortal self-destructed. Then, the second true immortal pounced forward and self-destructed. Terrifying power. It caused half of Emperor Zhao's body to shatter. The long river of rules surged wildly, and tens of thousands of feet high waves suddenly rose, directly knocking the last true immortal down. Half of his body shattered. Emperor Zhao's aura was dispirited, and his flesh and blood were regenerating to recover from his injuries. However, the power of the true immortal self-destruction wrapped around his body like gangrene attached to the bone, constantly grinding away the new flesh and blood. In the end, Emperor Zhao took out 2 pills and directly swallowed them. Hallow pills. This was the healing treasure that Qin Shujian had sent to Emperor Zhao on a trip to Zhongju's imperial city after successfully refining it. 2 10th-tier pills entered his stomach. A powerful force surged out of Emperor Zhao's body, and then this new force resisted the aftermath of the true immortal's self-destruction. Gradually, the true immortal's power was worn away, and his body was also regenerated. Until now, only 3 of the 16 true immortals who participated in the battle were left. But not for long. As one true immortal self-destructed, the remaining 2 true immortals were completely wiped out by the power of the self-destruction and the lightning tribulation of rules. Until now, a total of 28 true immortals had fallen. Emperor Zhao looked at the rule monument in front of him and was already walking forward. At this moment, no other powerhouses came to stop him. South Continent, Qin Shujian arrived at the God Clan's territory. It was also at this time that the emperors achieved the Tao. He raised his head and looked in the direction of North Continent. Then, he raised his gaze and saw a person in the long river of rules. His eyes were full of coldness. The ancient Buddha Emperor. The ancient Buddha clan followed the rules of power, and the other party wanted to take this opportunity to achieve the Tao. However, Qin Shujian did not immediately stop him, because he had more important things to do. He took a step forward. The power of true essence erupted and covered the entire God Clan's territory. All of a sudden, a powerful aura rose from below, and blood clouds lingered in the sky, indicating that another true immortal had appeared. Then, a beam of cold light blasted over, obliterating the power that had enveloped the territory of the Protoss. Then, the void cracked. A white-robed man with a decaying aura walked out of the God Clan's secret realm and landed in front of Qin Shujian. Full moon of the God Clan greets Emperor Qin. You want to stop Ben Huang? Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back, showing no fear toward the true immortal in front of him. Instead, his aura became even more powerful. The true immortal attacked. This was already within his expectations. The divine emperor should be clear about his strength. At this time, if he did not let the true immortal attack, the God Clan would have no one to contend with him. The full moon said calmly, I am from the God Clan, so I can't just sit and watch the God Clan perish. Emperor Qin, why do you have to be the enemy of the God Clan? If you don't retreat now, I can guarantee that the God Clan will not take the initiative to be the enemy of the human clan in the future. There is one thing that you may not understand. Qin Shujian shook his head, then looked at the full moon with contempt, a sneer on his face. There has never been a God Clan. You are just traitors of the human clan. Compared to the other clans, traitors like you are more hateful. So you don't have to speak so righteously. A traitor is a traitor. Even if you put on a coat, you can't get rid of your identity and the fact that you are a traitor. After the end of the ancient times, you betrayed the human clan and ignored the difficulties of the human clan. This is the first crime. After betraying the human clan, you joined the other clans and defected to the enemy. This is the second crime. You betrayed the human clan and became the enemy of the human emperor. This is the third crime. The 3 crimes should be punished together. You should die. In the end, Qin Shujian's cold eyes fell on the full moon, and he shouted in a deep voice, Today, as the human emperor, I kill all traitors of the human clan. Full moon, if you still remember the blood of the human clan flowing in your body, you should kill yourself on the spot. The full moon was silent. He did not answer, but he did not take any action to kill himself. At this time, another momentum rose in the secret realm of the God Clan. The mother stream of rules shook. A rule was opened up from it. The divine emperor walked out from it and was already on the path to becoming the Tao. Such a change. Naturally, it could not escape Qin Shujian's attention. The divine emperor is becoming the Tao. He instantly understood the purpose of the full moon. To intercept him. To buy enough time for the God Clan and for the divine emperor to successfully become the Tao. As long as the divine emperor became the Tao. With a perfected immortal, the God Clan would not be destroyed. The full moon spoke slowly, and his voice was still calm. It's useless to say more. You should retreat, Emperor Qin. The separation of the God Clan from the human clan is recognized by heaven and earth. Since 800,000 years ago, the blood flowing in our bodies is no longer the blood of the human clan, but the blood of the God clan. If you retreat now, the God clan and the human clan will not invade each other. Are you sure you can stop Ben Huang? Emperor Qin is very powerful. I am not sure I can defeat him, but it is not a problem to stop him. The full moon spoke the truth. As soon as he finished, the void cracked. Qin Shujian punched out. The terrifying fist aura shattered the void and turned the space within 10,000 miles into turbulence. In the face of such an attack, the full moon stretched out his jade-like palm and directly smoothed out all the fluctuations. The power of a perfected immortal is not something you can imagine. It is not that easy to kill an immortal. He shook his head slightly. The full moon did not have the confidence to take down Qin Shujian. The reason was that it had been sealed for too long, and its strength had fallen. In addition, the other party was also very powerful. Under the threat of the thunder calamity, it was not easy to suppress him. However, this did not mean that the full moon was afraid of Qin Shujian. As a perfected immortal, he also had his own pride. Is that so? Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and took a step forward. Boom, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was used. His combat strength soared to 240,000. Another step forward. The rule of strength descended. His combat strength soared to 420,000. Then, another step forward. The rule of alchemy descended. His combat strength soared to 720,000. The rule of forging descended. The rule of array descended. 4 steps forward. The rule of 4 descended. The increase reached 6 times. At this moment, Qin Shujian's combat strength soared to 840,000. His aura was as powerful as the abyss. Without any movement, it suppressed the world and shattered the sky. What do you think of Ben Huang's current strength? Qin Shujian looked at the full moon with a smile on his face. He twisted his neck. The space around his head collapsed again. Since comprehending the rule of forging and the rule of array Dao, this was the first time Qin Shujian had displayed all his strength. That terrifying aura. It directly changed the expression of the true immortal from the God clan. He could no longer maintain his calm. That's impossible. How could your battle strength become so high? 4 rules. You haven't become an immortal yet, but you dare to walk 4 rules at the same time. The full moon was shocked. 4 rules. He never thought that Qin Shujian would walk 4 rules at the same time, and the other party had succeeded. The power of the rule of amplification. It made him feel as if he was not facing a celestial cultivator, but a perfected immortal at his peak. The aura was like the abyss. The full moon felt its body trembling slightly. The current him. Facing such an expert, he had no confidence at all. Only when he was at his peak. Only then would he have the confidence to fight. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The second-level immortal at his peak had been worn down by countless years and could still retain some of his strength. At this moment, the full moon was afraid. He was not afraid that he would die. From the moment he walked out of the sealed land, he had never thought of living. What the full moon was truly afraid of was that the God clan would cause destruction. Yes, destruction. When Qin Shujian revealed all his trump cards, the full moon seemed to have seen the scene of the God clan's destruction. With his current strength, he could not stop Qin Shujian. Even if a divine emperor became an immortal, he might not have the strength. Thinking of this, the full moon said with difficulty, if the God clan is willing to surrender to the human clan, Emperor Qin may let the God clan live. This perfected immortal was begging, looking at Qin Shujian with eyes full of hope. Qin Shujian took out the God-slayer from his sea of consciousness, his expression indifferent. From the moment you betrayed the human clan, there was no turning back. You should know better than Ben Huang what the consequences of betrayal are. If the God clan betrays you, I'm afraid you won't be lenient. As soon as he finished speaking, the God-slayer slashed out. This was the first time Qin Shujian had fully activated the power of the God-slayer. All the vital essence contained in his body was gathered on the stone knife. The moment the stone knife slashed out, A vast and ancient aura swept out. This knife. It seemed to have shattered heaven and earth, but also seemed to have cut off time and space. In front of this knife, no existence could stop it, not even a perfected immortal. All the God Clan cultivators involuntarily raised their heads at this time, wanting to see what was going on with this knife. In the void. The full moon had just raised his hand, but it fell down powerlessly. Boom, his body was divided into two, and then slowly worn out by Zhu Bing's power. A rain of blood poured down in the South Continent. In the God Clan's territory, all the cultivators who raised their heads to see the knife had their eyes dead. When the breeze blew by, they disappeared without a trace like sandstorms. This knife. Not only did it kill a perfected immortal, but it also killed all the cultivators who witnessed it. Zhu Bing's power was as deep as the abyss and hell. However, Qin Shujian had used up a lot of vital essence to make this knife slash with all his might, but he didn't care. After taking out a hallow pill and swallowing it, he completely recovered. Then, he tore open the God Clan's secret realm and entered it. In the outer God Clan territory, all the living beings died under the power of the Godslayer. The only place where the God Clan still existed was probably in the secret realm. At this time, the God Clan in the secret realm panicked. Some weak God Clan members were so scared that their souls had left their bodies. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, many God Clan members knelt down and begged for mercy, weeping bitterly. For the sake of being a fellow human, please let me live. Emperor Qin, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to return to the human race. Don't kill me, don't kill me. They were also afraid of death. In other words, there was no living being who wasn't afraid of death. Whether it was the God Clan or the human race. At this moment, nothing mattered to them. As long as they could live, they could abandon everything else. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he looked down at the many God Clan members below. Being born as a god is the greatest sin you have ever committed. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura exploded. In an instant, the God Clan's secret realm collapsed, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. All the God Clan cultivators below the divinity level were crushed into powder under the suppression of this aura. Only a few divinity level cultivators survived. A God Clan elder cried out in grief, pointing at Qin Shujian and cursing, "You executioner, even if I die, I won't let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force descended, causing his physical body to explode and his divine spirit to be obliterated. Then, Qin Shujian threw out another punch, covering all the God Clan divinities in it. 840,000 combat power. The divinities were just ants that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. At this point, in the God Clan's secret realm, there were no longer any living cultivators. From beginning to end, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. In private, to deal with the rebels, he naturally had to kill them all. In public, there was no right or wrong in the war between the races. So, no matter how one looked at it, the God Clan would undoubtedly be destroyed. Just as all the living beings of the God Clan died, the Emperor God's heart ached. In just an instant, he understood what had happened. Immediately, the Emperor God roared in grief and indignation, "Emperor Qin, you dare to destroy the God Clan. From now on, Benhuang will not rest until you die." He never expected. The plenilune had already been unsealed. Why couldn't it stop Qin Shujian's footsteps? The other party's strength. Was he so powerful that even a true immortal couldn't stop him? The Emperor God couldn't believe it. But, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, the truth was the truth. Everything had happened, and the God Clan's providence had also reflected everything. So, the Emperor God also knew that all the members of the God Clan had died. At this moment, his heart was already occupied by hatred. As the Emperor of the God Clan, he had to avenge the fallen members of his clan. When Benhuang proves his Tao and becomes an immortal, I will use the blood of billions of humans to wash away the hatred of the God Clan. Benhuang will not rest until you die. The Emperor God's eyes were incomparably cold. Now that the battlefield of rules had opened, it was only a matter of time before he became an immortal. At the same time, there wouldn't be any experts from other forces coming to stop him. Because of the path he took, the Emperor God had already killed all the experts who conflicted with his own rules. Now, this path. Only he could walk alone. According to the original agreement, the myriad races couldn't release a true immortal to stop him now. As for the human clan, the Emperor God could now be sure that there were no true immortals. Otherwise, when Emperor Zhao achieved his Tao, there would have been a true immortal. Because of this, he had great confidence in his Tao at this moment. At the end of the long river of rules, a monument was erected in the middle of it. The Emperor God stepped on the long river of rules. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and his body was also undergoing subtle changes. Under the support of hatred. Although he was the last expert to walk the path of Tao, however, his speed was much faster than any other cultivator. He would destroy all the God clan. Qin Shujian didn't pluck the spirit vein in the God clan's secret realm, nor did he touch the entire secret realm for the time being. Instead, he turned around and left. In the outside world, the Emperor God was only half the distance to the Rule Monument. Do you want to achieve Tao and take revenge? Qin Shujian looked at the Emperor God in the long river of rules with a faint smile on his face. The Emperor God wanted to fight to the death with the human clan. Such a declaration. It had already made him feel something in his heart. It was also at this moment that the destiny of the human clan told Qin Shujian how great a threat it would be if he didn't kill the Emperor God. Are you afraid? No, you can't be afraid. As the destiny of the human clan, how can you be afraid of a small Emperor God? Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Then, he extracted the long river of rules from his sea of consciousness. Xia Yi's half of the long river of rules. The next moment, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of the long river of rules and forcefully bombarded the Emperor God's long river of rules. Instantly, the long river of rules shook. A gap appeared from within. Immediately after, a person walked out and directly blocked in front of the Emperor God. Since you want to fight to the death with the human clan, why wait until you achieve immortal ascension? Why don't you and I compete here and see who can walk to the end? Emperor Qin. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically. Qin Shujian's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. You didn't follow the Emperor God's laws, how can you enter the battlefield of rules? Impossible. The Emperor God's expression was very complicated. Disbelief, fear, hatred, anger, all kinds of emotions gathered together, making his expression extremely strange. Very soon, the Emperor God reacted. Looking at the power that broke into the battlefield of rules, his expression instantly became gloomy. You borrowed the ownerless law to enter here. In order to stop Ben Huang from achieving Tao, you are actually willing to sacrifice an ownerless law. Qin Shujian's decisiveness. It was unexpected. An ownerless law represented a path to immortal ascension. Such an opportunity. In order to stop him from achieving Tao, the other party said that he didn't want it. Seeing this, the Emperor God's heart gradually sunk. But very soon, his face revealed a cold expression. But even if you borrowed the ownerless law to enter here, you can't stop Ben Huang from achieving Tao. Don't forget, this is where Ben Huang's law is. In his battlefield of rules, unless a cultivator walked the same law, there was no possibility of borrowing the power of the law. In this way, it was equivalent to the Emperor God being able to borrow the power of the law while Qin Shujian couldn't. This was the Emperor God's only confidence now. Your strength is strong, but without this, how much stronger can you be than Ben Huang? You'll know when you try. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently. He took a step forward. His fist shattered the galaxy and blasted toward the Emperor God. In an instant, the power of the law descended. The Emperor God erupted with terrifying power and also blasted a punch toward Qin Shujian. The two fists collided. The long river of rules surged violently. Qin Shujian took 2 steps back. His fist had already cracked, but he soon recovered. On the other side, the Emperor God's body swayed slightly. In this exchange, the winner was obvious. The Emperor God laughed loudly. In the long river of rules, Ben Huang is the strongest. You are not qualified to stop Ben Huang from achieving Dao. On the other side, Qin Shujian was not surprised by the Emperor God's strength. After walking more than half the distance in the long river of rules, the other party's physical body had already transformed to the level of a half-immortal body. In terms of combat strength, the Emperor God's combat strength had probably broken through to 200,000. However, Qin Shujian was not afraid. Looking at the Emperor God's proud expression, he took a step forward and performed lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His combat strength soared from 120,000 to 240,000. After that, the Godslayer was taken out from his sea of consciousness. Then let Ben Huang see if you really can't stop him from achieving Dao. Boom! The Godslayer slashed out, its stone knife shooting out endless light. Terrifying power. The stimulating long river of rules stirred up waves. However, those waves were like ordinary splashes in front of the knife light. They were easily torn apart and suppressed, and then the remaining force blasted toward the Emperor God. In an instant, the Emperor God was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he threw out a punch. The force of the punch collided with the knife light. Boom! The force of the punch was instantly annihilated, and the remaining knife light bombarded the Emperor God's body. An indelible wound appeared on the Emperor God's half-immortal body. Blood that had almost completely transformed into golden blood gushed wildly from the wound. His body instinctively wanted to heal the wound. However, there was a lingering knife chi lingering on it, constantly eroding his flesh and making it impossible for his body to recover. Your strength, the Emperor God was horrified. He had transformed into a half-immortal body. In the long river of rules, even if there were ancient true immortals blocking his path, he was confident that he could contend against them. But now, he could not even block a single strike from the other party. The Emperor God was certain. Qin Shujian clearly did not use the power of rules. He was purely relying on the strength of his body to fight the enemy. Why? Why is your body so tyrannical? The Emperor God's face was crazed, but more than that, he could not believe it. Qin Shujian smiled and said softly, "If you can take 10 strikes from Ben Huang and not die, then Ben Huang will tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, another strike of the knife was launched. The Emperor God was terrified. He wanted to flee, but there was nothing he could do. Because this was the battlefield of rules. There was no such thing as retreating in the battle of Dao Ascension. Either he succeeded, or he died. Therefore, the Emperor God had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist Qin Shujian's attack. Boom! The Godslayer slashed down. The Emperor God's body crumbled, his blood spilling into the long river of rules. Qin Shujian took a step forward and slashed again. Boom! Boom! Qin Shujian had the absolute upper hand in the battlefield of rules. He slashed out again and again, and the Emperor God had no room to fight back. When it came to the 7th strike, the Emperor God let out a final roar before he was swallowed up by the knife chi. Bang! A terrifying power erupted, and the half-immortal body was directly shattered. With the Emperor God's death, the battlefield of rules shattered. And with the Emperor God's death, the last living being of the divine race disappeared. At this point, the divine race was declared extinct. When the divine race perished, the sovereigns of all the races in the 4 great continents had the same thought. They looked toward the South Continent in horror. The divine race, annihilated. In the millions of years since the end of the ancient times, there had never been a top clan that was annihilated. Now, the divine race was annihilated. It was the first top clan to be completely annihilated in a million years. The shock brought about by this matter, compared to the fall of other ancient true immortals, the fall of the Eldar, and the Cloud Tribe, it was many times more intense. The divine race is annihilated. The earthly sovereign was extremely shocked. Not only the earthly sovereign, even the Dog Emperor and the Black Emperor could not keep calm at this time. After a long time, the Dog Emperor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Now, only Emperor Qin has the ability to annihilate the divine race. If Ben Huang's guess is correct, it should be Emperor Qin who annihilated the entire divine race alone." Just now. The Dog Emperor also noticed the scene of Qin Shujian entering the long river of rules to stop the Emperor God from achieving Tao. Even the scene of the Emperor God's death did not escape their eyes. But there was one thing to know. For ordinary races and forces, sovereigns were the strongest existence. When a sovereign fell, there was a high probability that the race would be annihilated. However, this definitely did not include the top clans. This was because any of the top clans had a powerful foundation. Not to mention anything else. The ancient true immortals in the seal definitely existed. In other words, in order to annihilate a top clan, one must kill the true immortals of the clan. Now that the divine race was annihilated, that indirectly proved one thing. Qin Shujian. He had the strength to kill true immortals. Thinking of how the other party fought against 200 and killed more than half of the almighty experts of the 10,000 races, causing the remaining experts to flee, the Dog Emperor sighed deeply. Celestial immortals, Emperor Qin has such strength. Hearing that, the Black Emperor and the earthly sovereign were silent. Yes, Qin Shujian had such strength. Shi Yang also turned his head to look at the divine race, and then retracted his gaze. He now had the heaven list in his hand. He also sensed some of the movements of the human race. So, Shi Yang also knew about the annihilation of the divine race. But he did not care. Because the main goal of the human race now was to annihilate the demon race. Thinking of this, Shi Yang raised his head to look at the long river of laws again. There, Emperor Zhao had already walked more than half of the path, and was not far away from the law monument. Father is going to achieve Tao. In this way, the human race will have one true immortal, and with Emperor Qin, it is equivalent to the human race having two living true immortals. Now that the divine race has been annihilated, if we also annihilate the demon race, how many races in the 4 continents will be able to compete with the human race? Shi Yang understood. In this battle, the human race had officially risen. However, the joy in his heart had all turned into cold killing intent at this time. Therefore, in the territory of the demon race, they had arrived. There, many demon race experts formed an army and were waiting. Shi Yang shouted loudly, Emperor Qin has already annihilated the divine race. Today we will annihilate the demon race to congratulate Emperor Zhao on achieving Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not use the heaven list, but directly took out the ancient bronze sword and took the lead to kill the demon race experts. As Shi Yang attacked, the human cultivators and the 3 clans also immediately attacked. When the battle broke out, the void trembled and shattered, and a 10,000 zhong long true dragon appeared from within. Its huge dragon head looked at the Dog Emperor and the others. Its voice was terrifyingly cold. Do you really want to fight the demon race to the death? Since things have already come to this, there is no need for Demon Emperor to speak nonsense, the Dog Emperor said calmly. He was not as strong as the Demon Emperor. If he faced him alone, the Dog Emperor was not confident in winning. But now that he had a few teammates with him, he still had the courage to face the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor said, very good, but unfortunately, your opponent today is not Ben Huang. After saying that, blood clouds covered the sky. A person walked out from the demon race's secret realm, his body emitting a terrifying aura. A true immortal. The expressions of the Dog Emperor and the others changed. Their originally calm expressions turned serious at this moment. They knew. The demon race definitely had a true immortal left behind. Therefore, the Dog Emperor and the others were mentally prepared. When the true immortal of the demon race appeared, the Demon Emperor soared into the sky. A 10,000 zhong long true dragon entered the mother stream of law. Rumble. The mother stream of law trembled, and a long river of law was formed. In an instant, the Demon Emperor had stepped into the ranks of Tao. The Demon Emperor has achieved Tao. Qin Shujian felt it, and saw the 10,000 zhong long true dragon walking out of the mother stream of law. His expression became serious. If he remembered correctly, the Demon Emperor's talent was only superior, and there was almost no hope for him to become an immortal. However, the other party still reached this step. This way, the Demon Emperor's foundation and strength, compared to the other emperors, was much more terrifying. After all, not everyone could break through the shackles of talent. But those who could break through the shackles of talent were definitely not simple people. P.S. As mentioned before, because I printed it at my own expense, and not for commercial use, although the printing cost is not that expensive, the quantity is still quite a lot. The author's ability is limited, and I can't give everyone a free copy, so I can only give it to them through an event. If you are interested, take a look at the event details in the comments section. Chapter 655. The Demon Emperor achieved the Tao. Qin Shujian was a little surprised. He had guessed that the Demon Emperor would not be able to achieve the Tao. So, in order to prevent the Demon Clan from having more true immortals, he asked the 3 clans to join forces and let Shi Yang bring him to the Heaven List to suppress the true immortals who broke the seal. Now, the luck of the human clan had increased greatly. The Heaven List itself was an 8-seal Tao artifact. With the gathering of the human clan's luck, it turned into a treasure of luck. With the 2 added together, its power had already surpassed an ordinary 9-seal Tao artifact. A true immortal at his peak was naturally not afraid of a 9-seal Tao artifact. But a sealed true immortal. His strength had been worn down for hundreds of thousands of years, and he was punished by the Thunder Tribulation. It was not impossible for the Heaven List to suppress him. So, Qin Shujian did not expect the Demon Emperor to achieve the Tao. But even if he achieved the Tao, in his opinion, it was not necessarily a bad thing. No matter what, it would not affect the human clan's war against the demon clan. After killing the Divine Emperor, Qin Shujian looked at the battlefield of laws where the ancient Buddha Emperor was. After time passed, the ancient Buddha Emperor had already walked more than half of the journey. His strength had already surpassed ordinary half-immortals and reached an extremely powerful level. He wants to achieve the Tao. How can it be so easy? Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the law of strength loomed under his feet. He also followed the law of strength. The ancient Buddha Emperor did not follow the ancient Buddha law, but chose to follow the law of strength. In that case, whether he could succeed in achieving the Tao, he would have to ask Emperor Qin first. The battlefield of laws shook. Qin Shujian had already appeared in front of the ancient Buddha Emperor. Qin Shujian. The ancient Buddha Emperor's eyes were cold. He had already mentally prepared himself for this scene. Blood clouds surged in the sky. A stone man walked out of the ancient Buddha secret realm. The law of strength spread under his feet and directly broke into the battlefield of laws. This was the ancient Buddha Emperor's final trump card. The 3 true immortals of the ancient Buddha clan. The first true immortal died in the hands of Marquis Baiyun. The second true immortal died in the battlefield of laws. This was the 3rd true immortal. He was also the last true immortal. With the arrival of the ancient Buddha true immortal, the ancient Buddha Emperor revealed a confident smile. Qin Huang, you are indeed strong. But so what? In the current situation, your human race can't possibly bring out a true immortal. In his opinion, Qin Shujian had no chance of winning. His strength had transformed, and he was now stronger than ordinary half-immortals. Moreover, he had the help of an ancient true immortal from the ancient Buddha clan. In terms of strength, even in his prime, the ancient Buddha Emperor had the confidence to contend with a lower 3 true immortal. Qin Shujian was very strong. But he definitely hadn't become an immortal. As such, the ancient Buddha Emperor naturally had nothing to fear. There is no need for the true immortals of my clan to do anything to kill you. Qin Shujian sneered. Unknowingly, the stone saber had appeared in his hand. He took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth with 2 steps, the power of the rules descended. Boom! A powerful aura rose from Qin Shujian's body, shaking the long river of laws violently. Because of the rules of the battlefield. Apart from the law of strength, there was no increase in the other laws. But even so, Qin Shujian's current combat power could reach 420,000. That abyss-like aura rushed over. It made the ancient Buddha Emperor and the true immortal's expression change. You are very strong. Even in my prime, I might not be able to deal with you. I always thought that celestial immortal slaying was just a legend. But now, it seems that I was a frog in a well. The true immortal said slowly. There was a lot of emotion in his eyes. Celestial immortal slaying. After the end of the ancient era, this was a legend. The true immortal ancient Buddha was born 300,000 years ago and sealed 200,000 years ago. There was no chance for him to defeat such a legendary figure. On the other side, the ancient Buddha emperor's expression turned even uglier. Celestial immortal slaying. Is there really someone who can do that? Whether it is true or not, we will know after a battle. The true immortal ancient Buddha stepped forward, and the distance between him and the battlefield was instantly shortened. My emperor, there is no retreat in the battle to attain the Tao. You can't be afraid. I am invincible to anyone who stands in your way. If you are afraid, you will never reach the peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the true immortal ancient Buddha struck out a huge palm. The petrified palm was filled with dense Buddhist light, as if to devour and assimilate Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and slashed out with his stone knife. The knife light tore the sky and split the earth, instantly shattering the Buddhist light. The remaining power didn't stop, suppressing the true immortal ancient Buddha. The true immortal ancient Buddha didn't panic. A golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Then, he held a flower in his right hand and pushed it forward. A swastika came from his palm, instantly colliding with the knife light. The two forces collided. They cancelled each other out. Only the long river of laws was shaken. Waves thousands of feet high rose from the river, trying to swallow everything that didn't belong here. Seeing this, the true immortal ancient Buddha frowned, but he instinctively retreated. The battlefield of laws was fair. Unless it was someone who followed the same rules, any external force that tried to block the path would be treated unkindly here. The lack of laws was one of the reasons. And there was the risk of being overturned by the waves. The waves of the river were not ordinary waves. Every drop of river water weighed billions of pounds. If a wave hit, even a true immortal would be drowned. However, the true immortal ancient Buddha retreated. But it didn't mean that Qin Shujian had to retreat. He took a step forward, and the waves of the river were all suppressed. The Godslayer seemed to condense the killing power of heaven and earth, shooting out a terrifying knife light. This knife. Qin Shujian didn't hide anything. Seeing this, the ancient Buddha emperor didn't just stand there and watch. The road ahead had been blocked by Qin Shujian. If he wanted to reach the end of the path, he had to get rid of those who stood in his way. Boom, the ancient Buddha emperor stepped forward, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. Then, he punched straight at Qin Shujian. A simple punch. It seemed to occupy all the vision of heaven and earth. Faced with this punch, Qin Shujian responded with a direct slash of his blade. The Godslayer slashed out. The fist aura shattered, and the remaining power didn't stop. It landed heavily on the ancient Buddha emperor's fist. Even the half-immortal body couldn't resist the endless sharpness and directly tore it apart. In an instant, the fist cracked and shattered. Beneath the petrified skin, there was golden blood and golden bones. The ancient Buddha emperor grunted. An even more powerful force surged forth and healed his injuries in an instant. However, he had just recovered from his injuries when Qin Shujian's attack came again. Facing this, the ancient Buddha emperor could only retreat. Kill. The true immortal ancient Buddha roared and struck out a palm. He didn't stop the Godslayer's attack. Instead, he directly bypassed the Godslayer and attacked Qin Shujian's body. In this, Qin Shujian didn't withdraw his knife. Instead, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched. Boom, fist and palm collided. Terrifying power spilled out. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. The ancient Buddha true immortal retreated 100 miles. The next moment, the three fought again. Now, the emperors had attained the Tao. There were no less than 20 or 30 powerhouses who had truly stepped onto the long river of laws. However, with so many emperors achieving the Tao, There was only one place where there was a true powerhouse blocking the Tao. That was the battlefield where the ancient Buddha emperor was. The rest of the battlefield, it was much calmer. This was normal. Before Marquis Baiyun and Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, there were already 28 true immortals who had fallen, in addition to the other true immortals. After this battle, there were already more than 30 true immortals who had broken out of the seal. More than 30 true immortals. No matter how much foundation they had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, it was about this number. It could be said that the true immortals sealed by the various clans had been exhausted. From the destruction of the God clan, it could be seen. Even the top clans didn't have any foundation to speak of. Otherwise, the God clan wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. It was also because of this. The emperors of the various clans were so eager to attain the Tao. There was only one reason. There were no more sealed true immortals in the clans. If they still didn't become immortals, it would be difficult in the future. So, it was inevitable that the emperors would attain the Tao and become immortals. The Soul Guardian race. The Soul Guardian Emperor's expression was very ugly. The emperors attaining the Tao was something he didn't expect. He originally thought, after he became an immortal, the Soul Guardian race would be able to become a top clan, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. The reason was, it was because when he attained the Tao, the rules were broken and his strength was severely damaged. It was said that he was a true immortal. But in reality, he was much weaker than a real true immortal. And all of this was caused by the Blood Eldar. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the Soul Guardian Emperor's heart soared. Then, he saw Bloodling Huang, who was opening up the battlefield. His expression was struggling and hesitating for a long time. If it was possible. He didn't want Bloodling Huang to attain the Tao so smoothly. But the Soul Guardian race wasn't the Blood Eldar. In terms of ancient foundation and remaining experts, the Soul Guardian race was far inferior to the Blood Eldar. There was no problem blocking the Tao. But the Soul Guardian Emperor was worried that the Blood Eldar still had hidden true immortals who hadn't appeared. After all, he had the confidence to stop Bloodling Huang, but he didn't have the confidence to fight against a sealed true immortal. If that was the case, there would be no way to stop the other party from attaining the Tao. In this way, if Bloodling Huang succeeded in attaining the Tao, the Soul Guardian race and the Blood Eldar would become mortal enemies. This was also the reason why the Soul Guardian Emperor was hesitating. Blocking the Tao enmity wouldn't rest until one of them died. But after hesitating for a while, the Soul Guardian Emperor suddenly came to his senses. The Blood Eldar stopped Ben Huang from attaining the Tao, so it's already an irreconcilable enmity. If Bloodling Huang succeeded in attaining the Tao, I'm afraid he might not let the Soul Guardian race go. Since that's the case, what's there to hesitate about? He thought of the key point. Killing intent appeared on the Soul Guardian Emperor's face. Next, the long river of rules extended out from the Soul Guardian realm and directly broke into the battlefield. The long river of rules shook. The Soul Guardian Emperor walked out of the gap. Bloodling Huang, if you want to attain the Tao, you have to step over Ben Huang. Hearing that, Bloodling Huang's footsteps paused. Standing in the battlefield, his aura naturally overflowed, suppressing the river without any undulation. He looked at the Soul Guardian Emperor in front of him, his eyes calm. Ben Huang didn't plan to attack the Soul Guardian race so soon, but since you dared to block the Tao, you're dragging the entire Soul Guardian race into the abyss of destruction. After Ben Huang attains the Tao, the Soul Guardian race will be the first to be destroyed. Calm words. But it made the Soul Guardian Emperor feel an uncontrollable chill in his heart. But soon, the chill was dispelled by him. Looking coldly at Bloodling Huang, the Soul Guardian Emperor didn't hide his killing intent. Attaining the Tao, you won't have the chance. After saying that, the Soul Guardian race stepped on the battlefield of rules. An invisible divine sense stirred up a gust of wind in the long river. In the blink of an eye, it covered Bloodling Huang. Bloodling Huang's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and shot out a burst of energy, forcibly tearing the gust of wind that swept over. The two collided. A great battle had already begun. On the other side, in the battlefield of rules of strength, Qin Shujian was fighting 1 against 2. With the boost from the rules of strength, his combat power had reached 420,000. The ancient Buddha true immortal was a true immortal. But after hundreds of thousands of years, his strength had fallen to a freezing point. There was a certain gap between him and Qin Shujian. Moreover, the Godslayer was Zhu Bing. Sharp as a blade. It could even cut through the body of an immortal. As for the ancient Buddha Emperor, his strength had transformed a lot, but there was still a considerable gap between him and a true immortal. Therefore, the two peak half-immortals joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage in the face of Qin Shujian's attack. Boom! The energy saber tore through the void and sent the ancient Buddha true immortal flying. In the sky above the long river of rules, the blood-colored tribulation lightning descended and bombarded the ancient Buddha true immortal. He'd been injured by Zhu Bing to begin with. Now that he was attacked by the tribulation lightning, his injuries worsened. His aura instantly weakened. The golden lotus bloomed. The ancient Buddha Emperor's face was solemn as he put his palms together. Then, endless Buddha light emerged from the center of his palms. Then, 2 huge handprints pressed down on Qin Shujian. 2 handprints. They were like mountain peaks that connected heaven and earth. Do you really think you're Tathagata? Qin Shujian sneered as he looked at the descending handprints. The ancient Buddha Emperor was not Tathagata. He was not Sun Wukong, either. He was still far from being able to suppress Yi Shiwen. The energy saber tore through the sky, and its terrible power instantly shattered the handprints. The moment the void collapsed, the remaining attack slashed toward the ancient Buddha Emperor. The golden lotus under his feet shone brightly. After pushing it to the limit, the golden lotus shattered with a bang. Finally, the energy saber slashed the ancient Buddha Emperor's body. Stone fragments flew. His flesh and blood were worn down. The ancient Buddha Emperor's aura weakened. At this moment, the tribulation lightning became even more powerful. The ancient Buddha true immortal took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Whether my emperor can attain the Tao or not depends on this." As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the Godslayer's attack and rushed directly to Qin Shujian's side. Then, his body exploded with a loud bang. A terrible power spread out in all directions with the ancient Buddha true immortal as the starting point. The waves of destruction. Everything it touched was annihilated and shattered. Qin Shujian did not hesitate. He took a step back, and it was as if his feet could shorten the distance of thousands of miles. However, he retreated very quickly. The aftershock of the ancient Buddha true immortal self-destruction was even faster. The terrible power bombarded his body, causing his body, which had reached the limit of a heavenly being, to collapse uncontrollably. The power of destruction. It was as if it wanted to wear away Qin Shujian's flesh and blood little by little. Soon, a huge star river diagram appeared inside his body. Boundless starlight daoist rhymes overflowed from it, counteracting and suppressing the destructive power. At this moment, the ancient Buddha Emperor could not care less about the sadness in his heart. He took a step forward and punched at Qin Shujian, tearing apart all the aftershock of destruction. Boom! The fist bombarded. It hit Qin Shujian's chest directly. The galaxy diagram vibrated. It intercepted all of the power that was coming at him. Under the effect of the galaxy diagram, this punch, which was enough to destroy heaven and earth, only cracked his body slightly. But it recovered in an instant. Is this the strongest power you can unleash? Qin Shujian's eyes were indifferent, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. The ancient Buddha Emperor's face was full of shock. Before he could react, the Godslayer had already slashed out again. The terrifying blade. In the blink of an eye, the ancient Buddha Emperor's body was torn apart, and he was sent flying. Then, Qin Shujian slashed out again, and the ancient Buddha Emperor's injuries became even more serious. The ancient Buddha Emperor's heart was filled with both rage and fear. But in the face of Qin Shujian's continuous attacks, he was not qualified to fight back. At this moment, he felt the fear of death. Yes, death. The last true immortal of the ancient Buddha clan had fallen. With his current strength, there was no way he could contend with Qin Shujian. Even if he wanted to cut off the long river of laws, it was also impossible for him to interrupt the process of Tao attainment. Everything was moving towards an irreversible situation. Finally, the stone blade slashed out. The ancient Buddha emperor's body was torn apart, and the battlefield of laws shook violently. Qin Shujian kept his blade and looked at the monument at the end of the long river of laws. He did not touch it. Because he was not qualified to reach that step. More importantly, the ancient Buddha emperor who opened the battlefield of laws had fallen, and this place was about to collapse. There was no time for Qin Shujian to walk the long river of laws. At the same time, at the moment of the ancient Buddha emperor's death, the ancient Buddha clan's hearts surged with grief. My emperor has fallen. Gather all the clansmen and enter the ancient Buddha secret realm. No true immortals are allowed to come out. The remaining almighty of the ancient Buddha clan looked horrified and immediately made the right decision. At this moment, all the true immortals in the seal had fallen. Even the ancient Buddha emperor, who had a chance of successfully Tao attainment, died in the battlefield of laws. In addition to the previous battle, the ancient Buddha clan had lost many almighties. It could be said that, from this moment on, the ancient Buddha clan had fallen from a top clan to one of the weakest clans. There were no Nirvana realm powerhouses. There were no emperors at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. There were only a few almighties at the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being realm. They were much more miserable than the weaker clans. So, the moment the ancient Buddha emperor fell, the almighty who stayed in the ancient Buddha secret realm instantly recognized the realm as its master. Then, he summoned all the clansmen who could retreat into the ancient Buddha secret realm. Then, the entire secret realm was sealed. Not only that, the ancient Buddha mystic realm completely broke away from its original void and escaped towards an unknown void. Such a method. Naturally, it caused the void to shake. The cultivators in the cities of the ancient Buddha territory looked at the collapsed void in the distance with complicated expressions. The top clan in the past has finally declined. However, the ancient Buddha clan is decisive enough. They gave up the million-year operation just like that and fled with the entire secret realm. Hey, what can they do if they don't flee? Don't forget that the God clan was destroyed not long ago. With the strength of Emperor Qin, even if the secret realm is sealed, how much can it stop him? Giving up at this time is the right thing to do. Many cultivators sighed with emotion. There were also cultivators who agreed with the ancient Buddha clan's method. The ancient Buddha clan's strength was greatly reduced. If they did not give up, they were afraid that they would face the hidden danger of extinction. The God clan was already destroyed. There was no reason for the ancient Buddha clan to survive. On the contrary, they left with the ancient Buddha secret realm and fled into the void. At that time, they could find a place to settle down. It would not be easy for the human clan to find the location of the ancient Buddha clan. Such a method. It was abandoning the rook to save the king. When the ancient Buddha clan had just retreated, the sky was covered with blood clouds. Instantly, those cultivators who were gloating at the ancient Buddha clan's misfortune turned green. The blood demon is here again. Mother *K, the ancient Buddha clan has already left. Why is the blood demon still coming? Who knows? Quick, raise the array. Where is the array coming from? The ancient Buddha clan's people have all run away. Who can activate the array? This, the cultivators in the ancient Buddha territory wailed. As for Sai Han Hai, they feared him from the bottom of their hearts. There was no other way. Every time he appeared, it was accompanied by countless deaths and injuries. Originally, the ancient Buddha clan was still resisting, so it was not to the point of collapse. But now, the ancient Buddha clan had all run away. Among the remaining cultivators, who could resist this famous blood demon? The blood clouds surged. They transformed into Sai Han Hai's appearance. I'm late. I didn't expect you to leave so quickly. He scanned with his divine will. Sai Hanhai understood what had happened. His face was full of regret. Then, he looked at the many cities in the ancient Buddha territory below, revealing a strange smile. All living beings suffer. Why don't you join my demon clan and enjoy the bliss? While talking, the blood clouds descended. In an instant, the entire ancient Buddha territory was covered. One by one, the demon clan cultivators were born from the blood clouds. Then, with scarlet eyes, they charged toward the cultivators below. Kill. Behead. Boom! A terrifying force pressed down. The Black Emperor was beaten until he coughed up blood and retreated. His powerful body was full of cracks. The destructive force lingered in it, constantly wearing down his physical strength. Not long after, another person fell. It was the Earth Emperor. The Black Emperor tilted his head and looked at the Earth Emperor, who was not much better than him, with a sneer on his face. To the Earth Emperor. He was unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Not only was he unhappy with the Earth Emperor, but he was also unhappy with the Dog Emperor. In the Black Emperor's view, both of them were betrayers. If it were not for their betrayal, he would not have ended up like this. Hearing that, the Earth Emperor sneered. You are not much better than me. Why do you have to say such nonsense? The Black Emperor did not pay any attention to this. After recovering from his injuries, he rejoined the battle once again. At this moment, the lightning tribulation crazily struck, but the demon clan True Immortal's strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Even with the lightning tribulation's interference, the Black Emperor and the other emperors of the three clans joined forces and could only barely delay it. There was no hope of victory at all. On the other side, Shi Yang was on the side holding the line. He had not used the heaven list in his hand so far, waiting for the most suitable time. These ancient true immortals who had their seals lifted. The biggest threat wasn't his weakened strength, but his reckless self-destruction. If an expert of this level were to self-destruct, apart from Emperor Zhao and the Qin Emperor, who were not much weaker than true immortals, no one could resist. So, Shi Yang's real role was to prevent this true immortal from self-destructing. However, he wasn't too worried about this matter. Everyone could understand. Now that the Demon Emperor was reaching the Tao, the real role of this true immortal was to stall for time. If the other party self-destructed, even if he could kill all the emperors of the three clans, it would not solve the current crisis of the Demon Clan. After all, the power of a true immortal's self-destruction did not distinguish between friend and foe. If he really self-destructed, it would be a lose-lose situation. It was not just one demon clan that was participating in the battle. There were also some vassal clans of the demon clan. The experts of these clans. If too many of them died because of the self-destruction of the demon clan's true immortal, they would no longer work for the demon clan. Once there was no support from the vassal clans. Without the existence of the true immortal. With the demon clan's current strength, they would not be able to resist the combined forces of the humans and the three clans. Therefore, in Shi Yang's opinion, the demon clan's true immortal would not self-destruct, nor would he dare to self-destruct. But even so, the intensity of the battle was not reduced at all. This battle. It was a battle to destroy the demon clan. All the clans were fighting with all their might. All the celestial cultivators were the main force of this battle. The battle had reached this point. Many celestial beings had already fallen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to destroy the demon clan, Shi Yang sighed in his heart. Attacking the demon clan. Not only did it involve the demon clan, but it also involved the interests of other clans. Right now, many forces were supporting the demon clan, causing the occupation to fall into a stalemate. In the battlefield of rules. It would not be long before the Demon Emperor attained the Tao. Once the other party succeeded, according to Shi Yang's estimation, the two clans would not easily break out into a life-and-death battle. So, instead of saying that this battle was to destroy the Demon Clan, it was better to say that it was a battle to completely display the power of the human clan and thus occupy a dominant position in the 4 great continents. But seriously speaking, Shi Yang still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, a glimmer of hope to destroy the demon clan. After an unknown period of time, the world shook. There were Sanskrit chants, golden flowers falling from the sky, and golden lotuses appearing on the ground. A long river of rules ran through the universe. A person stood at the end of the long river of rules. An abyss-like aura instantly swept across the 4 great continents, pressing down on the minds of all the living beings. The weak living beings all bowed down to that person in unison. Greetings, true immortal. The voices were as uniform as one, straight into the clouds. At this moment, heaven and earth congratulated. All living beings congratulated. An expert has succeeded in attaining the Tao. The Earth Sovereign resisted the urge to bow down and worship. Looking at the person standing at the end of the long river of rules in the sky, his face was already filled with shock. Attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. After 200,000 years, there was finally an expert attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. What a terrifying aura. It made the Earth Sovereign feel as small as an ant. Such power. It was definitely not something that those ancient true immortals who had broken out of the seal could possess. If one had to compare, only when Xia Yi of the human clan walked out of the eastern continent in the past could his abyss-like aura be comparable. It was also at this moment. The destiny of the human clan shook. The vast destiny of the human clan ran through the entire eastern continent and spread all the way to the human clan's territory. The illusory Zhao Emperor. He was suppressed in the long river of destiny of the human clan. Then, Shi Yang felt the heaven list in his hand tremble slightly, as if it was reflecting the destiny of the human clan. Father has become an immortal. A look of wild joy appeared on his face. Zhao Emperor had become an immortal. This was the greatest news for the human clan. At this moment, the morale of the human clan was greatly boosted. Haha, Zhao Emperor has become an immortal. Our human clan already has a true immortal. The destruction of the demon clan is at this moment. Kill. Dan Hao laughed out loud. Then, he seemed to have broken some kind of restriction, and the aura on his body was sublimated and instantly soared. 7th level of the Heaven Realm, Almighty Realm. After being silent for hundreds of years, Dan Hao felt like he had to say something when he broke through. In the end, a long roar resounded. Dan Hao's body was smooth, and then he charged toward the demon clan Almighty in front of him. True immortal. The demon clan True Immortal's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. The human clan was the first to succeed. This was the worst outcome. Not only that, the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Emperor struck fear into this true immortal of the demon race. This aura is definitely not something that a first-level immortal can possess. What kind of law did he follow? How can he have such a powerful aura after just breaking through? In the eyes of the demon clan True Immortal, Zhao Emperor's current strength was probably not much weaker than a second-level immortal. That vast and mighty rule. It made him completely confused. However, before the heaven and earth phenomenon completely disappeared, there was another Sanskrit chanting. Golden flowers scattered in the sky. Golden lotuses surged out of the ground. The demon clan's luck shook, and a true dragon tens of thousands of feet long stood at the end of the long river of laws. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering. Suddenly, the demon clan's aura also soared. The demon emperor had achieved Tao. This proved that there was going to be a true immortal in the demon clan. Compared to the demon clan, the human clan's face darkened. The demon emperor's Tao was too coincidental, and it happened one after the other. This was the most troublesome thing. Even Shi Yang. There was also a helpless look on his face. In the battlefield of laws, 2 emperors had achieved Tao one after another. The killing intent in Bloodling Huang's eyes soared, and endless power erupted in an instant, bombarding the Soul Protection Emperor's body. Suddenly, the Soul Protection Emperor was sent flying while coughing up blood. How dare you stop Ben Huang from achieving Tao? Die. Bloodling Huang did not intend to continue fighting. Zhao Emperor and the Demon Emperor had already achieved Tao, and there was no guarantee that the other emperors would also achieve Tao one after another. If this continued to drag on, Blood Eldar would be in big trouble. Achieving Tao was a race against time. Achieving Tao a moment later could bring about unpredictable changes. So, the Soul Protection Emperor must die. A terrifying power erupted, bombarding his body until it collapsed. The Soul Protection Emperor's face was full of disbelief. How can you be so strong? He could not believe it. He was a true immortal, but he was beaten to such a state by a half-immortal. Not long after the battle began. Although the Soul Protection Emperor was at a disadvantage, he was not as miserable as he was now. If not for the immortal body's resistance. Just now, he would have been completely defeated. As the first true immortal to achieve Tao, the Soul Protection Emperor could not accept such a fact. Blood Ling Huang's face was full of disdain, and he said sarcastically, "You are worthy of being called a true immortal. Previously, I didn't want to waste my time, so I turned a blind eye to your soul protection race. Do you really think that a trash like you is qualified to go against me, Blood Eldar? Today, Ben Huang will kill you, so as not to embarrass the true immortal." As soon as he finished, the attack erupted. At this moment, the Soul Protection Emperor felt the aura of death. He had no time to argue. He forcefully broke the battlefield of laws, and then fled downwards. Until now. What can't let Blood Ling Huang succeed in achieving Tao? What revenge? All of them were thrown to the back of the Soul Protection Emperor's mind. Blood Ling Huang's strength was far beyond the Soul Protection Emperor's imagination. If he continued to fight, only death awaited him. So, the Soul Protection Emperor simply fled. In the battlefield of laws, Blood Ling Huang looked at the Soul Protection Emperor who disappeared. His eyes were still cold. But he did not pursue it. Cultivators who broke through the Tao could forcefully break the battlefield of laws, but those who achieved Tao could not. The path of Tao. There was no life. There was no retreat at all. Only by walking to the end and leaving one's own imprint on the monument of laws could one truly be free from the battlefield of laws. Or else, there was only one path to walk, death. Without the Soul Protection Emperor's obstruction, Blood Ling Huang no longer had any resistance in the long river of laws. Every step forward, the aura on his body would become more tyrannical. After an unknown amount of time, he walked to the end of the long river of laws. His body had become crystal clear like jade, and an aura that suppressed the world emitted from it, causing the entire long river of laws to tremble slightly. Looking at the monument of laws in front of him, Blood Ling Huang left his own imprint on it. In an instant, heaven and earth chanted. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. After the human clan's Zhao Emperor and the monster clan's Monster Emperor, Blood Eldar's Blood Ling Huang became the third supreme expert to succeed in achieving Tao. The human clan, the monster clan, and the Blood Eldar, there are already three forces with true immortals. It won't be long before the other emperors succeed in achieving Tao. The four great continents have finally become the world of true immortals. Qin Shujian stood on a mountain peak, looking at the various strange phenomena in the sky. The power of worship did not affect him at all. The birth of a true immortal. This meant that the world of great battles had reached a peak. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said softly, "Was there such a prosperous situation in the ancient times? Such a situation will appear when any period of time declines to the extreme." The ancient times were destroyed, and heaven and earth were silent for many years. Until the beginning of the ancient times, such a situation appeared. The Celestial Emperor established the Celestial Court just to continue this prosperous situation. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Godslayer's voice came out. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Extreme misfortune leads to bliss. This was the inevitable principle of the operation of heaven and earth. No one could go against it, not even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven. However, the Godslayer thought of Qin Shujian. He was not sure whether the other party could continue this prosperous situation forever. Qin Shujian was silent. He withdrew his gaze from the strange phenomena, and finally, his gaze fell on the territory of the ancient Buddha clan. It had been completely covered by blood clouds. From the outside, it looked like a huge blood cocoon had completely swallowed up the ancient Buddha clan's territory. Although Qin Shujian was standing outside, he could feel the killing going on inside. However, he did not make a move to stop it. This time, he came here to destroy the ancient Buddha clan. However, the ancient Buddha secret realm ran too fast, and Qin Shujian had no way to catch a trace. P.S. The free book gift event can be stacked. One quota can get a book, 600,000 to 800,000 words. If there are 4 quotas, you can get a complete set of books, including but not limited to 4 volumes. Even if there are still updates later, the contents of the book will be added as a gift. Chapter 656. On this day, Emperor Zhao of the human race attained the Tao, and the powerhouses of the various races of the 4 great continents attacked the human territory. The Qin Emperor of the human race killed everyone and defeated the allied forces of the various races with his own strength. He went to the South Continent to destroy the God race, killed the God race's perfected immortals and divine emperors, and finally killed the ancient Buddha Emperor in the battlefield. At this point, a top race was destroyed, and a top race was completely weakened. On the same day, Marquis Baiyun of the human race killed 12 perfected immortals, and more than 30 perfected immortals of the various races died. The emperors attained the Tao. The 4 great continents entered the perfected immortal era. As the demon emperor succeeded in attaining the Tao, the perfected immortal of the demon race had a fierce expression and suddenly self-destructed. Boom! The moment he self-destructed, the heaven list suppressed him. A terrifying sealing force spread, trying to suppress the power of the self-destruction. At this moment, the Dog Emperor and the other 2 didn't need to say anything and immediately retreated. They had to retreat. The power of a perfected immortal's self-destruction was not something they could resist. The void within 100 miles was turned into a destructive pitch black. The void didn't even have the chance to become turbulent and was directly turned into powder by this power. The heaven list shook violently, trying its best to suppress the power of the self-destruction. Finally, boom, the sealing force shattered. The aftermath of the destruction swept in all directions. At this moment, a palm came down from the sky. Endless daoist rhymes circulated on the jade-like palm. In front of the palm, the destructive power was like a small flame that was easily extinguished. The void trembled slightly. A person walked out and landed in front of Shi Yang. Father. Shi Yang's face immediately lit up when he saw the person who came. The others. They all bowed in unison. Emperor Zhao. Even the Black Emperor and the other emperors of the 3 races. At this moment, they didn't dare to be rude and all bowed to greet him. It was very simple. Because the person in front of them was a perfected immortal. Everyone below the perfected immortal realm was an ant. This was a perfected immortal at his peak. Just like when the perfected immortal of the demon race self-destructed. That destructive force could easily annihilate a nirvana realm cultivator. But in front of Emperor Zhao, he was just an existence that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. With the appearance of Zhao Emperor, the morale of the human clan was greatly boosted. Looking at the demon clan, their faces were as ugly as if their parents had died. This was especially true for the experts from the vassal races. Now, in front of Zhao Emperor, his heart was beating violently. It was also at this moment. The void shook again. The demon emperor walked out in his human form and landed before Emperor Zhao. Greetings, demon emperor. The demonic beasts were overjoyed. The demon emperor had arrived. With the addition of a true immortal to their side, they immediately relaxed a little. Shortly after, the atmosphere of the scene became solemn. The true immortals of both sides had arrived. Next, either an even more intense battle would erupt, or they would stop here. The development of the situation. They were all in the hands of the rulers of the 2 races. I didn't expect you to succeed in proving your Tao. The demon emperor's expression was calm as he looked at the Zhao emperor in front of him. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was facing a true immortal at his peak. No one could be certain that they would be able to deal with it. Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Demon Emperor, do you think we should fight or make peace now? So what if we fight? So what if we make peace? Demon Emperor, if you want to fight, after today, there will only be one of us left in the 4 continents. Emperor Zhao's expression was dignified as he said in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. If that was really the case, it would be a battle to the death. If it reached that point, no one was confident that they could protect themselves. Perhaps by then, even the rulers might die in this battle. However, no one interrupted. The only ones who could make the decision now were the Demon Emperor and Emperor Zhao. If you want to make peace, the demonic beasts will retreat 1,000,000 miles in the western prefecture and divide this area into our territory. Emperor Zhao, are you very confident? The Demon Emperor's expression was gloomy. The demonic beasts retreated 1,000,000 miles. This was not a small matter. Once they did that, it was equivalent to the demonic beasts admitting that they were the losers of this battle. The news spread. It would have a great impact on the reputation of the demonic beasts. More importantly, if the territory was reduced, it meant that the resources of the demonic beasts would also be reduced. Naturally, their luck would also decline. Of course, now that a true immortal had been born in the demonic beasts, their luck had reached a very high level. Even if they lost some luck, it would not be a big deal. However, the Demon Emperor was still unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Emperor Zhao said indifferently, whether we fight or make peace, it's all up to you, Demon Emperor. Please consider carefully. Hearing that, the Demon Emperor did not answer easily. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rose from the sky, and the void there turned into powder. Then, a shocking blade energy slashed down. In an instant, it crossed the distance of space and approached the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the space around him changed. He wanted to move the blade energy to another place. However, when the two collided, the saber aura directly shattered the surrounding space and shattered the power of the rules. The remaining power did not stop there. It still slashed toward the Demon Emperor. How dare you? The Demon Emperor shouted. He stretched out his jade-like palm and directly destroyed the blade energy. Then, he retracted his palm into his sleeve and turned his head to look at the void. A person stepped through the space and came over. Emperor Qin, seeing the person who came over. The Demon Emperor's expression did not change, but his heart sank slightly. The flesh on his palm that was retracted in his sleeve was slowly healing. In just a few breaths, it had recovered. The blade energy just now. When he received it, it was not as easy as it seemed. As Qin Shujian arrived, the humans all bowed respectfully as well. Emperor Qin, even Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, Emperor Qin is here. Emperor Zhao, you've succeeded. Ben Huang hasn't had the time to congratulate you. Qin Shujian smiled. Then, he landed beside the Demon Emperor, still holding the Godslayer in his hand. His gaze fell on the Demon Emperor. Emperor Zhao, why waste your breath on him? If the Demon Emperor is unwilling to retreat, then let's fight. Ben Huang also wants to see how strong you are after you've succeeded. As they spoke, the 4 rules descended. His combat power soared to 840,000. That terrifying power. This caused everyone to raise their eyebrows in surprise. So strong. The Black Emperor felt the aura that was like an abyss, and his legs and stomach were trembling. He realized. Now, the 4 continents had changed to the point where he could not recognize them. In the past, the Nirvana realm was the strongest. Even if there was a gap between him and the Demon Emperor and the other top experts, the gap was not too big. It was not to the point where he could not compete. But now, the experts that appeared one after another made the Black Emperor feel how insignificant he was. Emperor Zhao and the Demon Emperor were fine. After all, they were experts who had become immortals. But Qin Shujian, the Black Emperor, was sure that he had not become an immortal. However, even if he had not become an immortal, that power still made him feel as weak as an ant. Suddenly, a sentence appeared in the Black Emperor's mind. Not a true immortal. Better than a true immortal. Not only the Black Emperor, but the Dog Emperor and the Earth Emperor were also shocked. When the other party blocked the powerful experts of the various clans in front of the human territory, the strength he showed was already extremely strong. But the aura that the other party showed now was many times more terrifying than that. The Dog Emperor thought of what Qin Shujian had said to him. At that time, he was still doubtful. But now, the Dog Emperor was already convinced of this. Even Emperor Zhao looked at Qin Shujian with shock in his eyes. The foundation of Emperor Qin has already reached such a level. He knew that Qin Shujian was very strong. But Emperor Zhao had never thought that Qin Shujian would be so strong. And 4 laws. He had never thought that the other party would comprehend 4 laws at the same time at the heavenly being stage. It could be said that, after Qin Shujian revealed all his strength, all the experts present were shocked. But soon, Emperor Zhao came to his senses. He looked at the Demon Emperor and said with a faint smile, "If Emperor Qin wants to fight, that's fine. However, we humans don't like to start a war first. Let the Demon Emperor make the decision." He threw the choice back to the Demon Emperor. For this, the Demon Emperor's face was gloomy. He really wanted to not retreat. But the aura that Qin Shujian exuded made the Demon Emperor, a true immortal, feel shocked. If they really fought, he was not confident that he could suppress Qin Shujian. If there was Emperor Zhao, the Demon Emperor was sure he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor said coldly, "Okay, the Demon Clan will retreat 1,000,000 miles from the western state. We will stop fighting for now. No, there is one more request. Emperor Qin, don't push your luck." The Demon Emperor's eyes were gloomy. He retreated because he did not want to suffer losses with the human clan. But this was the Demon Clan's territory. With the Demon Clan's luck, he might not be a match for the 2 of them. Qin Shujian said, "The Vermilion Bird Clan will leave the Demon Clan from now on. The Demon Emperor needs to hand over all the members of the Vermilion Bird Clan." The Vermilion Bird Clan. The Demon Emperor frowned. In the Demon Clan's camp, many experts looked at each other. No one expected Qin Shujian would make such a decision. "Fire Sage, come out." Yes. Since the Demon Emperor appeared, Fire Sage, who had been hiding in the crowd, had no choice but to come out. She was afraid of the Demon Emperor. She was even more afraid of this Emperor Qin. After coming to Qin Shujian's side, Fire Sage looked into the Demon Emperor's indifferent eyes and immediately lowered her head in fear. But thinking that she still had Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao on her side, she regained her courage. "Fire Sage, are you sure you want to betray the Demon Clan?" The Demon Emperor was not angry, but said calmly. Hearing that, Fire Sage took a deep breath, looked directly into the Demon Emperor's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The Vermilion Bird Clan is not a demon clan. In ancient times, a Demon Emperor appeared and wanted to subdue all the clans in the world and unify them into the Demon Clan. Since then, the Vermilion Bird Clan has belonged to the Demon Clan. Now that we have left the Demon Clan, we are just regaining our former identity." Good. The Demon Emperor nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Since you have already made your decision, Ben Huang will not stop you. From today on, the Vermilion Bird Clan will no longer belong to the Demon Clan. All the Vermilion birds in the Demon Clan's territory will be expelled." As soon as he said that, the Vermilion Bird Clan had been officially expelled from the Demon Clan. For the Demon Emperor, a Vermilion Bird Clan was useless. Since the human clan wanted it, he would give it to them. Over the years, most of the Vermilion Bird Clan's experts had been killed or injured. The strongest was only Fire Sage, who was in the 8th tier of the Celestial Being realm. There were not many Celestial Beings left in the Vermilion Bird Clan. Such a clan. It was fine to give it up. To this, Qin Shujian said with a smile, "The Demon Emperor is generous." After that, he turned his head to look at Fire Sage, "Go and take all the Vermilion birds away. Ben Huang believes that the Demon Emperor will not secretly interfere." "Yes, Qin Huang." Fire Sage accepted the order. Then he entered the demon clan's territory and headed for the Vermilion Bird clan's encampment. At this point, the human clan and the allied forces of the three clans retreated. This battle finally came to an end. In the demon clan's secret realm, the demon emperor lived in the heavenly demon temple. An aura that suppressed heaven and earth spread out from his body, making the entire demon clan's secret realm more stable. In addition to the demon emperor, there were still 5 elders in the heavenly demon temple. After this battle, the demon clan's mighty figures had suffered heavy casualties. Until now, only 5 demon saints were left. For these demon saints, Li Changshuo's expression changed drastically. Although the demon clan had suffered heavy losses in this battle, the demon emperor had succeeded in proving his Tao. He had completely recovered their losses and had also greatly increased the strength of the demon clan. Therefore, they did not feel too heavy in their hearts. My emperor, the Vermilion Bird clan betrayed our clan. Are we really going to let them leave so easily? A demon saint cupped his hands and said, his words full of killing intent. In his opinion, all those who betrayed the demon clan deserved to die. The demon emperor said indifferently, the Vermilion Bird clan is weak. If they leave, then so be it. There is no need to start a war with the human clan over this matter. At this point, he looked at the 5 demon saints below. Our clan suffered heavy losses in this battle. 2 great saints have fallen, and the rest of the demon saints have suffered heavy casualties. Although Ben Huang has now proven his Tao, the other emperors have also succeeded in proving their Tao. There are more than one true immortal. Our demon clan's current strength is still much weaker. There is no need to fight again in the near future. Nurturing a powerful figure. It was not an easy task. Originally, the demon clan had many powerful figures. That was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. However, in the previous battle, the demon clan's tens of thousands of years of accumulation were used up. Not only that, even the true immortals who had been left behind for hundreds of thousands of years were all used up. It could be said that the demon clan's current strength on the surface was their strongest strength. For any clan or force, the strength on the surface was their strongest strength. It was an extremely dangerous thing. Because this meant that the clan or force no longer had any trump cards. Once the strength on the surface was defeated, then this clan would face the risk of extinction. Emperor Zhao of the human clan has succeeded in proving his Tao. Although Emperor Qin has not yet proven his Tao, his strength is not much weaker than a true immortal. It can be said that the human clan now has 2 true immortals. In the 4 continents, they are already the strongest. Compared to them, our demon clan is already lacking by a lot. The demon emperor shook his head and sighed. The human clan is indeed a top clan in the ancient times. Even though they have declined for so many years, they can still find a chance to turn things around. It is really not an easy task to destroy such a clan. After the ancient times were destroyed, the human clan was besieged by the various clans and gradually fell into a state of decline. But even so, the human clan was like a centipede. No matter how the various clans besieged them, there was no way to completely exterminate the human clan. On the contrary, as the situation became difficult, the experts born in the human clan sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Until 200,000 years ago, the human clan had Xia Yi, a top expert who finally became an immortal but walked in front of all the true immortals. With his own strength, he separated the eastern continent from the 4 continents and gave the human clan a chance to recuperate for 200,000 years. Unfortunately, at that time, the demon emperor also had some guesses. He first sent a portion of the demon clan into the eastern continent and left a backup plan. The development of things. It was just as the demon emperor had expected. Although the eastern continent was separated, the human clan had suffered heavy losses at that time. They were still suppressed by a portion of the demon clan and were almost on the verge of extinction. Until thousands of years ago, Emperor Zhao of the human clan appeared out of nowhere and led the human clan to rise again. 2 years ago, the human clan walked out of the eastern continent. This clan that had disappeared for 200,000 years appeared in front of all the forces again. Until now, the human clan had reached the top of the 4 continents again. Regarding this, the demon emperor was also very emotional. Every time the human clan reached a critical juncture, a powerhouse would come out and turn the tide. It was also because of this. The various clans besieged the human clan for hundreds of thousands of years, but there was no way to completely exterminate the human clan. The human clan has already formed the general trend. It won't be easy to destroy it again. The demon emperor sighed. Below, the 5 demon saints did not dare to casually answer. At this moment, no matter how they answered, it did not seem appropriate. On the other side, the human clan army retreated. After returning to the eastern continent, all the human clan cultivators who were waiting cheered and jumped for joy. Eastern City. In the city lord's residence, Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao sat opposite each other. Apart from them, no one else appeared here. Hearing the cheers, Emperor Zhao said with a smile, "After the ancient times were destroyed, the human clan has been declining day by day. It's only now that we've walked out of the haze. The glory in front of us is only temporary. Before the great tribulation of the demon abyss is resolved, we can't really be considered to have walked out of the haze." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. In his opinion, the thousands of clans in the 4 continents were a small problem. After all, there was a force that did not even have a true immortal at their peak. No, there were already some clans that had true immortals. But even so, Qin Shujian did not take them seriously. There were strong and weak true immortals. They were judged by the strength of the rules. Weak true immortals. They would not be much stronger than those sealed ancient true immortals. Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill them. As for powerful true immortals, they were like the demon emperor, who had opened up many paths of rules. As long as they succeeded in proving their Tao, their strength would increase greatly. Emperor Zhao said, "What Emperor Qin said is true. But now that the human clan is not threatened by the other clans, we can recuperate and have a better chance to face the demon abyss. It's hard for the flowers in the greenhouse to grow too high. Emperor Qin, do you have any plans?" Emperor Zhao was startled and then said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang is going to let the human clan recuperate for a few years. When there are enough experts, we will divide them into the 4 continents and open up a battlefield to train with the other clans. This way, we can plunder the resources of the other clans and let the human clan experience the baptism of blood and fire. Only in this way can enough experts be born. Only in this way can we be confident to face the great calamity of the demon abyss in the future." Hearing that, Emperor Zhao was silent. Qin Shujian's words surprised him. After a long time, Emperor Zhao sighed and said, "Emperor Qin, you're using all your resources to fight. Desperate times call for desperate measures." Since the human clan came out of the eastern continent, the number of experts born has increased by several times compared to the past due to the oppression of the other clans. Of course, there's a problem with cultivation methods and resources, but the real reason is that they have experienced the baptism of blood and have comprehended the opportunity to break through. Qin Shujian said lightly. The comprehension of a cultivator between life and death was not something that could be obtained by meditating on a daily basis. An epiphany. It was equivalent to dozens of years of hard work. There are hundreds of millions of humans in the eastern continent. If they cultivate step by step according to the current progress, not to mention 100 years, how many experts can be born in 1,000 years? In the ancient times, the heavenly court had 365 true immortals and a supreme expert like the Emperor of Heaven. However, the other clans were still defeated. Even the ancient clans were defeated by the demon abyss. With the current strength of the human clan, even if more heavenly humans are born, what can they change? Qin Shujian said, "In less than 100 years, if we practice step by step, given the current situation of the human tribe, there should be many ordinary celestial beings. But what about saints? What about mighty figures? Emperor Zhao should understand that it's as difficult as ascending to heaven for the human clan to produce true immortals in such a short time. Therefore, Ben Huang believes that it's necessary to open up the Myriad clan battlefield. This matter is of great importance. Do you have a definite plan, Emperor Qin? Emperor Zhao did not agree, but he did not object immediately either. In his heart, he was seriously reviewing Qin Shujian's words, trying to find the pros and cons. Indeed, the human clan was stable enough now, but they were not strong enough. The lack of strength. It did not mean that they were not strong enough for the other clans, but for the demon abyss. However, the opening of the Myriad clan battlefield, it meant that there would be bloodshed and casualties among the human clan cultivators. To be able to become the human emperor, Emperor Zhao naturally would not only care about the immediate gains and losses and ignore the long-term interests of the human clan. Therefore, he was weighing whether the opening of the Myriad clan battlefield would be beneficial or harmful to the human clan. Regarding this, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, Ben Huang only has a temporary idea about the Myriad clan battlefield. As for the specifics, I still have to think about it seriously. However, Ben Huang is certain about one thing. The opening of the Myriad clan battlefield is not only beneficial to the human clan, but the other clans may not refuse. And Ben Huang thinks that there's no need to hide the great tribulation of the demon abyss. In the end, Qin Shujian's smile had already disappeared. The great tribulation of the demon abyss is not a matter of the human clan, nor is it a matter of the Eastern continent. The other clans should also understand that this great tribulation concerns the entire world and the 4 major continents. If this news were to spread, the human clan would have to bear great pressure when we were weak in the past. But now that the human clan is strong, there's no need to worry at all. Moreover, with the threat of the great tribulation of the demon abyss, the other clans have to consider the consequences if they want to start a war with the human clan. As Qin Shujian spoke, he added to himself in his heart. That was, if the news of the great tribulation of the demon abyss spread, the other clans would not refuse the opening of the Myriad clan battlefield. Inside, there was also Qin Shujian's own selfishness. If the Myriad clan battlefield was not opened, how would the human clan train their soldiers? If the human clan did not train their soldiers, how would their source of life come? If the source of life was not enough, naturally, there was no way to increase his realm. As a result, when the great tribulation of the demon abyss arrived, everyone would have to die together. Therefore, Qin Shujian wanted to open up the Rule battlefield and have a chance to harvest the source of life openly. As a result, he did not have to personally exterminate the other clans to avoid causing the other clans to be wary and eventually join forces to fight against the human clan. After all, in terms of overall strength, with the existence of himself and Emperor Zhao, the human clan could be considered the strongest force in the 4 major continents. But the strongest did not mean that they were invincible. Therefore, even though Qin Shujian did not put the other clans in his eyes, he could not really do that. As a result, he had to change his method of harvesting the source of life. These things he did not tell Emperor Zhao. But there was no problem with the pros and cons that he had just mentioned. Only by going through the baptism of war and having external pressure could enough experts be born. 4 generations of the human clan. It was the same. Emperor Zhao nodded and said lightly, Ben Huang will carefully consider the matter of the Myriad clan battlefield. However, since Emperor Qin has made the decision regarding the great tribulation of the demon abyss, Ben Huang cannot stop it. But as Emperor Qin said, with the threat of the demon abyss, the Myriad clan should be much quieter. All of a sudden, East City Lord came in from outside, bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Emperor Qin." What happened? Emperor Zhao said. On the other side, Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the East City Lord. But he did not ask. Because East City Lord was a subject of the great Zhao. Since Emperor Zhao was here, it was natural for him to ask. East City Lord said, "An expert of the Soul Protector race wants to see you. He hopes to see Your Majesty or Emperor Zhao." Soul Protector race. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows and then said to Emperor Zhao with a smile, "Let Ben Huang handle this matter. Now that Emperor Zhao has succeeded in proving his Tao, You should go to Baiyun Mansion to take a look. That's good. Benhuang should go to Baiyun Mansion indeed. Emperor Zhao nodded and then sighed. This time, he was able to achieve Dao. It was all because Marquis Baiyun had buried the 12 true immortals of the Myriad clan in advance. Or else, with the 12 true immortals, he would definitely fail in proving his Dao. It could be said that Marquis Baiyun's decision not only allowed the human clan to have one more true immortal, but also pulled the human clan back from the brink of extinction. It was reasonable. Emperor Zhao had to go to Baiyun Mansion now. East City Lord, who was standing below, lowered his head and did not dare to interrupt. After a long time, Qin Shujian's voice sounded in his ears, "Ask that person of the Soul Protector race to come here." East City Lord heard this and then raised his head. He then realized that Emperor Zhao had left and only Qin Shujian was sitting there. "I'll go now." After saying that, he bowed and left. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a black robe with sunken cheeks walked in. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder and GE of the Soul Protector race greets Emperor Qin. Benhuang has never interacted with the Soul Protector race. Why is Elder and GE here?" Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, and GE cupped his hands and replied with a solemn expression, "I'm here on my emperor's order to form an alliance with the human clan." "Alliance?" "Yes. He. Qin Shujian replied with a cold smile. When Benhuang went to the North Continent to form an alliance with the Soul Protector race, the Soul Protector Emperor personally rejected it. Now you want to form an alliance. Do you really think that the human clan is easy to bully?" "No," and GE's expression changed slightly and he was about to explain. However, before he could say anything, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. In front of this aura, and GE felt that he would be crushed into powder at any time. The threat of death made him sweat uncontrollably. Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold and he said indifferently, "The human clan is not something that a Soul Protector Emperor can humiliate. Moreover, if you want to form an alliance with the human clan, you don't have the right to talk to Benhuang. Tell him that if the Soul Protector Emperor wants to form an alliance with the human clan, he should show enough sincerity. Otherwise, don't step into the human clan's territory without permission." After saying that, he waved his sleeves. A terrifying energy exploded and swept NGE up. In the next moment, he left the human clan's territory. Outside the human clan's territory. Before NGE could recover from the shock, Qin Shujian's voice rang in his ears again. "If you dare to humiliate the human clan again, Benhuang will take your life." It was just one sentence. NGE broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to stay near the human clan's territory and hurriedly headed to the North Continent. East City. In the city governor's mansion. Qin Shujian picked up the spirit tea beside him and took a sip. Then, he put it back. Compared to the coldness just now, he seemed to be in a good mood. The Soul Protector race has such a day. However, in the end, the Soul Protector Emperor is a little stupid. He personally pushed the Soul Protector race into such a difficult situation. Thinking of the Soul Protector race, the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Previously, for Emperor Zhao's Dao, he personally went to the Soul Protector race, hoping that they could form an alliance. In the end, the Soul Protector Emperor rejected him. At first, it was normal to reject an alliance. Qin Shujian did not take it to heart. However, it was different now. The Soul Protector race had just rejected him, and now they came looking for him. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was naturally not a magnanimous person. How could he let the Soul Protector race have it easy? And in his opinion, the Soul Protector Emperor's intelligence did not seem to be very good. It could be seen from the fact that he dared to be the first to attain the Dao, but in the end, he became the weakest perfected immortal. This Soul Protector Emperor had high standards but low abilities. Such a person, if he formed an alliance with him, he might harm himself. However, the human clan was now powerful and was not afraid of a burden from the Soul Protector race. Since the other party wanted to send himself to the door, Qin Shujian would not reject the benefits. If I remember correctly, the The Soul Protector Emperor went to stop Xueling Huang from attaining the Dao not long ago. Now that Xueling Huang has succeeded in attaining the Dao, he should be preparing to destroy the Soul Protector race. That's why the Soul Protector Emperor anxiously sent someone to form an alliance. No, this should not be an alliance. It should be a request for help. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. He was not in a hurry. After Emperor Zhao attained the Dao, the human clan was now stable. If it took time, he could play with the Soul Protector race slowly. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Soul Protector race should not be able to last for long. On the other side, after Nge was chased out of the human clan's territory by Qin Shujian, he rushed to the North Continent without stopping. Soon, he had already returned to the territory of the Soul Protector race. Inside the Soul Protection Mystic Realm, seeing that Nge had returned, the Soul Protector Emperor asked in a deep voice, "How did it go? Did the human clan agree to form an alliance with our clan?" Hearing the question, Nge's expression was a little ugly. Then, he told the Soul Protector Emperor everything that had happened in the human clan's territory. All of a sudden, the hall quieted down. The Soul Protector Emperor's face was expressionless. After a long while, only then did he sigh. Times have really changed. At this moment, the Soul Protector Emperor only wanted to sigh. Every dog has its day. Previously, when Qin Shujian came and wanted to form an alliance with him, he had even rejected him. Because in the Soul Protector Emperor's opinion, at that time, the human clan was besieged on all sides and was not far from being wiped out. Forming an alliance with such a race was no different from courting death. However, he had never expected that. At the last moment, the human clan had turned over a new leaf. No, it was not as simple as turning over a new leaf. They had completely risen. Emperor Zhao had attained the Dao. Emperor Qin had killed the immortals. With these two people, the human clan had two perfected immortals at the same time. They had become the strongest force in the 4 continents. "My Emperor, what should we do now?" Nge raised his head and looked at the Soul Protector Emperor on the main seat with a solemn expression. "What else can we do? Since Emperor Qin has spoken, Benhuang shall go and meet him," the Soul Protector Emperor said. One had to bow under the eaves. Bloodling Huang had attained the Dao and had completely forced the Soul Protector race into a desperate situation. He had already received the news. Now, the Blood Eldar was mobilizing his troops. He reckoned that it would not be long before he attacked. With the current strength of the Soul Protector race, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking to fight against the Blood Eldar. There was no possibility at all. If that was really the case, then the Soul Protector race could only seal the Mystic Realm. However, it was the era of great battles. If the Soul Protector race sealed the Mystic Realm, it was equivalent to completely breaking away from the general trend. And breaking away from the general trend, it was a disguised form of severing one's own arm. There was no hope for the Soul Protector race to rise again. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Soul Protector race would not seal the Mystic Realm. The only way left was to ask for help. However, looking at the 4 continents, there was only one force that could go against the Blood Eldar and was willing to go against the Blood Eldar. It was the human clan. Therefore, the Soul Protector Emperor naturally placed his hopes on the human clan. After making the decision, he looked at Nge and ordered, after Benhuang leaves, pay close attention to the Blood Eldar's movements. If there are experts attacking, you can seal the Mystic Realm first and wait for Benhuang's return. Yes, my Emperor. Millimeter. The Soul Protector Emperor nodded slightly, then left the Soul Protector Mystic Realm and headed towards the human clan's territory. After breaking through to the true Immortal Realm, even the weakest true Immortal Realm's strength had increased tremendously. The distance between the Soul Protector race of the North Continent and the human clan was more than billions of miles. However, in front of the Soul Protector Emperor, a distance of billions of miles did not take much time. In less than half a day, the human clan's territory was already in sight. The Soul Protector race, and Hun, is here to pay respects to Emperor Qin. P.S. If you have books, you can open an automatic subscription. Chapter 657. Soul Requiem. Why did the Soul Protection Emperor come to the human territory today? Inside the Black Stone secret realm, the Black Emperor had a puzzled expression. Although the Black Stone Condor race and the Soul Protection race had not interacted much, as an emperor, he was still somewhat familiar with the Soul Protection Emperor. As for the Soul Protection race emperor, the Black Emperor also had an evaluation in his heart, and that was that he was arrogant. He clearly did not have the strength of a top clan, but he had the heart of a top clan. So, he was also rather displeased with the Soul Protection Emperor. However, the Soul Protection race was far away in the northern continent, and the Black Stone Condor race was far away in the western continent. Both sides did not invade each other. This time, the Soul Protection Emperor suddenly came to the human territory. The Black Emperor could not help but be curious. Immediately after, he thought of what had happened recently, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. I see. However, the Black Emperor did not care too much. In the previous battle, the Black Stone Condor race had also suffered many casualties. At the beginning, it was still fine. The almighty experts were all intercepted by Qin Shujian alone. But later on, in the battle against the demon race, the Black Stone Condor race had also sent out all the celestial beings. After the battle, more than half of the celestial being cultivators were killed or injured. This was not a small loss for a race. But what the Black Emperor really cared about was the matter of the emperors becoming immortals. This time, there were more than 20 experts who had become immortals. As a result, the Black Emperor felt a little uncomfortable. He was a Nirvana realm expert after all, but he had not even touched the threshold of immortal ascension. And among the experts who had become immortals this time, there were many who had directly crossed over from the 10th level of the celestial being. To this, the Black Emperor felt even more stifled. He could not help but wonder if his talent was really bad. There's no reason. I'm the most talented person in the Black Stone Condor race. Otherwise, how could I become an emperor? Becoming an immortal should only be a matter of time. The Black Emperor encouraged himself. Then, he entered seclusion. He had to go into seclusion. The 4 continents had already entered the era of true immortals. Those who were not true immortals were no different from ants. At this moment, the Black Emperor could only rejoice that he had relied on the human race. Or else, the Black Stone Condor race might not be able to protect themselves. On the other side, the soul-protecting emperor had been waiting for 15 minutes outside the human territory. After a quarter of an hour, only then did someone walk out from the eastern part of the city and come up to him. Dan Hao of the human race is here to welcome the Soul Protector Emperor under the orders of the Qin Emperor. Thank you. The Soul Protection Emperor said indifferently. Without a doubt. He waited for a quarter of an hour before someone came. This was Qin Shujian's show of strength. If it was in the past, the Soul Protection Emperor had already turned around and left. But now was not the time. The Soul Protector race was in deep trouble. The Blood Eldar might send troops to attack at any moment. There were many perfected immortals in the 4 continents. However, there was probably only one human who was willing to go against the Blood Eldar for the sake of the Spirit Protectors. If he were to look for other races, he was afraid that the other party would personally capture him and sell his blood to the Eldar for a favor. After entering the human territory, Dan Hao suddenly descended from the sky. He looked at the soul-protecting king and said, "You are not allowed to fly freely in the human territory. Please descend and walk." The Soul Protection Emperor descended from the sky. Then, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the Qin Emperor now?" "The Qin Emperor is currently in the East City. If we walk from here, we will arrive about 150,000 miles away." Dan Hao smiled slightly. Hearing that, the Soul Protection Emperor's chest rose and fell violently a few times, but he soon calmed down. "Sir, please lead the way. Please." Dan Hao took the lead and walked in front. The soul-protecting emperor obediently followed behind him. "We can't fall out with the human race now. If we do, Our race will be in danger, bear with it. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. The Soul Protection Emperor kept comforting himself. He did not look at Dan Hao's back. Because he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. They would directly slap Dan Hao to death. 150,000 miles of land. He could not fly or break through the void to travel long distances. It would not take much time for the Soul Protection Emperor to walk like this. But the most important problem was Dan Hao, who was leading the way, was not walking properly. Although his walking speed was not slow, in the eyes of the Soul Protection Emperor, it was really like the speed of a turtle. He dilly-dallied like this. It took them 2 hours to arrive in front of the East City. I heard that this city was personally built by the Qin Emperor. I wonder if it's true. That's right. The #1 blacksmith in the 4 continents. He lives up to his name. The Soul Protection Emperor sighed. Although he was not proficient in the art of blacksmithing, he could see that the East City was extraordinary. There were several battles. This city had played a significant role in this. Then, Dan Hao brought the Soul Protection Emperor into the city. At this time, with the great victory of the human race, there were more cultivators in the East City. Not only the players. Even the native cultivators had increased in number. The reason was simple. Now that the human race had won, the other races did not dare to casually resist and oppress the human race. Compared to the East continent, the other 3 continents had more resources. Cultivation was not something that could be solved by blindly cultivating. Resources were also indispensable. In the city governor's mansion, Qin Shujian was sitting opposite the East City governor and drinking tea. After seeing the arrival of the Soul Protection Emperor, the East City governor suddenly stood up, cupped his hands and said, "The Qin Emperor has a guest. I will take my leave for now." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then the East City governor and Dan Hao left. After the 2 of them left, the Soul Protection Emperor cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Qin Emperor. Soul Protection Emperor, please take a seat." Qin Shujian looked at the seat where the East City governor was sitting. Seeing this, the Soul Protection Emperor also sat down. Qin Shujian fiddled with the tea set in front of him. His method of making tea had reached the level of moving clouds and flowing water. Not long after, the tea in front of the 2 of them was rebrewed. "Soul Protection Emperor, please have a taste." "Thank you." The Soul Protection Emperor picked up the teacup in front of him and drank the spiritual tea in the cup. He put down the teacup and said, "Good tea. Ben Huang also thinks that this tea is good." Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. "But do you know where this tea came from? If Ben Huang's guess is correct, it should be the Sun-Moon Divine Tea from the God race." "Soul Protection Emperor, you're so knowledgeable." Qin Shujian smiled, then nodded and said, "The Sun-Moon Divine Tea is the top spiritual tea cultivated by the God race. It absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon. The yin and yang qi is enough to cleanse the impurities in a cultivator's body. If one can drink it for a long time, there is a chance of developing a special constitution, which is also very beneficial for cultivation." The genius disciples of the God race were all cultivated with the yin-yang divine tea. That's why so many experts were born after so many years. While talking, Qin Shujian poured himself another cup of tea, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the God race was destroyed, and the method to cultivate the yin-yang divine tea has disappeared. Ben Huang only got this much after destroying the God race. When it's used up, this top divine tea will disappear from the world forever. Soul Protection Emperor, don't you think it's a pity? You're right, Qin Emperor. Haha, Ben Huang has said too much. I almost forgot to ask, why did you come to the human territory this time? Qin Shujian seemed to have just remembered. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor took a deep breath and said, Ben Huang came this time to form an alliance with the human race. Alliance? If Ben Huang remembered correctly, the Soul Protection Emperor had already rejected the alliance last time. Why did you suddenly go back on your word this time? Ben Huang was rude last time. I hope Qin Emperor doesn't blame me. Ben Huang came this time with sincerity. Sincerity. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and said calmly, "The Soul Protection Emperor said that you came with sincerity, but Ben Huang didn't see it. But Ben Huang wants to ask, why did the human race form an alliance with the Soul Protection race? Now that Sovereign Zhao of the human race has proven his Tao and become an immortal, I can also match a true immortal. Among all the forces in the 4 great continents, the human race is the only one with 2 true immortals. The strength of your Soul Protection race is not bad, but it's useless to the human race. There's no need to start a conflict with the Blood Eldar for a Soul Protection race." Qin Shujian picked up the teacup and drank the spirit tea in it. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor's expression was a little ugly. However, he was not angry. "Our race has been in the North Continent for 1,000,000 years, and our foundation is not bad. Ben Huang has also become an immortal. If the human race forms an alliance with us, their strength will definitely increase. Also, Ben Huang can promise. If the human race wants to enter the North Continent in the future, the Soul Protection race will also provide support." "Not enough." Qin Shujian shook his head directly. The Soul Protection Emperor frowned again. "Qin Emperor, you still want to do this? Ben Huang doesn't deny the foundation of the Soul Protection race, but your strength? To be honest, it's not that great." Qin Shujian sneered. "If you're strong enough, why did you stop Bloodling Huang from failing to attain the Tao? If you're strong enough, why did you ask for help from the human race under the pressure of the Blood Eldar?" In response to such a rhetorical question, the Soul Protection Emperor wanted to refute, but he did not know what to say. Was he strong enough? At least before Bloodling Huang became an immortal. The Soul Protection Emperor could say with certainty that he was very strong, but now he realized that he could not say that in front of Qin Shujian. After a long while, the Soul Protection Emperor said, "Ben Huang is not here to debate with you, Qin Emperor. The Soul Protection race is sincere in cooperating with the human race. Even if you're unwilling, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Ben Huang is not humiliating you, I'm just stating the facts." Qin Shujian said calmly, "If you want the human race to help, it's not an alliance, but the Soul Protection race will become a subsidiary race of the human race." Impossible. With that, the Soul Protection Emperor flatly refused. It was impossible for the Soul Protection race to become a subsidiary race of the human race. The Soul Protection race has existed since the beginning of the world, and was prosperous in the ancient times. They have never been a subsidiary race of any race. Please change your conditions, Qin Emperor. The Soul Protection Emperor should understand that the so-called prosperity is over. The Soul Protection race was prosperous in the ancient times, so the human race was even more glorious in the ancient times. But what happened in the end? After the ancient times were destroyed, the human race almost went extinct several times. Among the races and forces left in the 4 continents, some of them had a glorious past. But when it comes to extinction, all the past is not worth mentioning. Qin Shujian smiled disdainfully. Talking about the glorious past in front of the human race was like showing off in front of an expert. Talking about glory. Which race could be compared to the human race? No. The devil race should be able to. In the ancient times, the devil race was still very strong. That devil emperor almost made all the races in the world belong to the devil race. It could be said that the ancient times were the devil race's world. The ancient times were the human race's world. First, there was the devil emperor. Then, the ancient emperor of heaven established the heavenly court and ruled all the races. Any race. In the past, there was no way to compare with the human race and the devil race. Qin Shujian said, "If Ben Huang's guess is right, the Soul Protection race doesn't have any trump cards left. The Bloodling Huang is not an immortal with broken rules like you. If the Blood Eldar really wants to attack the Soul Protection race, you can only seal the secret realm. Sealing the secret realm is equivalent to completely giving up on the current situation. After a long time, the Soul Protection race will eventually fade away. Think about it carefully, Soul Protection Emperor. Do you want to become a vassal race of the human race or seal the secret realm and completely withdraw from this great war? Ben Huang will give you an hour to think about it." After that, Qin Shujian did not say anything else and just drank his tea. On the other side, the Soul Protection Emperor's expression was uncertain. Become a vassal of the human race. This was something he had never considered. Once he made such a decision, it was equivalent to completely handing over the fate of the Soul Protection race to the hands of the human race. In this way, the outcome might not be any better than sealing the secret realm. But the Soul Protection Emperor was unwilling to seal the secret realm. Half an hour. It should have passed in the blink of an eye. But in the eyes of the Soul Protection Emperor, it was incomparably torturous. Time's up. If the Soul Protection Emperor hasn't made a decision, please go back. Qin Shujian directly ordered the Soul Protection Emperor to leave. He did not waste too much time talking nonsense with the Soul Protection Emperor. For the human race, it would be best if the Soul Protection race was a vassal. If not, it was fine. The human race did not lack a Soul Protection race anyway. Of course, the Soul Protection race's strength was indeed not bad. In addition to the Soul Protection Emperor, there were many other heavenly beings. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor said with difficulty, "Okay, the Soul Protection race can be a vassal of the human race, but it can't always be a vassal of the human race." 100 years. Qin Shujian stretched out a finger and said lightly, "The Soul Protection race fought for the human race for 100 years. The human race will protect the Soul Protection race for 100 years. 100 years is not enough. I want the human race to protect the Soul Protection race for 1,000 years. Okay, and the Soul Protection race still only needs to serve the human race for 100 years. But you have to pay the human race a large spiritual vein." A large spiritual vein. The Soul Protection Emperor frowned. But after a while, he slowly nodded, "Okay." After the matter was settled, Qin Shujian and the Soul Protection Emperor both made a rule oath. After all, such a thing. Only the rule oath could play a role in binding them. Qin Shujian was the human emperor, and the Soul Protection Emperor was also the emperor of the Soul Protection race. Both of them were in charge of the fate of the race. So the rule oath was not only applied to the two of them, but also to the entire race. Unless one day, Qin Shujian and the Soul Protection Emperor both died. Then the rule oath would become invalid. But before that, there was no such possibility. Immediately, the Soul Protection Emperor got up and left. Only Qin Shujian sat there alone. 100 years should be enough. It's not bad to get a large spiritual vein. Looking at the Soul Protection Emperor's back, he smiled. Qin Shujian never thought that the Soul Protection race would serve the human race wholeheartedly. 100 years. He set the time limit based on the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss. 100 years later, if the human race could survive the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss, the Soul Protection race would have nothing to do. But if they couldn't, there was nothing to say. By the way, the spiritual vein of the God race can't be wasted. Qin Shujian thought of something. He immediately left the East City and headed to the South Continent. Last time, he destroyed the God race. He didn't touch anything. He just made the God race's secret realm recognize him as its owner to prevent it from being eroded by the extraterritorial demons. The reason why he didn't touch it was because he didn't have the heaven list with him. The large spiritual vein spread like a mountain range. If he didn't have the heaven list, it was impossible to collect it with the storage ring. The void collapsed. Qin Shujian directly crossed the void with his physical body. Soon, he arrived at the God race's territory. As the God race perished, no one dared to approach this place for the time being. After all, it had only happened a few days ago. The terrifying power still lingered. If ordinary cultivators wanted to approach, they would be killed by Zhu Bing's remaining power. However, this power didn't affect Qin Shujian at all. He took out the heaven list. Then, he directly extracted the spiritual vein buried in the God race's territory by force. Just like the Eldar cloud race, there was also a large spiritual vein in the God race's territory. It was just that it was also a large spiritual vein. The spiritual vein of the God race was much larger than the spiritual veins of the other two races. Qin Shujian's divine will landed on the heaven list. He saw that the spiritual vein was sealed and suppressed like a huge mountain range. He sighed with emotion. As expected of a top race, the spiritual vein is much larger than the others. With such a spiritual vein, it's no wonder that the god race could produce so many experts. As a race that split from the human race, the god race's talent was actually not much different from the human race. However, the god race had produced many more experts than the human race over the years. Not to mention anything else. In just the past 10,000 years, the god race had dozens of mighty figures and hundreds of celestial beings. Looking at the human race, there were less than 10 mighty figures at most. There were only 20 to 30 celestial beings in the entire human race. And that was when they were at their strongest. Now, after a series of battles, there were only about 20 ordinary celestial beings in the human race. As for mighty figures, they barely made up the number on one hand. Such a difference. It couldn't be said to be small. The reason was that the god race had more resources than the human race. That was why there were so many experts born. However, from Qin Shujian's point of view, the strength of the human race was also gradually increasing. At least, the speed of the birth of celestial beings was much faster than before. After collecting the spiritual vein in the god race's territory, Qin Shujian opened the god race's secret realm and entered it. It's really a secret realm with abundant spiritual energy. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a rich spiritual energy hit him in the face. In terms of spiritual energy intensity, the Qianyuan realm with a few more spiritual veins couldn't compare to the current god race's secret realm. Soon, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and communicated with the heaven and earth core of the god race's secret realm. Not long after, everything in the god race's secret realm had appeared in his perception. 2 large spiritual veins, 4 medium spiritual veins, and 3 small spiritual veins. Hiss. Qin Shujian sucked in a cold breath. F***ck. How was this a secret realm? This was a paradise for cultivation. Moreover, it was the best kind of paradise. A small secret realm. With so many spiritual veins, it was no wonder that there were so many experts in the god race. This is the true foundation of the top clans. Qin Shujian sighed. He finally understood what kind of foundation the top clans had. The human race was also a top clan. But to be honest, they had a large population. Without him and Zhao Huang, the human race would probably be the weakest clan. But soon, Qin Shujian's spirits were lifted. In addition to the large spiritual veins in the god race's territory, this was equivalent to harvesting 3 large spiritual veins, 4 medium spiritual veins, and 3 small spiritual veins. I'm rich. This was Qin Shujian's first thought. Soon, he extracted the spiritual veins from the secret realm. Rumble, the spiritual veins were extracted. The entire secret realm was shaking. Not long after, a huge spiritual vein that was thousands of miles long appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Not only that, as the large spiritual veins were extracted, a central spiritual vein and a small spiritual vein were also exposed to the air. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also understood the reason why there were so many spiritual veins in the god race. To put it bluntly, all the medium and small spiritual veins were actually nurtured by the large spiritual veins. The heaven list shook and absorbed the entire large-scale spirit vein. Then, Qin Shujian extracted all the other spiritual veins and put them on the heaven list. All the spiritual veins were extracted. He could feel it clearly. The power of the god race's secret realm was weakening. The originally solid space also became fragile. Such a change. It didn't surprise Qin Shujian too much. Because any secret realm small world needed to be nurtured, and the spiritual veins and spiritual energy were the best things to nurture the secret realm. The longer it was nurtured, the stronger the secret realm would be. Similarly, the stronger the secret realm, the more difficult it would be for others to forcefully break the secret realm. To put it in another way, if the Emperor God was in charge of the secret realm, even if Qin Shujian had the Godslayer, he wouldn't be able to tear the God race secret realm apart. because this secret realm was too strong. The spiritual veins are taken. The rest are the other resources of the god race. We can't waste them. Qin Shujian was now a porter, diligently exploring the god race secret realm. Everything he found was put into the Heaven List. Fortunately, the Heaven List was an 8-seal Dao artifact. The space inside was vast and boundless. It wasn't a big problem to collect the resources of the god race. If it were a storage ring. Even if there were tens of thousands of storage rings, there was no way to store all the resources of the god race. Half a day later, Qin Shujian stopped. At this moment, the god race secret realm was still the god race secret realm. The mountains were still the same. The water was still the same. But for some reason. But now, the god clan's secret realm gave off a deathly silence and desolation. After confirming that there was nothing to collect, Qin Shujian left the god race secret realm. He didn't touch this secret realm, nor did he have the idea of extracting it and bringing it back to the human race to crush it. Through the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian saw a huge black shadow loitering about in the outskirts of the realm. That aura. He was familiar with it. It was the black shadow that wanted to enter heaven and earth when the Cloud Clan secret realm was extracted. Even if its strength had greatly improved, Qin Shujian wasn't sure he could deal with this level of extraterrestrial demon. At least, Qin Shujian wasn't prepared to take this risk before he broke through to heaven being level 10. So, the secret realm couldn't be extracted at will. After leaving the god race secret realm, Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the North Continent, shook his head, and sighed. It's a pity that the ancient Buddha clan has escaped. Otherwise, if I could collect the resources of the ancient Buddha clan's secret realm, it wouldn't be much less than the human race. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered something. That was, although the ancient Buddha secret realm had left, the territory of the ancient Buddha clan was still there. According to the theory that there would be a spirit meridian in every clan's territory, the ancient Buddha secret realm must still have a spirit meridian. This matter, Qin Shujian almost forgot. With the idea of not wasting it, he made another trip to the North Continent. I hope Sai Hanhai has some humanity and didn't take away my spirit meridian. Otherwise, if I encounter it in the future, I'll inevitably have to take it away, Qin Shujian thought to himself. He also saw Sai Hanhai attacking the ancient Buddha clan's territory. But at that time, the human race was at war with the demon race. Qin Shujian didn't have time to care about so much. Indirectly, it also made him forget about the existence of the spirit meridian. From the South Continent to the North Continent, it was equivalent to crossing heaven and earth in a straight line. This distance was not short at all. Even with Qin Shujian's speed, it took a whole day to return to the ancient Buddha clan's territory. At this moment, the ancient Buddha clan's territory was dead silent. Many cities no longer had the slightest breath of life. The originally light yellow land had now turned black and red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The demon race. Walking on the ancient Buddha clan's territory, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the rich killing power between heaven and earth was raging. But his divine will was firm. The killing power of heaven and earth couldn't shake him at all. However, if other cultivators came here, if they hadn't reached the heavenly human level, they would be bewitched by the killing power and eventually become a killing puppet. Such a method. It made Qin Shujian think of the demons in the demon abyss. Wherever the demons passed, the demonic aura would erode the earth and then turn the creatures into puppets of the demon disaster. But it was different from the demonic aura. The killing power of heaven and earth only affected the minds of the creatures and didn't cause any other effects. And wherever the demonic aura passed, not only did the creatures turn into demon disaster, but everything it touched would be destroyed. In comparison, the demonic aura was more domineering. Walking in the ancient Buddha clan's territory, Qin Shujian asked, was heaven and earth also created by an expert above the rules? The level of the demonic aura was very high. Just like the spirit aura. If the demon abyss was related to the rules, then heaven and earth should be the same. Hearing this, The Godslayer said, maybe, maybe not. I haven't seen what kind of existence above the rules with my own eyes. If you have the chance to come into contact with the rules in the future, maybe you can understand. At the end of his words, he seemed to have some meaning. Qin Shujian didn't comment. He was just asking casually. However, this heaven and earth might really be created by an expert. It was not impossible. What kind of realm was above the rules? To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't know. Anyway, there had never been an expert in heaven and earth who had reached that realm. Even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven was stuck at the 9th level of immortal. Then, Qin Shujian flew into the air and covered the entire ancient Buddha clan's territory with his divine consciousness. Soon, he found the location of the ancient Buddha clan's spirit vein. The earth separated. A huge spirit vein was extracted. This spirit vein was even larger than the god race's spirit vein. After extracting the spirit vein, Qin Shujian immediately put it away with the heaven list, then turned and returned to the eastern continent. But before he left, he split a strand of divine consciousness and went into the distance. His divine consciousness broke through the air. Not long after, he came to the Blood Eldar's territory. Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Bloodling Huang was resting with his eyes closed in the main hall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looked at the elder below, and said faintly, "The Qin Emperor of the human clan has arrived. Go and welcome him." "Yes." The elder bowed and then walked out of the main hall. At this moment, the expressions of the other elders changed slightly. Zhu Yu said in confusion, "My emperor, the Qin Emperor of the human clan came here this time. I'm afraid his purpose is not that simple. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Don't worry too much." Bloodling Huang's face remained calm. Hearing that, Zhu Yu didn't say anything else. He didn't have a good impression of the human clan. In the battle of the human clan's territory, if it weren't for Bloodling Huang's help, he would have died there. The Blood Spirit Secret Realm opened. An elder walked out and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "On the order of my emperor, I'm here to invite the Qin Emperor to come in for a chat." "Thank you." Qin Shujian nodded and then followed him in. After entering, he also found the difference. It was the same as the secret realm of the God clan. The secret realm of the Blood Eldar was also very powerful. And in comparison, this secret realm was even more powerful than the secret realm of the God clan. This was a normal thing. After all, in terms of foundation, the Blood Eldar was much more profound than the God clan. Because the God clan was just a race that split off from the human clan, there was no way it could be compared with the Blood Eldar, a race that had existed since the beginning of the world. After entering the main hall, Qin Shujian looked at Bloodling Huang in front of him, clasped his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "Bloodling Huang." He didn't show any courtesy because there was no need for that. The position of the human emperor was never below that of the other emperors. Seeing that, the other experts of the Blood Eldar didn't say anything. Bloodling Huang also said calmly, "What is the purpose of your visit to the Blood Eldar?" Not long ago, the Spirit Protector race became a vassal race of the human clan. The human clan also promised to protect the Spirit Protector race for 1,000 years. Ben Huang knows that the Spirit Protector race has some grudges with the human clan. However, Ben Huang still hopes that Bloodling Huang will let this matter go for the sake of the human clan. Once the 1,000 years are up, the human clan won't interfere anymore. Qin Shujian said straightforwardly. The purpose of his visit to the Blood Eldar this time was for the Spirit Protector race. Since the Spirit Protector race was willing to be a vassal of the human clan, then he would make a trip for this little brother. After that, Bloodling Huang didn't say anything. However, Zhu Yu, who was at the side, scolded coldly, "Qin Emperor, aren't you looking down on my race? The soul-protecting emperor dared to obstruct my emperor from attaining the Tao. This is a grudge that will not rest until one of us is dead. Qin Emperor, you are too much to ask us to stop at this time." After that, Zhu Yu sneered and said, "Or does Qin Emperor think that now that the human clan has one more true immortal, They can really disregard the other races of the 4 great continents and interfere with the matters of the Blood Eldar. Ben Huang is talking to Bloodling Huang. When is it your turn to interrupt? Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. Then he casually waved his sleeves, and his aura turned into a shocking saber light that slashed down. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he released his vital essence, and his protective aura became solid. Boom, the saber light slashed down, and his protective aura shattered. Zhu Yu flew out, his chest was shattered, and he coughed up blood. The sudden change. Everyone's expression changed. Bloodling Huang's eyes were also cold. Qin Emperor, you openly attacked in the main hall of our clan. You are not putting our clan in your eyes. The people of the Blood Eldar lack manners. Since Bloodling Huang did not discipline them, then Ben Huang will help you discipline them. After all, an emperor cannot be humiliated. Bloodling Huang should understand this point. Qin Shujian retracted his palm and said lightly. Hearing this, the other elders were glaring at him angrily. However, no one spoke casually. Zhu Yu's strength was enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the Blood Eldar. Even so, he could not resist the other party's attack. In other words, if Qin Shujian wanted to kill any one of them, it would not take much effort. Bloodling Huang said, I have heard that Qin Emperor's strength is astonishing, and has reached the level of the ancient legends of celestial beings killing immortals. Ben Huang also wants to see if the so-called celestial beings killing immortals really exists. These words. It was already a challenge. As you wish. Qin Shujian looked at Bloodling Huang with his hands behind his back and said, Ben Huang also wants to see how strong Bloodling Huang has become after successfully proving his Dao. After saying this, he took a step forward. Immediately, Qin Shujian's body disappeared and turned into a shocking blade that slashed towards Bloodling Huang. This blade. It directly made the elders in the main hall cough up blood and retreat. Bloodling Huang's face was also solemn. He got up and punched forward, colliding fiercely with Qin Shujian's attack. Boom, the moment the two collided, the void collapsed, and all the light seemed to be absorbed by the endless darkness. The terrifying aftermath spread from within and was about to sweep in all directions. Bloodling Huang struck out with his palm again, grabbing all the aftermath in his hand and finally suppressing it forcefully. At this point, everything in the main hall returned to normal. It was just that Qin Shujian's figure had disappeared. As for the other Blood Eldar elders, at this time, they were all gasping for breath, and there was a look of horror in their eyes. Just now, they all felt the threat of death. My emperor. An elder looked at Bloodling Huang with eyes full of shock. Bloodling Huang sat back again, as if nothing had happened. Calm words came out of his mouth. Cancel all the arrangements against the Soul Protector race. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. I hope this book's monthly votes ranking can be better. Chapter 658. East Continent. Baiyun Mansion. Ever since Marquis Baiyun detonated the rules, the entire city had fallen into a state of martial law. Inside Marquis Baiyun Mansion, the atmosphere was also very solemn. Are there any unusual movements in Baiyun Manor? Xiao Hong asked Li Guang'an and the others as he sat in the main hall. With the Qianyuan sacred ground there is no movement for the time being. Okay, pay close attention to the movements of the cultivators in Zhongyang City and ensure the safety of the mansion. Xiao Hong nodded and said. Currently, he was the only diviner in the Northern Cloud Marquis Manor, so he was fully in charge of all matters, big or small. Su Mingyang looked solemn and said, Butler Xiao, is the Marquis really dead? The Marquis will not die. Xiao Hong said in a powerful voice. No one in the world can kill the Marquis, and the Marquis will not die. If anyone deliberately spreads rumors at this time, they will be severely punished. We understand. Su Mingyang was shocked and immediately lowered his head. Xiao Hong waved his hand and said, Let's go. The Baiyun Mansion will not collapse. Seeing this, Li Guang'an and the others all cupped their hands and left. Soon, Xiao Hong was the only one left in the hall. Alas! He let out a long sigh. Then, Xiao Hong's expression was a little complicated and heavy, far from the calmness he had when facing Li Guang'an and the others just now. His Majesty has already become an immortal, and the situation of the human race is very good. I don't think there will be any accidents. In the past few days, he had been under a lot of pressure. Although the situation seemed very stable now that the two emperors of the human race were ruling. But in fact, where there were people, there would be disputes. What's more, Baiyun Mansion was one of the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao. It covered hundreds of millions of square meters and had countless people and cultivators in it. In the past, Marquis Baiyun suppressed it. No one dared to cause any trouble. But since the incident of the Great Zhao, Xiao Hong felt that there was an undercurrent in Baiyun Mansion. However, Marquis Baiyun's authority was still there. In addition, he was also a diviner, so he could barely stabilize the situation. So far, there had been no chaos. However, Xiao Hong had a hunch. If this situation continued, the Baiyun Marquis residence's power would gradually dissipate. In the hall, Xiao Hong's gaze was somewhat unfocused. All of a sudden, he seemed to have sensed something in his heart. His unfocused eyes instantly focused as he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Xiao Hong greets Your Majesty. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Hong stood up. Then, he looked at Emperor Zhao with eyes full of surprise. Is Your Majesty here for the Marquis? How is Marquis Baiyun now? Your Majesty, please follow me. Xiao Hong bowed and said. Emperor Zhao nodded. Lead the way. Your Majesty, please. Xiao Hong led the Zhao Emperor out of the hall. Before long, they arrived at a secret room. The secret room was very spacious, and there was only a stone bed placed there. There was a person lying on the stone bed. That person was none other than Marquis Baiyun. Coming before the stone bed, Xiao Hong looked at Zhao Emperor and said, The Marquis is still alive, but he has been unconscious. Your Majesty, do you know why? This body was reborn from a drop of his blood. Only a trace of the divine spirit remains. Now, the divine spirit is too weak to completely revive him. That's why he's in a coma. Emperor Zhao said in a deep voice. With just a glance, he saw the problem with Marquis Baiyun. The Marquis Baiyun in front of him was the real Marquis Baiyun. The Marquis Baiyun who had self-destructed under the rules of the human emperor was also Marquis Baiyun. But there was a difference. The Marquis Baiyun in front of him was just a drop of blood essence when he was at his peak. Then, he left a trace of the divine spirit in his body as the capital for future rebirth. The rest. Marquis Baiyun was buried with the 12 perfected immortals. The reason why he had to be so decisive was that he had no choice. If Marquis Baiyun was too weak at that time, it was inevitable that others would find clues. So, only a trace of the divine spirit was left as the root, and the rest were all sacrificed. It was a fight to the death. Hearing that, Xiao Hong's face turned ugly. Does the Marquis have to stay unconscious? Your Majesty, do you know a way to restore the divine spirit? Among the 3 elements, the divine spirit is the most mysterious. The divine spirit is the foundation of a cultivator and also the bridge to communicate with heaven and earth. It's not easy to restore the divine spirit. Emperor Zhao shook his head and then said with a faint smile. However, although I don't have a way, someone can do it. Who? Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin. Xiao Hong was stunned. Emperor Zhao had already become an immortal, but he still couldn't restore the divine spirit. Could Emperor Qin do it? Don't worry. Even if Emperor Qin can't do it, Marquis Baiyun will be fine. His divine spirit is slowly recovering, but this process will take a long time. If there is enough spiritual energy, it can be sped up. Now in Baiyun Mansion, the only places with abundant spiritual energy are the spiritual zone of Mount Liang and the Qian Yuan realm. Emperor Zhao, you mean it's best to escort the Marquis to the Qian Yuan realm? Emperor Qin should be back soon. Then, you can send someone to the Qian Yuan realm. He will deal with this matter. As for other things in Baiyun Mansion, you don't have to worry too much. As long as Great Zhao and I are still here, Baiyun Mansion will not be in chaos. Emperor Zhao said lightly. Hearing that, Xiao Hong was relieved. Then, Emperor Zhao looked at the stone spear beside Marquis Baiyun, cupped his hand slightly, and turned to leave. He didn't touch the Zhu Bing. It belonged to Marquis Baiyun. Moreover, a Zhu Bing was not enough to move Emperor Zhao. As Emperor Zhao left, Xiao Hong also left the secret chamber. Then, he called Li Guang'an and the others and told them to go to the Chen Yuan realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian had just returned to the eastern continent. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look in the direction of the north continent as a faint smile appeared on his face. Bloodling Huang's strength is indeed not bad. But before I break through, I'm still not strong enough to compete with him. Qin Shujian shook his head. He also had a comprehensive understanding of his current strength. He was at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. He could compete with an ordinary level 1 celestial being by using the power of the 4 laws. But he was still not strong enough to win against a powerful level 1 celestial like Emperor Zhao. Because the law of human Tao that Emperor Zhao followed was very powerful. At least, it was much more powerful than the law of the human emperor. Or else, Emperor Zhao would not abandon the law of the human emperor and follow the law of human Tao. It could be said that, among the perfected immortals of the 4 major continents, Emperor Zhao was considered to be in the first echelon. As for perfected immortals like Demon Emperor Bloodling Huang who followed the law of the sovereign Tao, they were considered to be in the second echelon. Most of the remaining emperors also followed the law of the sovereign Tao. But there were differences between the law of the sovereign Tao. For example, the demonic emperor's law, the blood spirit emperor's law, and so on, had given birth to top-notch experts in the past. Their predecessors had developed the law to an extremely wide extent, and their potential and strength were incomparable to other laws. As for those non-top clans and forces, although there were many perfected immortals in the past, they could not be compared to Demon Emperor Blood Eldar. So, their laws were innately weaker as well. Therefore, the emperors of the other clans were in the 3rd echelon. As for the perfected immortals who were not emperors, their laws were even weaker. They were equivalent to the 4th echelon. As for the 5th echelon, there was only one person, and that was the Soul Protection Emperor. It could be said that the 5th echelon was basically negligible. Qin Shujian's real focus was on the first 4 echelons. Level 1 immortals are divided into 5 echelons. No, strictly speaking, they are divided into 4 echelons. The Soul Protection Emperor is just an accident. My strength should be stronger than the perfected immortals in the 4th echelon. But I don't know how strong I am compared to the perfected immortals in the 3rd echelon. But I should be weaker than the 1st and 2nd echelon. Qin Shujian compared his strength with the other perfected immortals. However, he was not discouraged. After all, he was only at level 7 of the celestial being. If he could break through to level 8 of the celestial being, he should be able to reach the level of the 2nd echelon. He might even be stronger. As for Emperor Zhao, he followed the law of the human Tao. Although he was only at level 1 of the immortals, his true strength was comparable to a level 2 immortal. As for whether he could fight against a level 3 immortal, it was unknown for the time being. But this was not important. At least, Qin Shujian knew that his strength was comparable to that of a perfected immortal. It could be said that the Demon Emperor and Bloodling Huang had already experienced it. In the eyes of the 2 races, the human race was equivalent to having 2 perfected immortals. In that case, if the 2 races wanted to go to war with the human race, they had to seriously consider whether they could withstand the anger of 2 perfected immortals. This was also the reason. This was the reason why Qin Shujian had sent one of his incarnations to the blood spirit race. He did not really think that a few words could make the Bloodling Huang give up on the Soul Protection tribe. Instead, he directly let the other party know. Emperor Zhao was not the only perfected immortal in the human race. Qin Shujian was also equivalent to a living perfected immortal. This was equivalent to using the strength of the human race to directly pressure the Blood Eldar. As long as the Bloodling Huang did not want to go to war with the human race, he had to swallow this anger. After returning to the eastern continent, Qin Shujian did not immediately return to Beiyun Prefecture. Instead, he went to other prefectures. His first stop was the Yunyang Prefecture. This time, he did not randomly find a true Dominion ordinary realm to bury a large-scale spirit meridian. Instead, he went directly to the prefecture city of the Yunyang Prefecture and buried a divine race spirit meridian. Instantly, a large amount of spirit qi emerged from the spirit meridian. Marquis Yunyang, who had just returned to the Yunyang Prefecture and had not even warmed his seat, was directly alarmed. However, when he came out, Qin Shujian had already left. After leaving the Yunyang Prefecture, Qin Shujian went to other prefectures. This time, he had destroyed the divine race and obtained a total of 5 large-scale spirit meridians from the ancient Buddha clan. He went to 5 prefectures and buried the spirit meridians according to the standard of 1 large-scale spirit meridian per prefecture. When the last spirit meridian was sold, Qin Shujian could feel that the spirit qi of the eastern continent was steadily increasing through the light from providence of the human clan. The light from providence of the human clan was also increasing accordingly. Including the Beiyun Prefecture and the Fallen Moon Prefecture, there are now 7 prefectures with large-scale spirit meridians. When the spirit meridians of the Soul Protector race arrive, the eastern continent will officially have 8 large-scale spirit meridians. In this way, we will not be far away from 13 spirit meridians. However, a helpless look appeared on Qin Shujian's face. However, large-scale spirit meridians were too difficult to obtain. If he wanted to obtain 5 large-scale spirit meridians, he would have to destroy a few mid-level clans or one of the 2 top clans, the Blood Eldar and the Demon Clan. Only then would he have a chance of obtaining all 5 large-scale spirit meridians. However, this way, a great war was bound to happen. The human clan had just gone through a baptism of war and had lost many heavenly beings. Other things aside, 2 of the pitiful elders of the Chenyuan sacred ground had died and 3 were seriously injured. Among the 2 who had died, one was Ji Yuanliang and the other was Shen Ya. This was something that could not be helped. It was normal for heavenly beings to die in a battle of such a level. Not only that, even the honorary elder who had just broken through to the heavenly being realm had died in battle. It could be said that, in this battle, the number of heavenly beings in the cultivation world had decreased to 5. This showed that, to what extent had the mid-level strength of the human clan declined to? If a war were to break out at this time, the few celestial beings would all be wiped out. He shook his head. Qin Shujian looked at the survivors on the heaven list, then left the place and went to the next prefecture. Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Among the many prefectures, except for Zhongzhou Prefecture, Thousand Mountains Prefecture was probably the place Qin Shujian came to the most. This time, he did not go to the prefectural city. Instead, he found a random area, then took a medium-sized spirit meridian and buried it directly. The spirit meridian was buried in the ground. Rich spiritual energy was born. However, the spiritual energy density was much lower than that of a large-scale spirit meridian. Qin Shujian said, "Is there any way to transform a medium-sized spirit meridian into a large-scale spirit meridian?" There was no one around. The only person he asked was the God-slaying saber. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said, "The spirit meridian is the source of spiritual energy. It is where the fortune of heaven and earth is. If you want to breed a powerful spirit meridian, the surrounding spiritual energy must rise at the same time and nourish the spirit meridian itself. Then, after tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, there is a possibility of transformation. In that case, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can cultivate a spirit meridian." That's right. Godslayer said, "If you want to compare a spirit meridian to a spirit plant, you must have enough nourishment to grow it. However, the nourishment required by a spirit meridian is much higher than that of a spirit plant. Comparing a spirit meridian to a spirit plant. Then I know." Qin Shujian was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the inventory of the heaven list, then took out a few corpses and directly threw them into the spirit meridian. Those corpses were the corpses of the myriad races. After being seized by him, They were already considered as spoils of war and would not be refreshed by heaven and earth. Similarly, these corpses were all almighty experts. Every drop of blood in their bodies contained a large amount of spiritual energy. It could be said that there was nothing more nutritious than the corpses of almighty experts. Soon, Qin Shujian took out another 4 or 5 corpses from the heaven list, as well as a large amount of blood, and poured it into the spirit meridian. Suddenly, a tyrannical and terrifying power erupted. That was the inextinguishable will of the experts. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness spread out. A formation descended and directly covered the spirit meridian, suppressing the inextinguishable will of the experts and the power of the almighty experts. Then, he had already filled up the soil. Godslayer saw Qin Shujian's actions and did not know what to say for a moment. Using the corpses of the experts to nurture the spirit meridian. Such an action, this was the first time he had seen it. But seriously speaking, there was nothing wrong with such an action. After all, every expert had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth when they grew up. They had also tempered themselves to a terrifying level. Using them to nurture the spirit meridian was indeed the best choice. After nurturing the spirit meridian, Qin Shujian turned and left. In the remaining mansions, he made a trip to all of them. Then, like a gourd, he buried a medium-sized spirit meridian in each of the mansions. Then, he buried a large number of corpses and flesh of the experts near the spirit meridian. Fortunately, in the battle outside the human territory, Qin Shujian killed hundreds of almighties. Those almighty experts, most of the corpses and flesh fell into his hands. Originally, Qin Shujian planned to refine all of these things when he had the time. Although the almighties were not very useful to him now, it was still good to improve his foundation. But these corpses had other uses now. Qin Shujian simply took them out. After all the spirit meridians were buried, Qin Shujian heaved a sigh of relief. I buried large spirit meridians in 8 mansions, a medium-sized spirit meridian in 3 mansions, and 4 small spirit meridians in 1 mansion. As for the middle state mansion, there is already a medium-sized spirit meridian. In this way, the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao dynasty have all buried their spirit meridians. Those medium-sized and small spirit meridians have all been watered with the blood of almighty experts. It should not take tens of thousands of years for them to transform. Especially those small spirit meridians, it might only take a few years for them to transform. At this moment, Qin Shujian could clearly see that the luck of the Eastern Continent's human tribe was shaken. Invisible pillars of light shot into the sky from the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao dynasty. Then, they outlined a huge pattern in the sky. Then, the spiritual energy of the Eastern Continent rose rapidly. It was different from the past. After the spirit meridians were gathered, the spiritual energy of the Eastern Continent seemed to have met a certain condition. The overall spiritual energy of the Eastern Continent rose greatly. It was no longer the same as before. The spiritual energy of this mansion rose but slowly flowed to other places. Those mansions with only medium-sized and small spirit meridians are still a little lacking. However, with so many experts' corpses buried, it is enough for the time being. Qin Shujian nodded. As the human emperor, he could clearly feel the changes of the entire human tribe. That powerful spiritual energy. It was causing the entire human tribe to transform. According to this increase, it should not be a problem for the human tribe to be born true martial. Rumble, at this moment, the luck of the human tribe trembled slightly. Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and then took a step forward. His body completely disappeared on the spot. In the next second, he had already followed the direction of the vibration of the luck and arrived at a new place. Here, the heaven and earth barrier trembled, and there was chaos rolling behind it. A new area has been born. Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Every time a new area was born, it meant that the heaven and earth were a little closer to the demon abyss. Compared to before, in the past 2 years, the speed at which the human tribe was born had increased by many times. Not to mention anything else, just after the human tribe opened the Eastern Continent, dozens of new areas had been born so far. However, What was different from the beginning was that there were no demons born in the later areas. But even so, Qin Shujian would not let his guard down. It was best if there were no demons born, but if there were, and he did not immediately stop them, it would be a problem for the celestial being. At this moment, the new area was truly born. Qin Shujian simply stayed here. 3 days later, the barrier between heaven and earth was broken, and a new area was born. 2 days later, the space gradually stabilized. After confirming that there would not be any demons born, Qin Shujian turned around and left. In the Qianyuan realm, Qianyuan Palace, Qin Shujian gathered all the celestial being cultivators for a meeting. This time, not only the human tribe cultivators appeared here, but also cultivators of other races. Greetings, Emperor Qin, rise. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Only then did everyone stand up and take their seats. On the main seat, Qin Shujian first looked at Holifier and said, "How is the matter of the Vermilion bird tribe now?" Reporting to Emperor Qin, the Vermilion bird tribe has been evacuated from the demon tribe. I have temporarily settled the Vermilion bird tribe near the human tribe's territory. As for the specific matters, I will wait for your orders. Holifier said respectfully. Compared to before, her mind was much more relaxed now. After all, no matter what, Holifier knew that she was the leader of the Vermilion bird tribe and could not ignore the entire tribe. Originally, the Vermilion bird tribe was in the demon tribe, and she did not dare to easily reveal the fact that she had submitted to the human tribe. Until now, Holifier was relieved that the Vermilion bird tribe had successfully separated from the demon tribe. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "How many celestial being cultivators are there in the Vermilion bird tribe now?" Reporting to Emperor Qin, the Vermilion bird tribe now has a total of 5 transcendent cultivators, 2 saint cultivators, and 1 powerful cultivator, including me, so there are a total of 8 celestial beings. 8 celestial beings. Qin Shujian nodded. In this regard, he lamented the weakness of the human tribe again. A Vermilion bird tribe that had not reached such a level could squeeze out 8 celestial beings. When the human tribe left the eastern continent, they had only squeezed out about 40 celestial beings. Such a comparison of numbers, it was really too big of a difference. Although the 40 celestial beings of the human tribe at that time were not comparable to the Vermilion bird tribe in terms of quality, there was not only 1 Vermilion bird tribe in the demon tribe. After lamenting for a while, Qin Shujian said, "The Vermilion bird tribe can open up a place in the human tribe's territory in the southern region as their territory. In addition, send 3 transcendent cultivators and 1 saint cultivator from other tribes to the eastern continent." "Yes, Emperor Qin," Holifier replied respectfully. She had no objections to Qin Shujian's suggestion. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Jiju and Wu Shan and said calmly, "The 2 of you will be the envoys of the human tribe and go to the Thousand Eye clan and the Mountain Breaking clan. Think of a way to persuade the 2 clans to leave the demon tribe and submit to the human tribe." If Ben Huang remembered correctly, the 2 clans did not produce a perfected immortal. In the future, the 4 continents will be dominated by perfected immortals. Clans without perfected immortals will not be of much use. This time, when the 10,000 clans attacked the human tribe, the Thousand Eye clan and the Mountain Breaking clan also participated. Ben Huang should have destroyed the 2 clans, but you have contributed a lot to the human tribe. Ben Huang will give the 2 clans another chance. Hearing this, Jiju and Wu Shan's hearts sank. Then, the 2 of them cupped their hands and said, "We understand." They all knew. Qin Shujian was not joking. With the strength of this Emperor Qin, if he really wanted to attack the Thousand Eye clan and the Mountain Breaking clan, the demon tribe would not be able to stop him. The 2 clans were not weak. But it also depended on who they were dealing with. In front of the human tribe, the 2 clans could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. After all, if the Emperor Qin could destroy the God clan alone, it would not take much effort to destroy the Thousand Eye clan and the Mountain Breaking clan. After giving a simple warning to Jiju and Wu Shan, Qin Shujian did not say anything more about this matter. With the current strength of the human tribe, they did not need too many allies. Or rather, not many clans were qualified to be allies of the human tribe. Therefore, What the human tribe needed now was vassals. Just like the demon tribe. How many clans could truly ally with the demon tribe? For the demon tribe, most of them were vassals. Since the human tribe was a top clan, they could not lack vassals from other clans. Until now, there were only 2 clans that could be considered vassal clans. One was the Black Rock Condor clan, and the other was the Soul Protector clan. As for the 9-headed dog clan, they were still considered allies of the human tribe. Qin Shujian was not joking about what Jiju and Wu Shan said. Since the 2 clans dared to participate in the war against the human tribe, they had to pay the corresponding price. Even if the human tribe used this as an excuse to attack, the other forces had nothing to say. Of course, if they really did that, the demon tribe would most likely not be able to sit still. However, whether the demon tribe could sit still or not was another matter. Qin Shujian also had to do enough things on the surface. Besides, the human tribe was not the same as before. It was not as difficult to make the other clans submit as before. The others. At this moment, they were all silent, waiting for Qin Shujian to say what he was going to say next. You should all be able to sense that the spirit qi in the eastern continent is gradually increasing. It will not be long before the prosperity of the ancient times is restored. At that time, the human tribe will be able to give birth to true martial artists. In this way, experts will definitely be born like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, at the same time, the substantial increase in spirit qi will speed up the growth of the earth regions. Although there are no demons born in the earth regions for now, there might be some accidents. Qin Shujian paused for a moment at this point. When he saw the slight change in everyone's expression, he continued. Only the 5 prefectures, Baiyun, Chenshan, Luoyu, Nanfeng, and Shichong can give birth to earth regions. Therefore, in order to prevent demons from taking advantage of the situation, Ben Huang has decided to send experts to the 5 prefectures to take charge. Take charge of the 5 prefectures. When they heard the news, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Yin Bancheng coughed softly and said in a weak voice, Emperor Qin, do you mean to send all the heavenly beings in the sacred land to the 5 prefectures to take charge? If that's the case, our control over the human tribe's territory will be much weaker. Now that the war has just ended, the human tribe has perfected immortals taking charge. There won't be any problems in the short term. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the safety of the eastern continent. You have to know that this is the foundation of the human tribe. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. Right now, the other clans would not dare to attack the human tribe even if they were given extra courage. Not to mention that there were still the 4 city lords in the human tribe's territory. Even if there was no one left, no other clans would set foot there. Yin Bancheng's concerns were dispelled. Qin Shujian said, Elder Yin, Holifier, the 2 of you will be in charge of Baiyun Mansion. If there are any new areas, go and check it out immediately. If there are any powerful demons, inform the Holy Land immediately. Yes, sir. Yin Bancheng and Holifier cupped their hands and accepted the order. Elder Qin, Jiju, you 2 take charge of Southwind Mansion. Yes. Elder Fang, Wu Shan, the 2 of you will guard Fallen Moon Manor. Yes, sir. Elder Kui, Elder Xia, the 2 of you will oversee the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Qin Shujian looked at Kui Huai and Xia Kun. Both of them were at the first level of the Sky Human Realm. They were considered the weakest amongst the Sky Human Realm cultivators. But inside Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Qin Shujian had sent the 2 of them to the Thousand Mountains Prefecture because of Jiyu Changqing, an almighty expert, as well. There were problems that could not be solved. If Marquis Chenshan couldn't solve the problem, he would send a message back to the Holy Land. Finally, Qin Shujian looked at Golden Rock King and said, Golden Rock King, King of Emerald Billows, you and the other celestial beings of the Vermilion Bird Tribe will guard West Lofty Prefecture together. You must make sure that no evil spirit comes out of the new area. Hearing this, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Waves bowed their heads and replied, We will obey the Qin Emperor's order. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. His gaze fell on a certain person with 2 horns, who was sitting drowsily in a chair. In the end, he did not say anything. Because he was really worried about Nyo Dali. With how the other party was acting, it was better for him to stay put. At this point, except for Qi Tiansheng, who was wandering outside and constantly looking for traces of Sai Han Hai, almost all the sky humans of the Chenyuan sacred ground had been sent out. Only Nyo Dali and Mu Yang had nothing to do. The former was unreliable, so Qin Shujian did not bother to use him. As for the latter, Mu Yang's role was to stabilize the Chenyuan sacred ground, so he could not be used lightly. Now with the increase of the spirit veins and the sky humans and Eldar taking root, the Chenyuan realm was a little stronger than it was at the beginning. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the weak elders, took out a hallow pill, and then divided it into 3 parts in the air, falling in front of Yin Bancheng, Fang Xinglan, and Qin Yuanbai. This pill is a 10th level pill. Although it is incomplete, it is enough to heal your injuries. A 10th level pill? Apart from Holifier, everyone else had a blank look on their faces. However, Qin Shujian did not explain too much, so Yin Bancheng and the others had to suppress the doubts in their hearts. Looking at the terrible energy contained in the pill in front of them, they were secretly surprised, and then solemnly put away the pill. "Thank you for the pill, Qin Emperor." The 3 of them looked respectful. At this time, Kui Huai spoke again. "There is something that I forgot to tell you, Qin Emperor." "What is it?" "Yesterday, someone from the Baiyun Marquis mansion came, hoping to see Qin Emperor. But at that time, Qin Emperor had not returned, so I asked him to wait in Liangshan City for the time being." "Someone from the Baiyun Marquis mansion." Qin Shujian's expression changed, and then he said, "Let him come to see Benhuang now." "Yes." Kui Huai nodded, then took out the communication jade talisman and sent the message. Looking at the people in front of him, Qin Shujian waved his hand tiredly. "You can all go now. We will take our leave." Everyone got up and left. Soon, Qin Shujian was the only one left in Chenyuan Hall. However, he did not leave. Because Qin Shujian was waiting for the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion. Although he had not seen them yet, he already had some guesses. This time, the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion came. In all likelihood, it had something to do with the Baiyun Marquis. Although the Baiyun Marquis has left a backup plan, it is impossible to hide it from a genuine immortal without sacrificing anything. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He knew the plan of the Baiyun Marquis, but he did not know the specific plan. What kind of backup plan did the Baiyun Marquis leave? Qin Shujian knew nothing about it. But judging from the situation of the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion, there should be something wrong with the backup plan left by the Baiyun Marquis. Or else, they would not send people over at this time. Not long after, a person walked in from outside, looked at Qin Shujian on the main seat, and immediately bowed. Su Mingyang of the Baiyun Marquis mansion greets Qin Emperor. "Master Su, you don't have to be so polite. Please sit down." "Thank you, Qin Emperor." Su Mingyang sat down. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shujian, his eyes full of awe. The person in front of him was still the person he used to know, but he was completely different from the person he used to know. Because the person in front of him used to be the master of a sect, a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm, but now he was the human emperor, and his strength was comparable to a genuine immortal. Although it had only been a few short years, his status had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Su Mingyang did not dare to be rude in front of him. For this, Qin Shujian did not say anything, but asked directly, "Master Su, did you come here on the order of the Baiyun Marquis?" "This humble one has come here for the Marquis's matter, not because of the Marquis's orders." "Oh, tell me in detail." Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. Then, Su Mingyang told him everything. When he finished, he found that Qin Shujian had fallen into deep thought. The Baiyun Marquis spirit god was seriously injured. Qin Shujian had expected this. But he was still surprised that the other party had done so much. After a while, Qin Shujian woke up from his thoughts, looked at Su Mingyang, and said, "Marquis Baiyun was injured for the sake of our human tribe. Benhuang has no reason to ignore this matter. You send Bunhuang's order back and ask Xiao Hong to escort Marquis Baiyun here. Let Ben Huang take a look at him personally. Thank you, Qin Emperor. Su Mingyang was overjoyed. He did not dare to waste time. After getting Qin Shujian's reply, he immediately got up and left. After Su Mingyang left, Qin Shujian rubbed his chin and said to himself, the divine spirit is damaged. It seems that there is a 3-yuan disaster crossing pill in the Celestial Blue Alchemy book that can repair the divine spirit, but it is a little troublesome to refine. He did not think much about it. He had to see it first. Chapter 659. 3-yuan crossing disaster pill. It was a pill formula that appeared after the third stage of the Celestial Blue Alchemy tome was deduced. Until now, Qin Shujian was also a little confused. These pill formulas were in the Celestial Blue Alchemy tome itself, and then through the improvement of the source of life, it was released bit by bit. Still, these pill formulas were simply deduced by the source of life. However, to be honest, Qin Shujian was more inclined to the latter. Because the Celestial Blue Alchemy tome was just the inheritance of a small sect in the spirit domain, no matter how mysterious it was impossible to reach this level. Or else, the Pill Cauldron sect would not be a sect in the spirit domain, but would have long become the #1 sect in the human clan. So, in Qin Shujian's view, the subsequent pill formulas should be deduced by the source of life. If heaven and earth were created by an expert, then what about the system? The system in this world should be equivalent to the existence of the heavenly Tao, but I am somewhat different. He sighed in his heart. Sometimes, Qin Shujian also couldn't help but want to explore the origin of the system. It was just that. Although his current strength was already considered to be one of the top in the 4 great continents, he was still far from being qualified to explore the so-called truth. To this, Qin Shujian even felt that he was a chess piece in the chessboard of heaven and earth. And outside of heaven and earth, in a place that no one else could see, there were 2 big hands playing chess. However, he didn't know the purpose of the other party's chess game. Very soon, Qin Shujian suppressed this thought. There's no need to think about this now, it's just looking for trouble. When I can't improve any more in the future, everything will surface. My purpose is to live forever, and the rest has nothing to do with me. Even if someone is really playing chess, with my current strength compared to that mysterious existence, how can I have the qualifications to jump out of the chessboard? Rather than looking for trouble, it's better to take one step at a time. Qin Shujian felt relieved. He found that the human clan was not a threat in the short term, which was not a good thing. When he was free, he liked to think nonsense. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in the Qian Yuan realm and seriously studied the 3 elements tribulation transcendence pill. In order to concoct such a divine pill, this was not an easy task. The most important reason was that the materials required were too precious. Qin Shujian also took advantage of this time to search the treasury, but in the end, he was unable to find the complete materials. Refining the 3 origin disaster crossing pill requires origin heavy water, origin aurora light, and origin dark bone. These 3 are the main ingredients to refine the 3 origin disaster crossing pill. The first yuan heavy water is simple. You only need to take billions of seawater and condense it into one to refine the first yuan heavy water. As for the first yuan aurora, it is a treasure nurtured naturally by heaven and earth. The birth of the heaven and earth aurora was too ingenious. It was not easy to capture it. As for the 1 origin dark bone, it's also a troublesome matter. Qin Shujian felt a headache coming on. In his opinion, the first essence heavy water was not a problem. However, the remaining 2 items were the real problem. Just as Qin Shujian was worrying about the 3 origin disaster crossing pill, Xu Yuanming walked in from outside. Emperor Qin, what's the matter? The people of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion are here. Xu Yuanming said softly. The Baiyun Marquis Mansion. Qin Shujian recovered from his thoughts and looked at the person in front of him, saying, let them come in. Okay. Xu Yuanming nodded. Outside the Qian Yuan realm, There was an army following. In the middle of the army, there was a sedan. At this moment, the Qian Yuan realm opened. Xu Yuanming walked out from inside and looked at Xiao Hong, who was at the front. He cupped his hands and said, "Housekeeper Xiao, Emperor Qin is interested. Please enter the sacred land for a chat." "Okay." Xiao Hong nodded, then looked at the general beside him and ordered, "You wait here." This general obeys. The general cupped his hands and accepted the order. Subsequently, with Xiao Hong as the leader, Li Guang'an and the other three carried the sedan and directly flew into the Qian Yuan realm. Except for Su Mingyang. It was the first time for the others to enter the Qian Yuan realm. As soon as they entered, then, an abundant amount of spiritual energy rushed towards him. I have long heard that the Qian Yuan sacred ground is the place with the most abundant spirit qi in the human clan. Now that I see it, the rumors are true. Xiao Hong could not help but exclaim. Such rich spirit qi. It was not something the Baiyun Marquis mansion could compare to. Not to mention the Qian Yuan sacred ground. When they set foot in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the spirit qi there was much stronger than in Zhongyang City. However, Xiao Hong also knew. The only large spirit meridian in the Baiyun Marquis was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. According to his estimation, with the large spirit meridian, the Liang Mountain spirit domain would soon be promoted to a large domain. The promotion of the true Dominion spirit domain was different from the promotion of a large domain. When the true Dominion spirit domain was promoted, as long as an expert could break the shackles, the domain could be promoted directly. However, when the spirit domain was promoted to a large domain, this could not be done. This was because although there were shackles in the spirit domain, in fact, the shackles were very weak. There was not much difference between having them and not having them. Therefore, breaking the shackles of the spirit domain would not cause much change. If the spirit domain wanted to be promoted to a large domain, the only possibility was that there was sufficient spirit qi to nourish the spirit domain, causing the shackles here to disappear bit by bit. When they stepped into the Liang Mountain spirit domain, Xiao Hong sensed that the shackles here were so weak that they were almost non-existent. In other words, it would not take long for the Liang Mountain spirit domain to be promoted to a large domain. Xu Yuanming smiled and said, the Qianyuan realm was originally a small world left behind by Senior Xia Yi. Then, Emperor Qin collected a few medium-sized spirit meridians from other places and placed them here. The spirit qi has increased a lot. Now, the spirit qi in the eastern continent is continuously increasing. It is all thanks to Emperor Qin that we have established a foundation for the human race. This old man is really impressed. Xiao Hong said with a smile. He wasn't trying to flatter him by saying this. The spirit qi in the eastern continent was continuously increasing. This was a fact that no one could deny. The increase in spirit qi. Naturally, it meant that the strength of the cultivators was increasing faster and faster. In the long run, the strength of the human race would definitely increase steadily. Subsequently, Xiao Hong looked at Xu Yuanming and said, I heard that there are already true martial babies in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. I wonder if it is true. Yes. Xu Yuanming nodded and smiled faintly. In ancient times, the spirit qi was very dense. All living beings were born true martial. There was no such thing as the basic martial realm in the world, let alone the so-called mortals. In ancient times, the true martial realm was the starting point for everyone. However, with the destruction of the ancient times, the spirit qi gradually dissipated, causing the starting point of the human race to become lower and lower. Now, the Liang Mountain spirit domain has a large-scale spirit meridian. The people here have already reached the true martial stage. Just like what Emperor Qin said, it will not be long before all the human race is born true martial. The benefits of the present generation and the contributions of the future generations. Xiao Hong sighed in admiration. If they were born true martial, the strength of the human race would definitely increase to a rather terrifying level. Behind him, Li Guang'an and the others were also shocked. The human race was born true martial. This was, without a doubt, something that made everyone feel aghast. One had to know. From a mortal to a basic martial and then to a true martial. This process was enough for some people to waste their entire lives and not be able to complete it. This was especially true in the ordinary realm. Many cultivators had spent 100 years and were still stuck in the basic martial arts realm. In the true dominion. Those who could reach the true martial realm were experts with high status and power. If the human race was born true martial, the overall strength of the human race would be too terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Mingyang could not help but ask, if everyone is born true martial, won't they also be shackled in the ordinary realm? Brother Su, do you think that the ordinary realm will still exist? Shu Yuanming asked. Hearing this, Su Mingyang fell silent. That's right. If it really reached that level, would the ordinary realm still exist? This question. He did not know. Neither did the others. As they chatted, they had already arrived at Sect Yuan's main meridian. Shu Yuanming led Xiao Hong and the others directly to the courtyard. Not long after, they had already arrived. Greetings, Emperor Qin, including Xiao Hong. The first thing they did when they saw Qin Shujian was to bow and greet him. At the same time, the palanquin was also gently placed on the ground. No need for formalities. Qin Shujian waved his hand and then slowly walked to the front of the palanquin. The curtain was lifted, revealing the scene inside. Immediately, vital essence emerged in his hand, and then he wrapped the unconscious Marquis Baiyun, opened the door behind him, and temporarily placed him on the bed. Xiao Hong and the others also followed Qin Shujian in. Emperor Qin, His Majesty once said that you can solve the Marquis's problem. Is it true? Xiao Hong asked tentatively, with hope in his words. Ben Huang, let's see. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, his divine thought fell on Marquis Baiyun. Seeing this, Xiao Hong and the others did not dare to disturb him. The spiritual deity is actually so weak. There is no problem with his physical body. At his level, a drop of essence blood is enough to condense a physical body, but compared to the past, this physical body is probably in the divine martial arts realm. Not long after, Qin Shujian found out about Marquis Baiyun's situation. For this, he could not help but be shocked. It could be said that Marquis Baiyun was not dead, but he was almost dead. Although the spiritual deity was not completely destroyed, only a trace of it existed in the physical body. As for the physical body, it had fallen from the limit of the celestial being realm to the current divine martial arts realm. It could be said that, even if Marquis Baiyun's spiritual deity recovered, this top expert would become a cultivator in the divine martial arts realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also had a trace of respect for Marquis Baiyun. In order to let Emperor Zhao attain the Tao, he had done so much and was so ruthless. Even he might not be able to do such a thing. After a while, Qin Shujian withdrew his divine thought from Marquis Baiyun and said slowly, there is only a trace of the spiritual deity left in Marquis Baiyun's physical body, but this spiritual deity is very strong. Even if it is left alone, as long as there is enough spiritual qi, it can slowly repair itself. It's just that this self-repair process will take a long time. Even in the Qian Yuan realm, it will take at least decades. Hearing this, Xiao Hong and the others changed their expressions greatly. Recuperating for decades. This was not a trivial matter. Emperor Qin, don't worry. Since Emperor Zhao asked you to bring him here, Ben Huang naturally has a way to solve it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Go back for the time being. Qin Shujian waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Hong. Then, he threw a few glances at Marquis Baiyun before turning to Xiao Hong and saying, I'll be able to help Marquis Baiyun recover in a few months at the earliest and 2 to 3 years at the slowest. During this period of time, I'll leave him here. As for the matters in Baiyun Mansion, don't worry too much. As long as Ben Huang is here, Baiyun Mansion will not be in chaos. His last sentence. He said it based on the current situation in Baiyun Mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then he bowed and saluted, Thank you, Emperor Qin. Well, go ahead. Qin Shujian directly waved his hand to drive them away. Seeing this, Xiao Hong and the others did not say anything. They obediently left under the lead of Shu Yuanming. In the courtyard room, only Qin Shujian and the sleeping Marquis Baiyun were left. The spiritual deity is incomplete. The three elements crossing disaster pill can indeed repair it, but the problem is that there are not enough materials. This is a troublesome matter. Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Baiyun with his hands behind his back. He looked a little helpless. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer said lightly, "Have you forgotten the extraterrestrial devil's crystal in your hand?" Huh! Qin Shujian was stunned. Extraterrestrial devil's crystal. If it weren't for Godslayer's reminder, he really would have forgotten about it. "Senior, do you mean that the crystal can cure Marquis Baiyun?" "That's for sure. The crystal's function is to nurture the spiritual deity. His spiritual deity is incomplete, so it naturally has a use," Godslayer said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took out 3 crystals from the heaven list. This thing. He originally wanted to keep it and see if there was a chance to create a few celestial beings. But too many things had happened recently. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to these things. Now the Godslayer spoke. He finally came to his senses. Then, Qin Shujian used his vital essence to break down and wrap the crystal and directly injected it into Marquis Baiyun's body. Suddenly, a weak force grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy in the Chen Yuan realm also gathered here. Qin Shujian stood aside, quietly watching the development of the situation. In his perception, after absorbing the power of the crystal, Marquis Baiyun's spiritual deity was recovering at a rapid speed. Such an effect. It was more useful than refining the 3 elements crossing disaster pill. The vibration of the spiritual energy. Naturally, it attracted the attention of others. However, this was the main branch of the Yuan sect and also where Qin Shujian lived. No matter what happened, no one dared to approach this place easily. About half a day passed. The spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Marquis Baiyun's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. At first, there was a blank look in his eyes, but soon it became clear. Then, he sat up from the bed, then turned his head to look at Qin Shujian. He got up and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help, Emperor Qin. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would take a long time for me to recover." "It's not a big deal. You don't have to thank me." But Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Baiyun in front of him and said with a frown, "Marquis Baiyun's spiritual deity is weak now. It has barely recovered to the divine martial arts realm. As for your physical body, it is also at the divine martial arts realm. Your strength has dropped a lot. Your strength has dropped. Just cultivate again. It's not a problem." Marquis Baiyun smiled. He didn't care too much about this matter. If his strength dropped, so be it. At most, he could cultivate again. Marquis Baiyun was open-minded. Qin Shujian also nodded and said with a chuckle, "That's right. Marquis Baiyun, you have reached the limit of the celestial being realm. It's not difficult for you to go back." Speaking of which, Ben Huang is a little impressed. You don't want to follow the rules of the human emperor. You should know that if you succeed in the end, you will definitely become a perfected immortal. Just like how Emperor Qin is unwilling to follow the path of Senior Xie Yi, although the rules of the human emperor are powerful, they are only rules left behind by the ancient human emperor. They are not the path that I want to follow. So, I don't mind giving them up. It's totally worth it to exchange a human emperor's rule for a perfected immortal of the human clan. Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said lightly, "The rules of the human emperor were originally his own rules. Others had opportunities, and so did he. And one of Marquis Baiyun's opportunities was the law of the human emperor. Originally, he also had the idea of using the rules of the human emperor to become an immortal, but he quickly dismissed it. Therefore, the rules of the human emperor had always been in Marquis Baiyun's hands. It was also because of this. Marquis Baiyun had the opportunity to tamper with the rules and then blow up the 12 perfected immortals. Or else, how could it be easy to blow up a rule? During this period of time, Marquis Baiyun can recuperate here in Benhuang. The territory of the Qian Yuan realm is incomparable to other places. It will be faster to recuperate here. Qin Shujian said. Marquis Baiyun did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Emperor Qin." With the help of the crystal stones, Marquis Baiyun recovered faster than Qin Shujian expected. However, it was not suitable for Marquis Baiyun, who was in the god martial arts realm, to go out now. After settling him in the Qian Yuan realm, Qin Shujian left the East Continent and went to the territory of the human clan. In the 4 cities, he went to the East City the most often, so this time, he went to the East City as well. In the City Lord's mansion, Qin Shujian was sitting on the main seat. After Dan Hao broke through to the mighty figure realm, he was still here. At this time, he was with Huazhon, the City Lord of the East City. They were both here to accompany Qin Shujian and talk to him. How is the takeover of the millions of miles of land given up by the Demon Clan in the Western Continent? The territory of the Demon Clan is located in the middle of the Western Continent. Although they have given up millions of miles of land, if we want to take it over, there is no way to connect it with the current territory of the human clan. So until now, we haven't really sent anyone over. Huazhon said truthfully. The Demon Clan had given up millions of miles of land. But in fact, it was easy to take over. In this regard, he had sent a message back to the Imperial Court, but he had not received a reply for the time being. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "Since we can't connect it, let's take the current position of the human clan's territory in the Western Continent as the starting point and directly push across millions of miles. A million miles of land is not small, and there are many clans and forces in it." Huazhon looked a little serious. If he wanted to do so, those clans and forces would be troublesome. Qin Shujian said, "Are there any perfected immortals in these clans and forces?" "No, they are all ordinary clans and forces." If they are ordinary clans and forces, there is no need to worry so much. Just push across and occupy the million miles of land. If they want to rely on the human clan, they can stay and become our vassals. If they don't want to, they can go to the million miles of land that the Demon Clan has given up and set up camp there. Qin Emperor, if we do this, I'm afraid it will cause some hostility from other forces. Huazhon said hesitantly. This was his main concern. Hearing that, before Qin Shujian said anything, Dan Hao had already said with a sneer, "Hostility? City Lord, have you forgotten that the human clan is not afraid of the hostility of other clans? Even if we don't do anything, do you think they won't want to destroy the human clan? Now the human clan is still intact, not because the other clans are friendly to us, but because we are strong enough. General Dan is right. The human clan doesn't need to worry too much. We can just push across. In addition, ask the Black Emperor, the Dog Emperor, and the Earth Emperor to come to the Eastern City. Benhuang has something to see them." Qin Shujian said. Huazhon nodded. "I'll do it right away." The human clan was really qualified to make decisions. It was the Qin Emperor in front of him and the Zhao Emperor who had become an immortal. Therefore, Qin Shujian had made the decision. Huazhon naturally had nothing to say. As Huazhon left, now the situation of the earthly dragons was also a little tense. Because of the threat of the human clan, the Earth Emperor had to follow the human clan army to attack the demon clan. But after the battle, the problem came out. The Blackstone Condor clan was a vassal of the human clan. The Nine-Headed Dog clan was also an ally of the human clan. Looking at the earthly dragons again. To be honest, except for a little deal with Qin Shujian, they had nothing to do with the human clan. In this way, the Earth Emperor was under a little more pressure. If I had known this, I would have agreed to ally with the human clan. Then it wouldn't have become like this. In the main hall, the Earth Emperor felt a little headache. He also didn't expect that the human clan could make a comeback at this time. They directly went from being on the verge of extinction to becoming the strongest force in the 4 continents. To be able to have such a transformation, it was all because of the success of the Zhao Emperor and the absolute strength of Qin Shujian. The Earth Emperor had to admit. Now the 4 continents had entered the era of true immortals. Although the Nirvana realm was still strong, they had lost the qualification to suppress a clan. Now the 2 clans are on the side of the human clan. The alliance of the 3 clans is broken. Although the demon clan hasn't done anything now, we can't guarantee when they will attack us. The demon emperor is already a true immortal. I have no way to fight against him. The earthly sovereign heaved a heavy sigh. Now he was worried all the time about when the army of the demon clan would come. Although the secret realm was stable, in front of a true immortal, it might not be stable. Therefore, the Earth Emperor was a little flustered now. But the problem was, although he felt that he was only 1 step away from becoming a true immortal, he couldn't take this step. How could it be so easy to achieve Tao? Below, an elder cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we have completely offended the demon race. Now, the only ones who can fight against the demon race are the human race. We might as well form an alliance with the human race. Anyway, the last time the human clan attacked the demon clan, our clan also contributed a lot. I believe the human clan will not refuse." Ben Huang naturally knows. The Earth Emperor replied helplessly. Of course, he knew that forming an alliance with the human clan could solve the current crisis. But the problem was, not long after he rejected Qin Shujian, he came to him eagerly. No matter what, he was the emperor of a clan and also the kind of person who cared about face. Such a shameful thing. The Earth Emperor felt that he still had to think about it carefully. Is there any movement from the demon clan now? There is no news for the time being. The demon clan also suffered a lot in this battle. They should need time to recover. An elder said in a deep voice. The Earth Emperor nodded slightly. It was similar to what he had expected. Not long after, another elder came in, bowed and said, "My emperor, there is a human envoy outside asking for an audience. Invite him in." The Earth Emperor's heart beat violently, and then he hurriedly said, "The human clan sent someone over at this time." Instinctively, he had a premonition that things had taken a turn for the better. If the human clan sent someone to form an alliance, should Ben Huang immediately agree? Or say a euphemistic refusal? Don't seem too anxious. The Earth Emperor was already thinking about how to form an alliance with the human clan in a more dignified way. East City, City Lord's mansion. The 3 emperors took their seats. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Ben Huang was dealing with the human clan's affairs in front, and didn't have the chance to meet you for the time being. This time, I finally have time, and it's just the right time to solve the matter." Ben Huang naturally understands that the Qin Emperor is busy every day. The Dog Emperor said with a smile. As for the Black Emperor and the Earth Emperor, they also replied politely. Qin Shujian said, "In the war against the demon clan, in addition to the human clan, the 3 clans contributed a lot. Although this war did not destroy the demon clan, it also occupied 1,000,000 miles of the demon clan's territory." Ben Huang is not a stingy person. If there is merit, there will be reward, and if there is a mistake, there will be punishment. The 1,000,000 miles of territory is the spoils of war of the human clan, but the 3 clans also contributed greatly. While talking, he looked at the Dog Emperor and the others, and continued, "So Ben Huang has decided, of the 1,000,000 miles of territory, the human clan will only occupy 400,000 miles, and the remaining 600,000 miles will be divided equally among the 3 clans. The human clan will not interfere with all the resources in the territory, and you can do whatever you want." Buzz, as soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 3 changed. If the 600,000 miles of territory were divided equally, then the human clan could get 200,000 miles of territory. This was not just a matter of the size of the territory. In the 200,000 miles of territory, the resources contained were the most important things. Not to mention anything else. The 3 clans were second only to the demon clan in the western province, but the territory they occupied was only 300,000 to 400,000 miles. Now there was an additional 200,000 miles of territory. That was equivalent to almost half of the resources. So after a short moment of shock, the Dog Emperor and the others were overjoyed. "Thank you, Emperor Qin. They all thought. This time, they were just free labor for the human clan, and did not think that they would be able to gain benefits. Looking at the expressions of the few people, Qin Shujian's heart was calm. In this battle, the human clan had lost a lot, and the three clans had also lost a lot. Ordinary diviners and powerful experts. Many of them had died. This way, if the human clan did not give them any benefits, even if they did not say anything, they would have some thoughts in their hearts. Furthermore, if the human clan was stingy, it would not be good if word got out. On the contrary, if they gave enough benefits, it would also let the other forces understand that there was meat and soup to eat by the side of the human clan. Other than this reason, there was also another reason. That was, the human clan had gone through several battles, and too many experts had died. If the territory they occupied was too large, they would not have the ability to manage it. So, this was also the reason why Qin Shujian would take out 600,000 miles of territory and divide it among the three clans. After talking about this matter, he looked at the Emperor of Earth and said calmly, "I wonder what the Emperor of Earth plans to do now?" Hearing this, the Emperor of Earth secretly said, "As expected." Then he pretended to ponder and said, "What does the Emperor of Earth mean?" The Emperor of Earth has already offended the demon clan by helping the human clan this time. I hope the Emperor of Earth will be careful about this matter. After all, although our two clans are not allies, Ben Huang does not want the dragons of the earth to be destroyed by the demon clan one day. The 200,000 miles of territory can be regarded as Ben Huang's goodwill. I hope the Emperor of Earth can use this to increase your strength. As for the alliance, Ben Huang, the Emperor of Earth, was about to say something, but he was directly stuck halfway. He looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of astonishment. This was what he expected. It was a little different. The Emperor of Earth originally thought that the human clan wanted to form an alliance with him, but looking at the current situation, it did not seem to be the case. So, the words that he wanted to say were also directly stuck. Qin Shujian said, "Well, this matter is over, Ben Huang will not keep you." He had already directly ordered them to leave. As soon as he finished, the Black Emperor got up and said, "Ben Huang will take his leave first. Ben Huang will also take his leave first." The Dog Emperor on the side also got up, cupped his hands and left directly. Only the earthly sovereign was sitting there stiffly. For a moment, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. "Emperor of Earth, what else do you want?" Qin Shujian looked at him strangely and asked in puzzlement. In this way, the Emperor of Earth was even more embarrassed. However, it was impossible for him to just leave like this. Although the demon clan had not taken any action now, it was hard to say when they would. At that time, the dragons of Earth would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Earth took a deep breath and said, "A few days ago, the Emperor of Qin said about the alliance. After careful consideration, Ben Huang still thinks that the advantages of our alliance outweigh the disadvantages. The matter of the alliance is over, don't mention it." Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "Since the Emperor of Earth has already refused that day, this matter is over. No, Ben Huang refused in the past because I didn't think it through. Now after thinking about it, an alliance with the human clan is also a good thing." The more he said, the more embarrassed the Emperor of Earth looked. "Haha." Qin Shujian replied with two simple words. Then he looked at the embarrassed look of the Emperor of Earth, pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. The Emperor of Earth should understand that the human clan does not need any allies now. Among all the clans in the 4 great continents, only our clan has 2 true immortals. Even the top clans such as the Blood Eldar of the Demon Clan do not have the capital to compete with the human clan. Besides, the strength of the Earth Dragons of Earth is good, but that was in the past. Now the 4 great continents are dominated by true immortals, and the aristocrats have no true immortals, so it is difficult for them to have too much say. So for the time being, it's better not to mention the alliance. Qin Shujian's refusal. It made the Emperor of Earth's heart sink. He did not expect that when he took the initiative to speak, the other party would refuse so straightforwardly. However, Qin Shujian's words suddenly woke him up. That's right. The situation was different now. All the clans were no longer divided into top forces or big clans, but into those with or without true immortals. Forces with true immortals. Only in the 4 great continents did they have the right to speak. Forces without true immortals had been completely reduced to the bottom. Whether it was a Nirvana realm expert or an emperor in the 10th level of the celestial being realm, they were like ants in front of true immortals. Unless they could reach the half-immortal realm. Maybe they were qualified to fight with true immortals, but that was all. If they wanted to defeat true immortals. Unless they were as monstrous as Emperor Qin, or they were both true immortals. Only then did the Emperor of Earth realize. From the moment the Emperor of Earth attained the Tao, the Earth Dragons had been reduced to the bottom. Such a change. It made him a little absent-minded. His original confidence in forming an alliance with the human clan had dissipated a lot. Because seriously speaking, there was nothing about the Earth Dragons that could move the human clan. The Emperor of Earth regretted that he refused the alliance with the human clan. But what made him regret even more was that he refused Qin Shujian's original proposal. If I used the rule in the hands of the human clan to attain the Tao, I should have become a true immortal, he realized. It was a stupid decision to rely on himself for 100 years and then rely on the rule of the human clan after 100 years. If the Emperor of Earth attained the Tao, without true immortals, how could the Earth Dragons have 100 years? Any true immortal would make a move. He could destroy this race that had been passed down from ancient times. Seeing the Emperor of Earth's face constantly changing, Qin Shujian also spoke at this time, interrupting the other party's regret. If the Emperor of Earth is willing to become a vassal of the human clan, Ben Huang can also protect the Earth Dragons from being attacked by other clans. The Emperor of Earth heard this. His face also turned ugly. He was about to open his mouth to refuse. Emperor of Earth, you don't have to rush to refuse. The Soul Protector race has become a vassal of the human clan. The Earth Dragons are not as strong as the Soul Protector race. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to win against the Demon Clan alone. And Ben Huang doesn't need the Earth Dragons to be a vassal of the human clan. Ben Huang only needs you to serve the human clan for 100 years. During this period, the human clan will also protect you. After 100 years, Ben Huang will not stop you from leaving or staying. Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this sentence, the Emperor of Earth's ugly face also eased a little. He did not receive any news about the Soul Protector race becoming a vassal of the human clan. However, what really moved him was the 100 years mentioned by Qin Shujian. If his race only served the human race for 100 years, it would not be unacceptable. After 100 years, the time of the transaction will be up. If I haven't become an immortal, I can get that rule and then become an immortal. As long as I become an immortal, the Earth Dragons will not have any problem. The Emperor of Earth was weighing the pros and cons. Until now, he still did not know that half of the rule had been used by Qin Shujian. After all, when the other party broke into the Divine Emperor's battlefield, the means he used, only the Emperor of Earth and Qin Shujian knew. After a while, the Emperor of Earth nodded in agreement. Everything will be according to the Emperor of Earth. P.S. I have a fever and am in the hospital for an intravenous drip. The update in the early morning tomorrow may not be on time, so you don't have to wait. I will update after I finish writing. If not, then wait for the day. Chapter 660. The Earth Emperor submitted. It was equivalent to the human race having a third vassal race after the Blackstone Condor race and the Soul Protector race. Except for the Black Emperor, Qin Shujian only asked for 100 years for the other 2 races. For the others, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. But for the human race, 100 years was enough to determine life and death. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shujian's order, the human race directly headed in the direction of the Western State and once again pushed across 1,000,000 miles of territory. Such an approach, naturally, it caused the other races to be dissatisfied. A powerful aura was emitted. An expert looked at the East City that was crossing the sky with a furious expression. Human race, don't go too far. Our race has been rooted here for 1,000,000 years, but now you want to invade our territory. Such an approach may not be too overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly roll covered heaven and earth, causing the void to turn into dust. The emperor that appeared instantly erupted with a powerful force, wanting to send the heavenly roll flying. However, under the collision of the two, all the vital essence was shattered and annihilated. Then, the heavenly roll fell. The ruler screamed in pain and fell from the sky. Although he didn't die, however, his physical body had also exploded and he was severely injured. Shi Yang steadily stepped on the air and grabbed the heavenly roll in his hand. He met the angry eyes of the other experts and said indifferently, "This is the order of the Qin Emperor. No one is allowed to disobey it. Otherwise, they will be going against the human race. The Western state is not the territory of the human race. You can see if the demon race will stand up for you." Shi Yang sneered. The heavenly roll flew out of his hand again, and the person who originally spoke was directly suppressed. At this point, the experts of the various races were all silent. They did not dare to say anything about the tyranny of the human race. There was no other way. The gap between the two sides was too big. With the current strength of the human race, even the demon race did not dare to easily contend with them. Or else, the demon emperor would not give up 1,000,000 miles of territory to the human race. To a certain extent, this was already a side concession, and thus ceding territory as compensation. From this, it could be seen. The strength of the human race had already reached a terrifying level. Not to mention, right now, Shi Yang was holding the heavenly roll in his hand, the top divine weapon personally forged by the Qin Emperor. Before the heaven list, even if Emperor Qin of the human clan did not make a move, he could easily suppress an emperor of a clan. If he wanted to fight against such a top-notch divine weapon, unless a Nirvana realm powerhouse personally took action, otherwise, it was impossible for a celestial being 10th level to resist. In other words, the heaven list was actually equivalent to a living Nirvana realm expert. Even though true immortals had been born in the 4 great continents, in reality, the Nirvana realm was still a rare powerhouse. After all, there were only a handful of experts who could truly break through to the true immortal realm. Among the 10,000 races of the 4 great continents, there were only about 20 to 30 races with true immortals. From this, it could be seen. This was the power of the Nirvana realm. Therefore, when they saw the heaven leaderboard that was dominating the void, all the powerhouses of the various races chose to retreat. To put it bluntly, they could not afford to offend the heaven list. They couldn't afford to offend the human race. "Look at this," Shi Yang ordered in a cold voice. "Everyone, listen up. Immediately return this place to the human race's territory. Any alien race who enters without permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." Below, many human race experts exclaimed excitedly. Since when, the human race could already force the 10,000 races to retreat so openly? It seemed, only after the rise of the Qin Emperor did the human race gradually feel elated. Thinking of this, those humans looked at the heaven leaderboard in the void with reverence. As the human race occupied the territory, a piece of news spread out again. Soon, it spread throughout the 4 great continents and caused a commotion among all the forces. The Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss. After the Soul Protection Emperor received the news, he fell into a daze. After a long time, only then did he regain his senses from this piece of news. The Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss. The demon abyss that caused the destruction of the ancient times will descend on this world again in 100 years. It's impossible. Didn't the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient times destroy the demon abyss in one fell swoop? The Soul Protection Emperor was horrified. But it was normal. The 2 words Devil Abyss were an earth-shattering event for any cultivator with a bit of knowledge. The first time the demon abyss descended on this world, it was the peak period of the ancient times. But even so, the ancient times were still defeated by the demon abyss. From this, one could see how powerful the demon abyss was. But for many races, the demon abyss had been completely destroyed along with the destruction of the ancient times and the collapse of the heavenly court. So, how could there be a second calamity of the demon abyss? But the news came from the human race. It was hard for others not to believe it. Not to mention, the human race had no need to lie. After all, it was only 100 years. As long as the time was up, all the rumors would be dispelled. Wait, 100 years. The soul-protecting king suddenly thought of something, and his face darkened. In the past, he had no idea about 100 years. He didn't have a clear idea. But after knowing about the calamity of the demon abyss, the soul protection emperor finally understood. The soul protection race had served the human race for 100 years. These 100 years would not be a simple 100 years. After a long time, the soul protection emperor took a deep breath and lamented. It said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. I didn't expect myself to have a Tao. Forget it. I've already made the oath. How can I go back on my words? He muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head. What's done can't be undone. It was too late to say anything. However, this matter was too important. The soul protection emperor couldn't sit still. He immediately left the soul protection race and headed to the human race's territory. On the other side, the earthly emperor had just left the human race's territory. When he returned to the earth dragons, he had already received the news of the demon abyss. Suddenly, he stood there in a daze. In just a moment, the earthly emperor digested all the information about the calamity of the demon abyss. I was wondering why the human race was so kind. They only wanted me to serve them for 100 years. It turns out that they were waiting for me. In the end, the earthly emperor let out a long sigh. In the past, the weak race had to be a vassal to the strong race. Even if it wasn't forever, it would at least be thousands of years, or even longer. Just like the human race. A mere 100 years was a completely different concept. Originally, the earthly emperor didn't understand what was going on with Qin Shujian's approach. But 100 years was just right for him. Naturally, he agreed at once. But now, he came back to his senses. Only then did the earthly emperor understand why Qin Shujian only needed 100 years. Immediately, he stood up from the main hall and immediately left the Earth secret realm. The demon race's secret realm. The two sat opposite each other. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Is the calamity of the demon abyss true? Xueling Huang said faintly. But in his calm voice, there was also a hint of solemnity. Hearing this, the demon emperor was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, yes, the matter of the demon abyss is true. My race's Zhu Bing heavenly demon temple has already sensed the aura of the demon abyss, and it's not far from this world. The human race said that there would be 100 years, but there might not really be 100 years. Is there a way to avoid it? Xueling Huang thinks that there is anything that can stop the arrival of the demon abyss? The demon emperor asked. Xueling Huang didn't reply. Indeed. The ancient times were so strong, and there was the existence of the Emperor of Heaven and other peerless experts, but there was no way to stop the arrival of the demon abyss. With the current 4 major continents, how could they have the confidence to stop the arrival of the demon abyss? Subsequently, Xueling Huang said, the strength of the 4 major continents is too weak now, and can't be compared to the ancient times. If the calamity of the demon abyss comes, the probability of us being able to resist is not high. No matter how small the probability is, there is no reason for us to tie ourselves up. The demon emperor shook his head, his expression solemn. That's true, but there are too few true immortals in the 4 major continents. In the ancient times, there were 365 true immortals, and there was the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. All the emperors of the various races are supreme experts of the upper 3 true immortal realms. Now there are 20 to 30 true immortals in the 4 major continents. Although we have become true immortals, we can only barely step into the lower 3 true immortal realms. It's a troublesome matter after all. Xueling Huang sighed. Even this expert, who had been in charge of the Xuereldar for tens of thousands of years, also felt great pressure after learning about the demon abyss. There was no other way. The demon abyss was really too strong. And there was an example from the ancient times. Compared to the present 4 major continents, the disparity was immediately apparent. The demon emperor said in a low voice, "The era of great battle has begun. This is the final counterattack of heaven and earth. Haven't you noticed that it's much easier for us to become immortals than in the legends? And no matter how glorious the ancient times were, was there anything like the present, where there were emperors confirming the Tao at the same time?" Xueling Huang was silent when he heard this. He somewhat agreed with the demon emperor's words. Seeing this, the demon emperor continued, "It took 1,000,000 years to nurture the present era of great battle. The living beings in the era of great battle will usher in a great transformation. This is an opportunity that may not come once in 1,000,000 years. After the destruction of the ancient times, our 2 races have declined to the present day. If we want to restore the glory of the ancient times, and even surpass the ancient limits, the opportunity is now." The era of great battle. It was a fatal danger, but also a monstrous opportunity. If one can stand out in the era of great battle, one's strength will certainly increase substantially. Xueling Huang slightly closed his eyes, and immediately opened them again. Ben Huang has already sensed that the momentum of heaven and earth is surging. Next, whichever race has the advantage will be able to obtain the momentum of heaven and earth. But Demon Emperor must not forget that the strongest forces in the 4 major continents are no longer the Schwereldar and the demon race. The rise of the human race corresponds to the era of great battle. In the past, the era of great battle was an opportunity for the human race to rise. Ben Huang is worried that this era of great battle will only be a wedding dress for the human race. For the human race. Xueling Huang had a great fear. The more he understood the origins of the human race, the more he understood how great the potential of this race was. The rise of the human race throughout history was due to the momentum of heaven and earth. In the ancient times, the human race became the only victor in the era of great battle, and finally established its supreme status. The Demon Emperor said, Ben Huang originally thought that the human race had been silent for so many years, and that their strength was not as great as before. With the alliance of the other races, it would be enough to suppress the human race. Unexpectedly, the human race first produced Emperor Zhao, and then Emperor Qin, which made all our plans go down the drain. But now, only Emperor Zhao has succeeded in proving his Tao. Emperor Qin has not done so, and the rest of the human race does not even have a 10th level celestial being. As long as we can guard against the 2 human emperors, the other human race will not be a concern. The 4 major continents. They had already entered the era of true immortals. Those who had not entered the true immortal realm had no right to speak. The reason why the Demon Emperor included Qin Shujian was because he knew that his strength had reached the level of a true immortal. In other words, the human race was equivalent to having 2 true immortals. This was also the most troublesome thing. Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin are indeed a problem. Now, both our races only have 1 true immortal. If Ben Huang remembers correctly, the great saints of the demon race who were 10th level celestial being have all died in the hands of the human race. That's right. Hearing Xueling Huang's words, the Demon Emperor's face darkened. This was the pain of the demon race. Although before he became an immortal, he would deliberately suppress the breakthroughs of the other demon race. However, this did not mean that the Demon Emperor wanted the demon race to have a shortage of powerhouses. On the contrary, now that he had proven his Tao and become an immortal, he controlled the Demon Emperor's rules and was much stronger than other true immortals. Under such circumstances, if other true immortals were to be born in the demon race, it would be difficult for them to cause any trouble. In this way, if a powerhouse of the demon race broke through, not only would it not threaten the Demon Emperor's position, but it would also increase the strength of the demon race. Therefore, the Demon Emperor did not resist the appearance of true immortals. But the problem now was, in a short time, there was no possibility of a true immortal being born in the demon race. The great saints of the 10th level celestial being were all dead. Not a single demon saint of the 9th level celestial being was left. The strongest demon race mighty figures were only a few of the 8th level celestial being. In the previous battle, to put it bluntly, the demon race had suffered heavy losses. However, what comforted the demon emperor was that the demon race had suffered heavy losses, and the other races had also suffered heavy losses. It was just that compared to the demon race, it was relatively better. Xueling Huang didn't come here today just to expose the scars of the demon race, right? He looked at Xueling Huang with a cold gaze. Hearing this, Xueling Huang smiled slightly and said, "No, Xuereldar also suffered heavy losses this time. Why would Ben Huang come here to expose the scars of the demon race? This time, Ben Huang only has two purposes for coming here. One is to ask about the great tribulation of the demon abyss, and the other is to form an alliance with the demon race." Alliance? The demon emperor's eyes flickered. Xueling Huang said, "The human race is powerful. Just as the demon emperor said, the era of great battles has begun, and the momentum of heaven and earth has been stimulated. If we can gain an advantage in this situation, we will be able to get the momentum. With the strength of our two races, if we face the human race alone, I'm afraid we don't have the confidence to contend with them. If we want to deal with the human race, only by forming an alliance can we have a good chance of winning in the battle of the general trend. If it's about the human race, we can join forces." The demon emperor thought for a moment and finally nodded. Xueling Huang smiled faintly. The alliance between the two races is enough for the human race. As for other things, we'll talk about it later. That's right. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Xueling Huang did not say much nonsense. His body gradually faded and finally disappeared completely in the heavenly demon temple. From beginning to end, Xueling Huang was not here in person. He was just talking to the demon emperor through a wisp of divine thought. To this, the demon emperor didn't look surprised either. After Xueling Huang left, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The human race, Xuereldar, the era of great battles, is a rare opportunity in the human race territory. As soon as the Soul Protection Emperor arrived, he saw an expert coming to welcome him. "I'm Huazhon, the Lord of the East City. I'm here on the orders of the Qin Emperor to invite the Soul Protection Emperor to the East City for a chat." The Qin Emperor knows that Ben Huang is coming? The Soul Protection Emperor looked surprised. Huazhon smiled faintly. The Qin Emperor naturally knows. Soon, he took the Soul Protection Emperor to the East City. In the human race territory, they flew in the sky. The Soul Protection Emperor had a complicated expression. "Didn't you say that in the human race territory, you can't fly at will? That's equivalent to other people. The Soul Protection Emperor is already part of the human race. Naturally, you're not bound by this rule." "I see." The Soul Protection Emperor replied faintly. He didn't forget that when he first came to the human race territory, he was disgusted by Dan Hao. It seemed that the so-called not being able to fly in the human race territory was just a rule that you guys casually set. His own people. If they wanted to fly, they could fly. If they wanted to walk, they could walk. However, the Soul Protection Emperor was an emperor after all. He wouldn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, there was no need to think too much about the unpleasant past. Not long after, the two entered the East City and headed to the City Lord's mansion. After entering the City Lord's mansion, the Soul Protection Emperor realized that he wasn't the only one. There were a few familiar and unfamiliar faces. "Qin Emperor, the Soul Protection Emperor is here." "Thank you, East City Lord." "I don't dare. I'll take my leave." Huazhon didn't dare to claim credit. After replying modestly, he left respectfully. Soon, only Qin Shujian and the emperors of the various clans were left in the hall. "Soul Protection Emperor, please take a seat." "Thank you, Qin Emperor." After thanking him, the Soul Protection Emperor sat down on an empty seat. At this moment, the Black Emperor, the Dog Emperor, and the others all looked at the Soul Protection Emperor. They were very curious about this emperor who was the first to prove his Tao and become an immortal. However, after a brief glance, they retracted their gazes. It wasn't their first time seeing the Soul Protection Emperor. However, It was their first time seeing a soul protection emperor who had become an immortal. Compared to Qin Shujian's deep aura, the soul protection emperor in front of them was unexpectedly weak. However, when they thought about the process of him proving his Tao, the Black Emperor and the others felt relieved. The weakest true immortal. It wasn't unreasonable. On the other side, the Soul Protection Emperor also felt the gazes of the Black Emperor and the others. He also felt the meaning behind their gazes. He couldn't help but feel angry. However, he was worried that Qin Shujian was here, so he suppressed his anger. Since everyone is here, Benhuang won't waste any more time. After the Soul Protection Emperor sat down, Qin Shujian said loudly. Hearing that, the Black Emperor and the others all had solemn expressions as they turned their gazes back to Qin Shujian. The Soul Protection Emperor couldn't care less about the anger in his heart and shifted his attention. They came this time. Their main purpose was to understand the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Among them, only the Black Emperor was the calmest. This was because he was the first to know about the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Therefore, when the news spread, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Qin Shujian said, when the ancient times were destroyed, the Emperor of Heaven shattered heaven and earth with his saber. He didn't destroy the demon abyss, but because the demon abyss was too strong, he had no choice but to shatter heaven and earth to separate it from the demon abyss. After heaven and earth shattered, the 4 great continents were formed. Among them, the South, West, and North continents were considered the original heaven and earth. However, the Eastern continent belonged to the shattered heaven and earth. After heaven and earth shattered, the Eastern continent has been constantly regenerating, trying to recreate the complete heaven and earth of the past. In this way, it will reconnect with the demon abyss sooner or later. The great tribulation of the demon abyss was also caused by this. Qin Shujian briefly told them about the great tribulation of the demon abyss. The other emperors muttered to themselves. The birth of heaven and earth. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew that heaven and earth could be born. However, not everyone knew about the connection between the birth of heaven and earth and the demon abyss. Moreover, after the ancient times were destroyed, they thought that the demon abyss was destroyed along with the ancient times. Thinking of this, the Dog Emperor sighed. We always thought that after the ancient times were destroyed, the demon abyss was destroyed along with it. I never thought that the demon abyss was still around. In the ancient war, the demon abyss was also heavily damaged. However, over the years, the demon abyss strength has been gradually recovering, while the strength of our 4 great continents has not recovered much. Qin Shujian said indifferently. He also knew what the Dog Emperor said. After the ancient times were destroyed, heaven and earth shattered, and regions were regenerated. However, in those newly regenerated regions, there were no demons at all. Until nearly 100,000 or 200,000 years ago. The birth of regions was accompanied by the emergence of demons. The living beings of the Eastern continent only knew that the demon abyss was not destroyed. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor opened his mouth. He had something to say, but he didn't know how to say it. Qin Shujian noticed the Soul Protection Emperor's expression and said calmly, the Soul Protection Emperor wants to say that since the Eastern continent continues to expand and will eventually overlap with the demon abyss, why not shatter the Eastern continent's heaven and earth again to avoid the Great Tribulation? I don't dare. The Soul Protection Emperor lowered his head. Just as Qin Shujian had said, that was exactly what he was thinking. Hearing this, Li Changshou said. The Black Emperor and the others' eyes flickered. Qin Shujian's words reminded them of this matter. However, what he said next shattered their fantasies. It's very simple. Because not only can heaven and earth be born, but the demon abyss can also move. The humans have Zhu Bing, and Zhu Bing is the most sensitive to the aura of the demon abyss. They have already sensed that the demon abyss is approaching. This is not only a passive approach, but also an active approach. The ancient Great Tribulation has already made the demon abyss remember the aura of heaven and earth. Therefore, the arrival of the Great Tribulation is unavoidable. Qin Shujian said calmly. He dared to tell others about the great tribulation of the demon abyss because of this foundation. If the demon abyss did not move, only if the eastern continent continued to move closer, Qin Shujian dared to guarantee that the 10,000 races would definitely join forces and wipe out the humans. Then, they would completely shatter the eastern continent and extinguish the hope of the demon abyss landing on heaven and earth. However, it was different now. The demon abyss would move closer on its own. Even if the eastern continent was shattered, it would only delay it slightly. The Great Tribulation. It would come one day. The Soul Protection Emperor's expression was frighteningly ugly. No one would have a good expression for such an unstoppable Great Tribulation. He was not the only one. The Dog Emperor and Earth Emperor's expressions were also extremely ugly. On the other hand, the Black Emperor. He seemed to have gradually gotten used to this, but he did not show too much abnormality. After a while, the Dog Emperor sighed. How difficult is it to resist the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss? Even the ancient Great Tribulation could not do it. With our current strength, it is even more difficult. Not to mention the heavenly court that ruled the 10,000 races in the ancient Great Tribulation. Now, the 10,000 races are all doing their own things. In the end, the Dog Emperor shook his head helplessly. They were not strong to begin with, and now they were all doing their own things. Things were even more difficult. Qin Shujian said, "It is now the era of Great Tribulation. As the emperors of your races, you should be able to sense the changes in the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. The next 100 years will be the last chance for the 10,000 races. You have to know that everything has a chance of survival. If we can grasp the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, there is still hope for us to survive." What do you mean, Emperor Qin? The Great Tribulation of heaven and earth requires the 10,000 races to fight for it. The more Great Tribulation of heaven and earth a race obtains, the more experts it can produce. The survival of the fittest has always been an unchanging principle. However, in the era of Great Tribulation, it has become clearer and more tragic. Qin Shujian's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, his words paused for a moment, and then his tone suddenly changed. In the next year, Ben Huang will open up the 10,000 races battlefield to fight for the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. 10,000 races battlefield. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. This name. It was the first time they had heard of it. Qin Shujian said, "Now, the 4 continents cannot lose too much power. At least at the level of true immortals, we cannot lose too much. The opening of the 10,000 races battlefield is to resolve the grievances of the 10,000 races and also to fight for the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. The participants are all cultivators of the 10,000 races. The success or failure of the 10,000 races battlefield will determine the ownership of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth." The matter of the 10,000 races battlefield. Qin Shujian already had a clear picture of the situation. The reason why it was not opened now was because the strength of the human race had not completely stabilized. 1 year. It could be considered as a buffer for the human race. The Dog Emperor was deep in thought. Hearing Qin Shujian's words, he finally understood what was going on with the 10,000 races battlefield. At this moment, he was considering the gains and losses of this matter. As for the Black Emperor, Earth Emperor, and Spirit Protection Emperor, there were no changes. They were already vassals of the human race. No matter what decision the human race made, the 3 races had no possibility of rejecting it. Vassals. It wasn't just empty talk. The human race was equivalent to giving orders while the other 3 races were their henchmen. Of course. As a reward for being a vassal, the human race also had the responsibility to protect the 3 races. A moment later, the Dog Emperor said, "I'm afraid the matter of the 10,000 races battlefield is not something that we can decide. If the other races are not willing, it will be difficult for them to continue." Dog Emperor, don't worry. The 10,000 races will agree. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. He was not worried that the 10,000 races would disagree. Especially the top races such as the Monster Race and the Blood Eldar, there was no possibility of them rejecting. The 10,000 races battlefield. Not only was it beneficial to the human race, but it was also beneficial to the various races. Seriously speaking. In fact, compared to the other races, the human race was at a disadvantage. It was very simple. Because the human race did not have many mighty figures that they could send out. It was only because the mighty figures of the various races had lost a lot that Qin Shujian dared to make this decision. Therefore, he was never worried that there would be races that would disagree with the 10,000 races battlefield. As for the benefits of the source of life, Qin Shujian would not tell outsiders. Therefore, in this matter, other than the benefits of Qin Shujian secretly harvesting the source of life, the human race did not have any substantial benefits. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor also nodded. Since the Qin Emperor has made his decision, Benhuang will naturally not refuse. The 10,000 races battlefield was also beneficial to the nine-headed dog clan. After all, without a true immortal, the nine-headed dog clan might not be weaker than the other forces. Qin Shujian said, regarding the 10,000 races battlefield, please do not spread it out for the time being. When the time is right, Benhuang will inform the other forces. Qin Emperor, don't worry. Not a single word of what is said here will be spread. The Black Emperor patted his chest and said. To this, the Dog Emperor and the others glanced at him and ignored him. Subsequently, the four emperors got up and left. The purpose of their visit this time was to understand the great calamity of the demon abyss. After confirming, then there was nothing more to say. After they left, Qin Shujian called Huazhon. Qin Emperor, what are your orders? Spread the news that the demon abyss is approaching heaven and earth. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said lightly. Huazhon cupped his hands and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Soon. Qin Shujian was the only one left in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. 100 years. Is there really 100 years left before the great calamity of the demon abyss approaches? He was asking himself and also asking the Godslayer. Many spirit veins poured into the eastern continent. The spirit chi in the eastern continent had increased by several levels. If he guessed correctly, the demon abyss would arrive in less than 100 years. The Godslayer said calmly, the aura of the demon abyss is already very close. 100 years is the original saying. Now, it would be good to have 50 to 60 years. Maybe it will be even shorter. 50 to 60 years, or even shorter. Qin Shujian's expression was also solemn. He had already considered this when he was increasing the spirit chi in the eastern continent. However, Qin Shujian had to do this. In the original situation of the human clan, it would be difficult for them to develop steadily for 100 years. Only by burning the boats could they have a chance to turn things around. As a price, the time of the demon abyss approaching would be greatly advanced. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian could not judge the pros and cons. However, in his opinion, this was the only way out for the human clan. 50 to 60 years should be the best plan. If it's the worst plan, it might only be 20 to 30 years. Qin Shujian could feel it. Now in the eastern continent, the speed of the development of regions was much faster. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a complicated expression. Senior, what exactly is the momentum of heaven and earth that you mentioned? I can sense the existence of the momentum of heaven and earth, as well as the awakening of the momentum of heaven and earth after the birth of a true immortal. Qin Shujian asked softly. As the human emperor, he could feel everything about the momentum of heaven and earth. However, it seemed that he could not feel anything. Godslayer said, you can think of the momentum of heaven and earth as the heavenly path's luck. In fact, it's similar. Just like in the human clan, when the human clan's luck is poured into a person, then he is the son of luck. And the son of luck will have everything smooth sailing, and his realm will also improve faster. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also had a rough understanding. The momentum of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the heavenly path's luck. After having the Dharma eye, he also had a better understanding of luck. If luck was divided into 4 types, then it could be divided into 4 types. The first was personal luck. The second was the sect's luck. The third was the clan's luck. The fourth was the heavenly path's luck. Among the four, the heavenly path's luck was naturally above all the other luck, and then the clan's luck was above the personal luck and the sect's luck. However, the personal luck and the sect's luck. It was not easy to tell the difference. Then, Qin Shujian also focused his attention on himself. The source of life has already exceeded 1 trillion. It consumed 1 trillion to reach the 7th level of the celestial being. Then, the 8th level of the celestial being will most likely require about 2 trillion. Even if it's not, there won't be much of a difference. He now had a certain estimate of his own improvement. As for the source of life being able to break through the 1 trillion mark so quickly, it was still because of the previous battle. A true immortal of the God Clan, and then killed the ancient Buddha Emperor and the Divine Emperor, as well as a God Clan and many almighty experts outside the human clan's territory. With so many gains added up, the source of life naturally exceeded 1 trillion. Among them, half of the 1 trillion source of life was contributed by the true immortal of the God Clan. A true immortal level expert. The source of life that was contributed was not something that other cultivators could compare with. It's a pity that when the ancient Buddha Emperor attained the Tao, that true immortal was not killed by me. Otherwise, even if my source of life did not reach 2 trillion, it would be close. Thinking of that true immortal who self-destructed, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. The other party self-destructed, so it was not considered that he killed him, so the source of life was not counted as his. However, Qin Shujian only felt a little regretful. Now, the human clan could steadily provide 120 billion sources of life every month. 500 billion sources of life would only be a matter of a few months. Although there was not much time now. But he could still afford to wait a few months. When I break through to the 8th level of the celestial being, my strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, the Demon Emperor should not be a match for me, but whether he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Zhao is still a question. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Challenging someone of a higher level was not an easy task. If it was an ordinary true immortal, it would be fine. Emperor Zhao had received the legacy of the Heavenly Court and was an extremely terrifying expert. To challenge such an expert of a higher level was much more difficult than to challenge other true immortals. P.S. There's only one today. There's no other way. There's no update tomorrow morning. I'll update it during the day and try to recover in the next 2 days. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.